Okay. You let me know when we intro to Midas. We're standing by for Midas Touch stream.
Cool.
Let's just chat for a minute while we're chilling. So, are you excited?
Hell yeah, I'm excited.
We're live? We are live on Midas Touch. What is up, Midas Mighty? We are live from the blue carpet at the Democratic National Convention 2024 in Chicago. The energy at the United Center is palpable. We have hundreds of people walking past. Who am I here with today?
You're here with Olivia Juliana, H-Town Till I Drown.
You guys know who Olivia Juliana is. You guys all know who she is. One of the most strong activists for Gen Z. Let everyone know your experience and what you do.
What I do is I make Republican congressmen cry. No, I'm just kidding. What I do is I talk about the political issues as a young person, as a 21-year-old living in Texas who deals with the laws that my legislature passes. And I try to get young people to understand how government works, to want to take a part in making government work. And I'm here at the DNC this week. I'm speaking tomorrow night. And I'm so proud to be able to here to represent Texas, to represent Gen Z, and to represent abortion rights activists.
You guys are about to see Olivia Juliana speak tomorrow night and give one of the most fiery speeches you have ever seen. It will be so great. Are you ready? Are you prepped?
Oh, I'm ready to prep. Don't oversell it. I mean, this is the same stage that, Ann Richards and Jasmine Crockett have spoke on. Don't put me up there quite yet.
She's going to give a subpar speech. Let's set the expectations low.
Okay, I'm going to give a speech on a scale of 1 to 10 is at least a 6.
You're not going to like it. You're going to hate it. And then they're actually going to end up loving it. So let me ask you, how can we get through to people in our generation who are overwhelmingly liberal? They believe in gay marriage. They believe in that we need climate change reform, gun reform, but they think that both sides are effectively the same. You've heard this before, right? What is your technique to reach these people?
To have the conversations. I have a lot of friends who I went to high school with who are very conservative, who identified as Republican while we were in high school. Now they're coming into adulthood. I can't tell you how many of them have reached out to me and be like, I didn't think about this from this perspective that you talked about. Being factual, coming into the conversations in a very calm and collected way. These people are not our enemies, I dislike extreme Republicans just as much as the next person, but that doesn't mean I'm not willing to sit down and have a conversation with one. And that's because that is how we get our government to work, is through compromise, through conversation, even on the difficult topics. And the more that we humanize each other, the more that we have these conversations, I think the better political outcomes we'll get, especially when it comes to bringing in those Gen Z voters who are very progressive on the social issues, and getting them to understand also Republicans are bad on the economy. Donald Trump's economic plan is awful. He wants to impose tariffs that would raise the price on consumer goods. They're the reason why tuition costs have increased, why housing costs have increased, why grocery costs have increased. This is not on Democrats. This is on Republicans who Donald Trump inherited the economy that Barack Obama created. And we're not going to let Donald Trump inherit the economy that Joe Biden created and take credit for the accomplishments that were passed into law by Joe Biden. And that 51st vote was passed by Kamala Harris. We're going to make sure that we send her back to the White House so that we know who is working for the American people, because it sure as hell ain't Donald Trump.
It is very well said, number one, but it's so frustrating to me because, Obama had to come in and clean up the mess of Bush, but they blamed it on Obama. He fixes the economy, and then Trump comes in and takes credit for it, then tanks it, and then people blame it on President Biden. It's so annoying, but I just want to move back to something.
Look at this.
Harry Sisson is joining the stream.
Right now.
What's up, Harry Sisson?
How are you, man?
How you doing? We have a few Gen Z creators here live at the DNC 2024 on Midas Touch. If you're a part of the Midas Mighty, you know all of us. What's up, Chris? How you doing?
Good.
Let's ask you guys what we were just talking about. How do we engage Gen Z voters who are overwhelmingly liberal? They believe that gay marriage should be legal. They believe in climate change, but they say that both sides are the same. You've heard it before.
Yeah, look, I think Secretary Buttigieg said it really well on CNN recently. Got to meet them where they're at. Got to meet them where they're at. Embracing social media like we're doing right now, talking to voters who might not be picking up the phone or something like that, looking at their text messages. That's the way we meet young voters. And talking about the issues that actually matter to young voters. Let's talk about reproductive rights. Let's talk about climate change. Let's talk about education. These things get young voters fired up, and when we talk about them, we win.
Yep. What about you, Chris?
I think one of the keys is individual stories. I talk about this all the time. People come to me and say they're both the same, and I say, well, respectfully, there's a 7th grade girl in Mississippi who was assaulted in her own backyard, forced to give birth because of an abortion ban. Would you say that to her family's face? Because her life would be different right now if Roe v. Wade wasn't overturned. You can go to many different stories specifically around abortion, like Kate Cox, Deborah in Florida was 22 weeks pregnant. And so I think those individual stories, also gun violence, play a big role in showing people that bring back that humanity a little bit, because sometimes on social media or behind a camera, it's hard to imagine. These are real people facing real issues, and you see, like, when Democrats are in office, a lot of those stories flip on their heads. So
I want to back up to something Olivia said a second ago. You said part of mobilization is humanizing both sides, and I've actually had a really similar journey. So I went to my first Trump rally for a video like 14 months ago, and when you go into those, I had only talked to Trump supporters most of the time online, or like in high school, I'd argue with my friends. You think they're all the enemy, you think they're all evil, but you go there and it's just like your aunt or your uncle who's been misled. It's like a sweet lady who's 60 years old, who has the same end goals, a happy family, a healthy life, and we just diverge at some point. So humanizing the other side and having conversations that allow us to reach a middle ground, I think is really, really, really important, because a lot of these people are not evil, they're just misled. They haven't interacted with fact patterns that we've interacted with. I have friends that don't even know what the date January 6th means, and they're otherwise liberal, so it's like, how can we fill this information gap and bridge the divide? I want to ask you, how do you think we live in a post-Trump world? Do you think media literacy classes are necessary? How do we recover from this MAGA era?
It has to be some form of media literacy. And look, I think you made a great point. Like, not everybody on the other side is inherently evil, where someone we have to say, oh, they're this or that. A lot of people have just been misled. They have a completely different set of facts. You go to Fox News, you think, oh, January 6th was peaceful. Oh, Donald Trump's being set up. That's not the reality. When you show people the facts, their minds change. Like, obviously we have the MAGA cult who will always swear by what Donald Trump says, but there are genuinely people I've talked to on the Republican side who, when you present them new evidence, they're like, I haven't thought about it that way before. I think that's a really compelling way to go about it.
Are you telling me that Antifa didn't actually commit January 6th? Is that what you're saying right now?
Isn't that remarkable? I am telling you that.
That's wild to me. That's news to me. So I want to ask you the same question. Before I do you have anything you want to plug for the stream? Since you're speaking tomorrow, this is a DNC speaker. Are you the only Gen Z speaker?
I am not the only Gen Z speaker. There are a few of us.
We'll just say you're the best Gen Z speaker.
I think I'm the only one from... No, I'm not from Texas. Carlos is from Texas, too. Anyways, I am launching my Substack tonight, where I'm going to be writing about what it has been like to be a DNC speaker, the entire process, what it means for me as a young person interested in Texas. So if you feel so inclined, you can go to my Twitter. It's my pinned tweet, Olivia Giuliana's Substack. And if you also feel so inclined to be a paid subscriber, then you'll be helping me pay my college tuition.
Olivia Giuliana, one of the strongest forces that Gen Z has. I want to ask you, how do we live in a post-MAGA era? Harry said media literacy classes. I think that's brilliant. I think we should teach media literacy classes from a young age. Imagine, like, elementary, middle, high school, we have media literacy classes. I don't think the MAGA movement would exist. I'm sorry.
No, I think media literacy classes is a great place to start, but I also think that it starts with Democrats not being afraid to go into Republican spaces. We need more Democrats on Fox News. We need more Democrats going into these Republican events and having these conversations, calling them out on their lies directly. And all of us and Michelle Obama, but when they go low, I do not go high. I meet them there. Because if you're going to lie about the policies that you've passed, if you're going to lie about the things that you've done, then we're going to come, we're going to fact check you, and we're going to tell the American people the truth. Because that's how we got into this circumstances to begin with, is by letting these people stomp on our rights, stomp on our freedoms, and we got to cut it out. And that means not being afraid of them. They are people like us too. They are convicted in their beliefs. They just happen to be wrong sometimes. And it's okay for us to go in there and have those conversations. So, by the way, if anyone sees Charlie Kirk around here at the DNC, let him know I'm looking for him. I'd love to have that conversation.
We've been trying to stream snipe him this entire time. We're watching his live stream, trying to find where he is, but it's just not.
He's here today.
He's over there. Okay. We might have to go check that out. So I want to ask you, Chris, essentially, how do Democrats stop themselves from being on defense? Because Donald Trump is always launching attacks. How do we react to these attacks without being on defense all the time? For example, we recently have launched this weird attack. I'm pretty sure Tim Walz was the one who was at the forefront of that. And this has put Republicans on the defense for like one of the first times. You want to take this away?
Yeah.
And then we'll introduce Aaron.
Okay, yeah. Listen, I think that the reality is, like Olivia said, you have to be willing to hit hard at like Republicans and MAGA. I think they're very good because of how often they lie. They're pathological liars. The media playbook for Republicans, respectfully, is like so much larger. I mean, because they can just say anything. They can lie about anything. Whatever works. And Democrats don't do that. So they're more confined to the truth, which is a good thing. And so I think that if you hit hard and constantly tell the American people, show the true colors, show them that Republicans are lying. The playbook is a lie, and we have to do a better job, like telling Americans to reject a lot of like the media that is broken, like Fox News.
Yep.
You know, because part of the media literacy, that's a part of it, and then adding in that like Democrats need to hit hard at rejecting these false narratives. Like we have to pull Americans away from news networks like Fox News. You cannot watch a news network that was sued for almost $1 billion for defamation. I talk to Republicans about that all the time. They have no idea. They've never even heard of it. There's subpoenaed text messages of Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity, all the people in the court documents of them saying, "Oh yeah, we hate Donald Trump. We know the election's not stolen." Tucker said, "I can't wait to stop talking about him," and nobody knows that. And so you got to take some of those things, really push hard, and show that like we're the side that we're not pathological liars.
Yep.
That's what I got.
Same question to you.
And what was the question?
I forgot. What was the question?
The question was, well, I kind of added.
Oh, how do we stop Republicans from putting us on the defense all the time?
And then I added it.
There's no reason why we should be on the defense, ever. We have the winning policy. President Biden, in the past 4 years with Vice President Kamala Harris, we have invested in infrastructure. We have passed the gun safety bill. We have made the largest investment in fighting climate change. There's no reason for the Democrats to be on the back foot. Look, Republicans are always going to have these weird attacks, and they're going to bring up this or that or bring up this conspiracy. When we focus on the truth and what we've done and what we've accomplished and what the American people care about, it goes a long way. We win elections. So I think can use that to be on the offensive as opposed to playing into their conspiracy theories and being on the defense constantly.
Absolutely. And I really agreed with what Olivia said, I believe. She said we need to have Democrats going into Republican spaces more and showing that we can do that. I think, honestly, we had a problem on the left for a while where we kind of just wanted to, not all of us, but some of us just wanted to isolate ourselves because we thought MAGA Republicans were so stuck in their ways. But I think it is important for our democracy to reach across the aisle, not with Alex Jones. I'm not saying with people like Alex Jones. I'm saying if you can talk to somebody, if you can have Adam Kinzinger talk to a moderate Republican who's kind of leaning MAGA and flip them, that is how democracy functions. And I think that is how we recover from this, by allowing them to revert back to the mean of the Republican Party, hopefully. I want to ask you, have you felt this momentum flip over the past few weeks, and what has it been like for a Gen Z person to be in such a historic time with so much momentum?
Oh my God, I can't even begin to tell you. The momentum shift has been remarkable. You can kind of just like not only see it in the polling, but you can feel it. I mean, just look around us. Look around us and the excitement, the hope in this building. And I know there's a bunch of Democrats in here, but if you go to Kamala Harris rallies, you talk to your friends, family, loved ones, these are people who are real Americans, real voters, and they're feeling it as well. They see that Kamala Harris is offering ideas for the future, and Donald Trump is offering ideas for the past. And you can, it's not just in the data. It's like in the air almost. They
don't want us to say this on camera, but everyone that you see is AI. All AI, yeah. Donald Trump was actually right for once. It's all AI. So how have you felt about the momentum switch?
Same. I think it's been like absolutely surreal and incredible. We've really like broken into the environment that is like not political. You know, like with the fractured media environment, talk about it all the time. TikTok, Twitter, Instagram. A lot of Gen Zers who aren't too passionate about politics are still like engaging themselves in the memes, like being like, "Oh my gosh, this is like really exciting." Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and like Harry said, I mean, you can just feel it everywhere. Like it's hard to talk, you know, to people who are like aren't on social media all day, but you know it. Like you can see it in the algorithm, you can feel it. It's electric. We have like less than 90 days to go, and I'm like fully convinced we're going to crush Donald Trump.
But the thing that we need to emphasize is that no matter how much momentum we have, all that matters is that you show up on November 5th and you vote. There's vote.gov, I believe is the website. Vote.gov. Make sure you're registered. Make sure your friends and family have a ride to the polls. Because I always use this example, and this may make some people mad, but Jamal Bowman, for example, you guys remember that. He has hundreds of thousands of followers on social media. Everybody loves him on social media. But he lost to somebody who had maybe 6,000 followers, and it's because online following or energy doesn't directly translate. So my entire point, to bring it back, is that we need to actually mobilize and make sure that your friends and family show up at the polls, make sure that everybody is voting blue. It shouldn't be that hard to convince them, because Donald Trump is, even friends that are apolitical of mine are like, this guy is weird, this guy is crazy. And the difference between somebody who, I guess I want to ask you, how does the Democratic Party reclaim patriotism or being the party of veterans and the Constitution? Because Republicans claim to be, they want to terminate the Constitution, they ripped Tim Walz for zero reason, and they want to stop the peaceful transfer of power. So how do we reclaim this?
Honestly, I'm going to take a stand here and say we've almost already reclaimed it.
Yep.
I talk to people all the time. You know, like you see a Trump supporter, it's almost stunning that in 2020, looking at where they were with things like the American flag, Colin Kaepernick kneeling for the American flag, and now they have upside down flags, and they're putting a Trump face on it, and they're saying, you know, the DOJ and the system's rigged, the party of law and order. It's events like these, when you're, you know, blasting it through social media, blasting it through real media, that show the American people, like, this is the party of patriotism, not the convicted felon, not the person who tried to overturn an election. And so social media plays a super important part. But I agree. I think that as amazing as this is, it's all got to take all that energy and work hard to convert it into voting.
One little check.
There is a risk if you have so much energy and you don't convert it in the right ways. But yeah, I'd say we already are. I'd say I've talked to a lot of Americans who are like, this is the party. We just got to keep blasting it.
Yeah.
Blast it everywhere.
What about you?
Yeah, I mean, look, I would just say that us three right here, we love America. Yeah. We love this country.
I love it so much.
We love this country. We think America is the greatest country on earth, and we're here because we want to make America better. Now, I think we just have to look at the split screen of the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. Democrats for the past 4 years have been investing in America, building in America, and making the country better. Republicans are wanting to take us back. Donald Trump is stuck in the 1950s. It's like, we're not going back there. We are not going back, as VP Harris says. So we're focused on the future, making a better America. We understand that the country's great. There's more to do, making a better America. The Republicans just keep wanting to go backwards, man.
And to take your comment literally, if you actually look at the split screen of the DNC and the RNC, we had, I think everyone was waving USA flags, and they were saying, like, deport them all, or whatever it was. I want to welcome to the stream Aaron Parnas. Sorry to rope you in like this. How you doing?
Good.
Introduce yourself to the Midas Touch, the Midas Mighty. I'm sure they know you.
How's it going, Midas Mighty? I'm Aaron Parnas.
What's up?
Welcome.
Oh, okay. Can we talk about something that's really, really important to me that I don't think gets enough attention, and that's Donald Trump's fake elector scheme. We talk a lot about January 6th, the date of January 6th. What do you guys think about the idea that if we remove January 6th entirely, it would still count as a coup? You're from Georgia, right?
Yeah, you can tell I'm excited. I'm from Georgia. I go live and debate Trump supporters all the time. I'd say 95% of them have, he tried to, first legally, filing 61 federal lawsuits in court, I believe, and losing 60 of them, exhausted his legal options to overturn the election, and then engaged in trying to overturn the election illegally, and all of them say, January 6th, January 6th. I say, hold on a second. There's a fake electors plot. He sent a group of fake electors to Georgia with a fake document trying to defraud the United States government, multiple different swing states. That's why he's facing a RICO charge. I say, he's in the Oval Office with the Department of Justice trying to force them to sign a letter with their header saying, we believe there's election fraud. Donald Trump said this will help convince the American public that there was election fraud. 2 DOJ officials resigned over that.
And they threatened to resign en masse.
Yes,
That's the crazy part.
It's absurdity that more people don't know that. It is unheard of in American history for a president to be pressuring a DOJ, really in any way, but especially in that way. That's like one of my most passionate
And
subjects.
what's the difference between a president who tries in every single way to entrench his power through extra legal means by a fake elector scheme, January 6th, pressuring different officials, versus somebody who willingly gives up the most powerful position in the world, which is President Biden? He said, I will not run for a second term, and the quote he uses is something to the effect of, I love my party, but I love my country more, is what he says, which I think is really, really powerful. I want to ask you something that we've been talking about. How do you think we mobilize Gen Z voters that are disillusioned otherwise with institutions? People who say, I believe in gay marriage, I believe in equality, climate change, but both sides are the same. You've heard it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to reach voters where they're at, right? And reach young voters where they're at on social media, on Instagram, on TikTok, and directly market towards those people by going to creators and going to individuals who aren't political in nature, right? Lifestyle, family creators who are directly communicating with everyday young people, everyday Americans every single day. So I think that's how you mobilize, especially young voters who are disillusioned. I think they don't want to hear from the regular politicos. They don't want to hear from the politicians, from government. They want to hear from the people that they get their content from every single day.
Absolutely. I 100% agree. We were talking earlier with Olivia Giuliana, one of your good friends, and she was saying part of it is not making sure you don't dehumanize the other side, making sure that they understand. Michael Cohen, my name's Adam Mockler from Midas Touch. We are live on Midas. Hop in. No need to introduce this man.
Nope.
No need to introduce at all. You just arrived at the DNC?
Literally just arrived.
Did you get in Chicago today or yesterday?
Today.
Okay, interesting. So this is your first day. How do you feel the energy, or how does the energy on the ground feel to you right now?
Unbelievable. I mean, look, this isn't my first convention that I've been attending. The energy here is very different. There's so much positivity. I'm on the bus, right? I took the bus over, as opposed to being chauffeured in one of the black Suburbans with the lights going.
Did you get recognized on the bus?
Sure. So between the photos being asked, but the nicer part is people starting to talk about Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. They're not talking about the event. They're not talking about the various things. They're talking about Kamala Harris and they're talking about Tim Walz. And that's what you want when you're running into an election scenario. Everything else is secondary. That is the primary focus. You want to continue to have people talking about the candidates because that's what's going to get people to the ballot in order to vote.
And it's not that just that we're talking about the candidates, it's that we're now talking about a forward-looking, hopeful message, which I don't think we had before. Donald Trump is always using this apocalyptic, regressive rhetoric, talking about immigrants in dehumanizing ways. Meanwhile, we have VP Harris.
Meanwhile, two of his wives are immigrants.
Literally.
Right? I mean, does that make any sense to you?
The man is full of contradictions to the core. How do you feel about... I want to ask you, how do you feel about Donald Trump attacking Democrats, and how do we stop ourselves from being on the defense all the time? I feel like something that Donald Trump is good at, he's not good at much, but he knows how to throw stuff at the wall and put Democrats on the defense. So what strategy can we employ to make sure that...
Look, I have spoken to a slew of individuals at the DNC. I've been a Democrat my whole life. It's a mistake that many people make where they're like, oh, well, you're Republican simply because why? Donald was a Republican? Yes, I switched my party for about a month because I was the vice chair of the RNC Finance Committee. I get it. I've been a Democrat my entire life. Messaging has always been a problem for Democrats. We need to go on the offensive. You need to ensure that the message that you're getting out there to the voter about Donald Trump is it's not just accurate, but it has to be hard-hitting. And it's not that difficult. Just use his own words. I talk about a case that I'm involved in right now. I have a writ of certiorari to the Supreme Court on an unconstitutional remand of me back to prison because I refused to waive my First Amendment constitutional right. A lot of people don't know that. How could you not know that I am the first political prisoner held by this country, by my own country, because I refused to waive my First Amendment right? That is the most unconstitutional thing that a president or his administration can do, and as a result, that should be talked about. That, to me, is the real disqualifier for any president.
And you knew Donald Trump well. If you don't want to talk about this,
better than anyone,
you don't have to. If you don't want to talk about this, you don't have to. But when you talk to him in person, does his ego drip through in a similar way as when he's giving speeches?
No, it's different because when you speak to Donald and you're an employee, it's basically to resolve a task. Now, my relationship with him was a little bit different. It was further than just the tasks. We had a personal relationship as well, but you always knew his ego. You knew his ego before you even stepped into the room. You knew his ego before you accepted the job. So,
is it true that he generally just says what the last person told him?
Yeah, it's literally the last person. It's always been a statement. The last person who speaks to him controls the brain.
That's what I'm thinking. Remember on stage when he was asked about J.D. Vance and he was like, it doesn't really have any effect. I'm pretty sure his advisors told him that right before. Like, hey, the VP pick doesn't have any effect. And he just spit that out, not realizing the optics of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's as stupid can be, right?
And again, you don't have to talk about this if you don't want to, but was there pressure on you before the Manhattan trial?
There's been pressure on me for 6 years now, since the time that the FBI raided my hotel, my home.
So you felt it? You felt the pressure?
Sure I did. How could you not? I still feel it to this day.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, so we're here at the DNC, though. You're surrounded by people who are your friends.
There you go.
There you go. You're surrounded in your home base. See, we've been to a lot of MAGA rallies, and the difference could not be more stark. We go to these Trump rallies, and, the people are nice, but talking to people here, it's a different experience. So can you talk to people in my generation, somebody who's 21 years old and who may be disillusioned
with
21 years old.
You're a youngin.
Yeah, I'm a youngin. People who may be disillusioned with our institutions and don't want to vote this election cycle, and they think both sides are the same. I have friends like this. We argue all the time. They say, I believe in climate change. I believe in marriage equality, but both sides are the same. How do you rebuke that as somebody who knows Donald Trump?
There is no comparison between the two parties. So I would say this to the Gen Zers out there. You're a lot smarter than we are as a group. Much, much smarter. Look, I have a daughter who's 28 and a son who's 25. They are hands down smarter than my wife and I by a multiple. You have to understand, climate change is going to affect our lives no matter what. If you care about climate change, then you have to vote for Kamala Harris. If you care about a woman's reproductive rights, if you care about the Constitution, if you care about our democratic republic, how could you vote for somebody that has said repeatedly that He wants to rewrite the Constitution on day one. Could you imagine this dumbass trying to write the Constitution? Imagine, as smart as you are, imagine if I said to you, write the Constitution right now, and you've studied it. Could you write the Constitution? I couldn't, and I'm a lawyer, and I know the Constitution. I could not write it or try to enhance it. I just don't have that ability. Believe me, neither does he. He'll have to pull out his Crayola crayons, right, and start writing on the back of his stolen document.
It would be written like his tweets, like all caps, and then typos, and then all caps, and then he'll refer to himself in third person. It would be wild.
It would be, but he turns around and he understands how to destroy something. Not how to build it, but how to destroy it. He wants to rewrite the Constitution. He wants to destroy our tripartite system of government. He wants to confer all power to the executive branch, strip the legislative and the judiciary of their co-equal power, right, conferred, and then only to himself, which basically makes him into what? A king, a monarch, a ruler, the Führer, a supreme leader? Who wants that? That's not what America was founded. That's not America's future. That's not our ideals.
Not at all. And I want to build on your message to Gen Z, because someday we'll take over these institutions that right now some people are disillusioned with. And if we want these institutions to be functioning, if we want to be able to pass climate change legislation, gun reform, education reform, we need to have functioning institutions. And if Donald Trump wins this election, we won't have functioning institutions.
See, the difference too is Donald is full of shit across the board. He's full of shit. Number one, Donald Trump does not care for guns.
Yep.
He's not NRA. He never was. Don Jr. and Eric were always NRA. He's never been NRA. All of a sudden, he found himself a group of individuals that listen to his message. And as a direct result, what ends up happening? He then becomes an NRA guy. He becomes a pro-gun guy. Anybody that thinks that it makes any sense to have a bump stock where you could take a semi-automatic weapon and turn it into a fully automatic weapon is an idiot. And there's no other way to describe it. This is not what we want in this country. The Constitution did not call, even though it's Second Amendment right to bear arms, it's not what they were called. They're not talking about AR-15s and weapons of mass destruction that belong only on a battlefield.
The one that really gets me is when Donald Trump says that people who burn a flag should lose their citizenship, which I probably wouldn't burn a flag, but that is one of our First Amendment rights. So we can do that. Donald Trump doesn't have a fundamental understanding of the Constitution that he claims to uphold. The Midas Mighty, you are watching Michael Cohen and Adam Mockler on the blue carpet in Chicago at the 2024 DNC. Can I ask you, Michael, who are you most excited to see speak this week?
All of them. I mean, this is such a contrast between the RNC, where you had Hulk Hogan ripping off his shirt, you had Chris Rock, Kid Rock. No, sorry, Chris. Hey, I know Chris. He's going to get pissed. Kid Rock, where he's going to turn around and he's jumping all over the stage, or Amber Rose. I mean, that was more of a shit show. It was more of a production like a WWE event, as opposed to what you see here. You see politicians talking about policies that matter, and that don't just matter to Gen Z, but matter to all Americans. And that's what you're finding right now. You're finding conversations where it's inclusive as opposed to divisive. Even the RNC message was divisive, but that's Donald. That's Donald. If he can't beat them one way, he's going to get them the other way.
Is it really a political convention if Kid Rock isn't there, though? I feel like you need...
By the way, Kid Rock's there. I mean, welcome to The Apprentice, or, the Celebrity Apprentice. Failures.
I have a few final questions for you. Something that I'm really passionate about, that I think is really important, that isn't talked about enough, is Donald Trump's fake elector scheme. Now, we talk a lot about January 6th because just the visuals of it are terrible, but there's also...
What's up, Brian? No, tell me.
There's also the fake elector scheme, where Donald Trump tried to entrench his power by pressuring Mike Pence into choosing fake slates of electors. Can you explain the threat of that? How much that hurts the fabric of our democracy?
Not the same as it was when Trump was president. Mm-hmm. So imagine now Donald Trump calls up Brad Raffensperger and says, find me 11,780 votes. What would if I was Brad Raffensperger, what would I say?
Hell no.
I'd tell him to go fuck himself. Right? What do you want? Right? Why are you calling me? Piss off. He doesn't have any power. And that's the beauty. So all of this nonsense about the fake electors, Donald's going to do this, he's going to do that, he's going to do nothing because he has no power.
He has no power, and that's
Zero.
all he desperately wants is to be a king. And now we have the Supreme Court helping him speedrun and do Project 2025. Project 2025 embraces this maximalist version of unitary executive theory that says Donald Trump could stuff the government, the federal government, with tons of employees through a Schedule F executive order, and in the process, he would become a king. And the scary part is the Supreme Court is almost helping him in that process.
And the Supreme Court is stupid in this, very much like the mega billionaires that are helping him. Donald cares for no one or anything other than himself. So these mega billionaires that are giving him all this money, what do you think he's going to do? He's going to pull a Mohammed bin Salman on them, or he's going to pull a Vladimir Putin. He's going to say, how much money, Elon, are you worth? 300 billion? I don't think so. How about you're worth $299? I want you to send it to my personal account. That's what he's going to do, and they're too stupid to see. The greed in Donald Trump, the grift in Trump is boundless. End of story. Supreme Court, the more that they keep protecting him, the more they're jeopardizing their own positions. Why? Because Donald Trump has said himself about rewriting the Constitution, stripping the tripartite system. There will be no judiciary. You don't need a Supreme Court under Donald Trump. He is the start, the middle, and the finish. He's the judge, the jury, and the executioner all in one.
It's absurd to me, and this brilliant man...
Nothing for nothing. I called this back in 20 when I testified before the House Oversight Committee, and I told you that if Donald Trump loses the election, my biggest fear is that there will never be a peaceful transfer of power. I said it. I got from the media attacks like you can't even imagine. Oh, you're crazy. You're hyperbolic. You just have a hatred for Donald. I know him better than anyone. I know him better than all these people that are there. I truly know him better than almost his own family. And I'm telling you, I called it 2 years in advance, the same way I'm telling you. If, God forbid, a million times that he wins this election, our Democratic Republic is finished.
Absolutely. And I want to point out the difference between the DNC and the RNC. So if you guys saw that picture, the DNC, they're holding up signs that say USA. At the RNC, they were saying deport them all. The difference between these two parties could not be more stark, and it just blows my mind that people cannot see it, right?
Yeah, when you talk to take away their homes, they can take away their property. What do you think's going to happen?
Violence.
It's
Midas Mighty, if you guys are enjoying this, this is an exclusive coverage only seen on Midas Touch. And then I want to also ask you, finally, have you felt the on-the-ground momentum shift over the past few weeks? Since we're currently on the ground at the DNC, how does momentum feel here, and how does it feel compared to about a month ago when we were all a little bit depressed?
It's a complete 180. I mean, Donald Trump having momentum all of a sudden. Country over and he stepped back and he said what I thought was one of the kindest and sweetest things anybody can say, which is, I want to turn over power, right, to the next generation. I want to turn the levers to the next generation. And that, again, show you the difference between the personality of a Joe Biden, the personality of Trump.
You just watched Michael Cohen and Adam Mockler live on the blue carpet. That was a great conversation. Thank you, and let's meet back up. Let's do it. Show them the media we have around us. Exclusive. We have hundreds of people. Michael Cohen pulls eyes. That was Michael Cohen live on the blue carpet. He just touched down at the DNC, and we got the first exclusive interview. We have, look at that, we have 30 people chasing Michael Cohen for an interview. Even Pete Buttigieg doesn't have this many people following him around. This is amazing. Cool, cool. Did we get most of that?
Yeah, we went down for maybe 30 seconds twice.
But then, other than that, good? Cool. Sorry guys if there were any technical difficulties. We're running this all live on the blue carpet. We are running a experimental rig, so we are just making sure that everything is good. If it turns black for 1 second, you want to hop on stream for a second? We are live on Midas Touch with Kyla. Oh, Michael Cohen over there?
Should I tell your viewers what I witnessed from behind the scenes?
Yeah, if it's appropriate.
Yeah, so what you guys missed, what you guys didn't see on the camera is Adam was surrounded by people, and he was the only interviewee. Were you the only one that got to talk to him the whole time?
Yeah, they all just chased him away.
I know they did. I know, and they were like, "Can I have even just 1 minute of your time?" That was how did you land that?
Because he's really good friends with Midas Touch. He's really good friends with the owners of Midas. Great man, great man. So, introduce yourself to the stream. Who are you and what do you do?
Do you want my streamer name or my real name?
Real name.
My name is Kyla Turner. I run a podcast with the infamous Destiny called Bridges Podcast, and I do some of my own YouTubing, but pretty small time.
You work at Progressive Victory, helping mobilize voters. Talk to us about how we can mobilize voters heading into the 2024 election, because we have about 80 days to go. And my worry, I've used this example a few times, but I'm worried that the momentum on the ground and on the internet, I want it to translate into the polls effectively. I use this example all the time, but Jamal Bowman has hundreds of thousands of followers, and he lost his election to somebody with a fraction of the followers he has, which proves that social media following doesn't convert directly to votes. So as somebody who helps organize canvassing operations, can you explain why it's so important to be active and to get out the vote?
Well, I think Jamal Bowman's a really good example of how social media prowess is important for getting eyes on you, but it doesn't translate to votes because your followers can be from all across the country, and you need your district voters to turn out for you, right? I think Jamal Bowman only had about an 8% support amongst his people as far as donors, whereas his opponent had 50% of his funding coming right locally from his district. And so I think a lot of people, when social media can be really intimidating because it makes the world really, really, really small, and it makes you feel like a vapor. But the reality is that at the end of the day, what matters is typically 1 or 2 votes, 300 to 400 votes. Entire elections have been swapped because of 500 votes in swing states. And so I think remembering that your local and state level politics is what matters. Did I answer your question? Or
you answered it perfectly. No, that was great. That was great. And it's just incredibly important that you visit websites like vote.gov, that you make sure your friends and family are registered, and they have a ride to the polling station on November 5th. There's so many ways our voice can be heard in America, and that's what's so beautiful about this country. It doesn't have to be perfect, but in America, we can debate, we can canvass, we can door knock, we can phone bank, we can do all of this freely, and I think that is a beautiful thing. How do you feel about the on-the-ground momentum shift ever since VP Harris has taken over?
Yeah, I mean, getting people mobilized for Harris is easy. It's easy potatoes. She's just brought about this new energy. I don't think anyone expected it. I think a lot of people were very nervous about her being the replacement for an incumbent presidential seat. And she's not just killed it, she's landslided it. There's just a lot of local, there's a lot of young voters that are really interested in her. I feel like she's turning the attention back towards, and people feel like a spark of hope for the Democrats that I feel like it's been missing pre-Hillary, where there's just, it's not just Whereas Biden, I think, in large part, there was a lot of support for him because he was kind of the antithesis of Trump. He offered stability. I think people are turning out for Kamala because of who Kamala is, not just to be anti-Trump, which I think is really important that Democrats capture their own kind of like radiance rather than just being opposite of the other thing, which I think Kamala does really well.
Great answer. Now, where can people find you, Kyla?
You know what? You can find me at Not So Erudite, or more importantly, if you're interested in ground level local politics, check out Progressive Victory. We organize canvassing, and we'll be in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania this year.
Progressive Victory is holding canvassing operations in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. I believe I will be canvassing with you guys in Wisconsin. If you guys want to meet me in Wisconsin, we'll be canvassing, door knocking, and registering voters. Thank you so much, Kyla. Let's go do a lap. How's everything going? Cool. Let's see who we can find at the DNC. Who is this over here? Earlier we saw Jordan Klepper. He was surrounded by people. We've seen a few politicians and surrogates that are surrounded by media. Thank you so much. This is an on-the-ground exclusive view of the DNC. You won't find this at any other channel. We are showing you what it's like inside the United Center as people get ready for day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. We're walking around talking to politicians, talking to surrogates. It's going to be great. And the energy shift has just been mind-blowing. I think I truly underestimated how much a new candidate would shift the energy. I was riding with Biden 100% fully, but ever since the flip, I'm really convinced that this was the right move, that this new momentum is going to take us to a victory in November. Let's see if we can pull someone aside to interview. What's this guy up to? Interesting hat right there. Currently in the United Center. You want to talk to us about Kamala Harris, sir? It's all good. Part of the game. Yesterday we had some amazing interviews with some politicians that are somewhat unknown, which is nice. It's nice to introduce politicians that are just local. I do. Sorry, 1 second. It's nice to introduce local politicians or give them a platform where they're able to speak about their local politics. Because a lot of times we get caught up in national politics, which is important, but at the same time, these local... You want to talk to us about Kamala Harris, sir?
No.
I need to start leading with Midas Touch, right? Midas Touch, let's talk about Kamala Harris. Because Midas Touch, people respect the name Midas Touch, trust me. Let's see how it works when we do it here. Let's see if we have a higher success rate. Sorry, 1 second. We've got a lot of media, a lot of creators. See, the interesting thing about the 2024 DNC is that they have created an amazing space for creators. Excuse me. To be able to make content, to be able to talk to politicians. Excuse me, sir. Let's see if we can find a Kamala Harris supporter to talk to. Excuse me about that. Sorry. The Harris wall screen at the DNC 2024 in the United Center. It is a really, really cool setup in here. Let's see if we can pull some people aside and interview them on Kamala Harris. Do you want to talk to Midas Touch about Kamala Harris?
I don't. Thank you. I'm sorry.
He doesn't want to. That's okay. We're going to get some good interviews for you guys. It seems like everybody's in a rush. Do you want to talk to Midas Touch about Kamala Harris?
Sure.
Let's do it real quick. Digital media company Midas Touch.
All right, cool.
Let's talk about your support for VP Harris. First of all, introduce yourself to the stream. We're live.
Hey, how you doing? My name's Yves Zamar, and I'm here as a super volunteer for the party.
You're a volunteer. So what made you volunteer for the Democratic Party?
Well, I mean, I've been part of the party, and I've been supporting the candidates. I believe in the mission, and I mean, I think there's no greater party. We're coalescing everybody together from every demographic, every gender, every race, every ideology within the spectrum, and it was just trying to move the country forward. So.
And VP Harris has successfully built this coalition so quickly. In a record time, she has built a coalition of an insane amount of groups. What issues are most important to you when you think about this upcoming election?
I really have to think about just home ownership and just food to table issues, because those are the issues that impact everybody. And those are the issues that are really have identified with VP Harris and why working class people, everyday people have identified with her, because she has the same background and experience as many of these people.
Absolutely. I think when I think about this election cycle, the broad issues are democracy, climate change, abortion, women's rights. All of these things that are putting our country at stake are on the ballot. And what would be your message to somebody my age? I'm 21 years old. So if you could talk to if you had a direct line to 21-year-olds who don't want to vote this election for whatever reason, how do you explain to them the stakes?
I really don't even go to tell people about what the stakes are. But when I talk to a 21-year-old, you have to, I think a lot of times you find a candidate that you'll identify with, and much like that, you have a young Kamala Harris who's just talking about she was working at Howard University at McDonald's and finding her way and finding her passion. Nowadays, that might not necessarily look like McDonald's. You might be an influencer, you might be building a brand. There's many different things, but it just shows you and instills you that well-to-do of like, hey, I don't have to come from this background to succeed, so there's a reason you should believe in this person. Because they have this background that you can identify with, and you know that this person takes your issues into account as they legislate.
Exactly, and what's the difference between the ticket where the top candidate worked at McDonald's and the other candidate worked as a teacher, as a football coach? What's the difference between that ticket and the ticket of someone who was rich their entire lives, fed a silver spoon, inherited hundreds of millions of dollars, and then their VP nominee, J.D. Vance, went to an elite university and now rails against those same elite universities that he built his career off of the back of. So what's the difference between somebody like Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, somebody who knows what the working class life is like, versus somebody who will flip just like that to get ahead? Thank you for talking to us. I appreciate this. And if you want to see the live stream, take this card.
All right, man.
Great chat. Let's keep going. You're good. Let's wrap back around to the blue carpet real fast. Is Ben there? Ben's at the blue carpet? Okay. We're heading back over here to talk to some more people. As you can see, the DNC is slowly getting more and more packed. The convention center is filling up as the speeches are about to begin. Last night, really interesting moment, a behind-the-scenes moment. VP Harris took the stage for just a few minutes, and during that, the entire convention center basically began to run to try to get a seat. So my camera and I were sprinting up the stairs, trying to get a seat to see VP Harris. We both fell, but either way, VP Harris can make an entire convention center run to go see her. Meanwhile, Donald Trump can't even fill up Donald Trump can't even fill up a single stadium. Also, they keep claiming that the crowd sizes or the crowds are AI at VP Harris's rallies. I don't even know if that's possible. What kind of AI do Republicans think that Democrats have? Because you can't do that yet. You want to talk to Midas Touch about Kamala Harris? At least they're nice. Sorry, sir. You're good. Yesterday, we talked to some really cool local politicians, a delegate from Virginia, I believe, a delegate from Oklahoma, and all of them just have such unique perspectives on local politics that you won't usually get. See, I think that somebody like, for example, when Pete Buttigieg goes on Fox News, that is the most important thing that can happen. Liberals going into conservative spaces is super important, but when I see these local politicians, the way that they are able to maneuver around in their own districts is so nice. And I think it proves that the model of democracy works. That you can have people on a local level. Sorry, one second. Back on the blue carpet, live from the DNC 2024. We talked to Michael Cohen for a bit. We talked to some Gen Z people, Olivia Giuliana. We are going to flip to a
never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him.
Standing strong against the fascists, we sing our song. We will get it right whenever they go wrong. The Midas mighty standing strong. We're here to fight the good fight and set the record straight. There's no two sides to treason. There's no two sides to hate. We will look for the silver lining in the darkest clouds. But remember, truth is golden. So come on and sing it loud. The Midas mighty standing strong. Against the fascists, we sing our song. We will get it right whenever they go wrong. The Midas mighty standing strong. The radicals won't stand a chance. We'll just shout it down. Inspire a generation to rise up and vote them out. We will look for the silver lining in the darkest clouds. But remember, truth is golden. So come on and sing it loud. The Midas mighty standing strong. Standing strong. We will get it right whenever they go wrong. The Midas mighty standing strong. The Midas mighty standing strong. The Midas mighty standing strong.
Okay, I'm about to go live, so let's just have a casual conversation. When did you get into Chicago?
We got in Friday night, so that we
nice.
could relax and actually do a little sightseeing and get unpacked.
What state did you come in from?
We came in from Kansas.
Nice. How was your flight?
It was great. 1 hour quick, up and down, no turbulence. Awesome.
You like Chicago? Isn't it beautiful?
Oh my God, I love Chicago. It's gorgeous.
The skyline at night is so nice.
We did the architectural tour. Buildings are built like art. I love it.
Check out Navy Pier. At Navy Pier at night, you can see, number one, they do fireworks on Saturdays, but number two, the skyline is so beautiful. It's so beautiful at Navy Pier.
It is incredible. I've actually seen the fireworks, one from my hotel room, and then we went and saw them live.
So we are live right now on Midas Touch. Who am I here with?
You are here with Gina Rebats. I'm the proud chair of the Kansas Democratic Party.
And Gina, can you explain why you're in such a unique position?
Because I'm the first ever black woman to hold this position. Right now in America, we don't have a single black woman as a governor. We only have one black woman senator, and she was appointed and will not retain that seat after November. There are 7 black women who are all the first ever to chair our state parties as Democrats.
Yeah, and I think representation is incredibly important. I have a personal anecdote. If I know somebody who, say, grew up in a household that wasn't very accepting, but when they see that representation on a Netflix show that Republicans like to rail against, it means a lot to them, and it shows them, number one, it's okay to be yourself, but number two, you can reach these heights. So what does representation mean to you?
Representation means to me that the little black girls that I meet when I'm out campaigning and stumping believe that they can be a part of this country. I believe in this country. It's our responsibility. We all have something to add. But when you don't see someone who looks like you, when I was 5, my kindergarten teacher told me black women can't be president. She actually said black people can't be president. So for me to see someone who's going to aspire to that, and I believe is going to do it, I think I'm doing the same thing when little black girls see me as the state chair leading our party.
That is amazing. Do you think your teacher lived to see the Obama presidency?
I hope she did.
That would be great.
I almost said I hope she didn't, but I hope she did.
Chill. So I do want to ask you, the energy on the ground is palpable. Can you explain the momentum shift that you felt in America, and especially because you are a black woman yourself, and we now have a nominee? It's so exciting. So just explain to me what this means to you.
It was an instant switch. I was dragging my party and telling them we were going to get across the finish line, stay there, we'll be great. I was cheerleading, and then all of a sudden, everyone was cheerleading. All of a sudden, everyone was screaming and yelling and telling us we could do it. So it was an instant switch. We're all happy.
Instant switch. And you're from Kansas.
I am.
Can you explain to me what's at stake for women in Kansas, women of color in Kansas, if Donald Trump wins? And you guys are a red state either way, but if we're able to someday inch towards a more progressive Kansas, what could that look like?
Well, I will say it's about Kansas. We were the first state to vote after the Dobbs decision to enshrine abortion protection for women.
I was wrong.
Red state Kansas. We led the country. As a matter of fact, every time you hear people talk about referendums, they say if it can win in Kansas, it can win anywhere. So there is a streak in Kansas that says we want freedom. But if Donald Trump becomes president, he can change those laws for everyone. So we need to make sure that and by the way, black women die disproportionately high numbers in childbirth. Abortion is a life issue for black women.
And Donald Trump's entire goal is to strip rights away from people, but minority groups will be affected the most. So when it comes to women of color, they are affected by climate change disproportionately. They're affected by abortion or not having access to abortion disproportionately. Donald Trump wants to strip rights away from anybody. Honestly, even Project 2025 would strip rights away from white people because they want to strip health care away. It is absolutely disgusting. What would be your message to a black American who is disillusioned with our institutions? So if we talk about, like, from my point of view, I'm 21 years old, and when I talk to people who are my age, they say, I believe in climate change. I think we should have more health care, but I just think both sides are the same, so I don't want to vote. How would you go about explaining to a black American both sides are not the same?
I actually had this conversation with my hairstylist before I came to the convention, and she said, oh, they're the same, they're both bad. I took the time to educate her on what was at stake.
What were your arguments?
The arguments, she thought that everyone was the same, all politicians are corrupt, and nobody cared. And what I educated her on was what Donald Trump was going to do to women, to black people, to people like her who are small business owners, that tax breaks are going to go to the wealthiest Americans, that a trickle-down economic system is what was breaking her back. And I had to explain to her that her vote matters. I think we have to tell people they're a part of this. People think someone else is going to do it. Can I leave you with an anecdote real quick?
Yeah.
I'm the daughter of a civil rights activist, and my mom would say to my brothers and I, you guys are too comfortable. So I asked her one day, I said, Mom, wasn't that what the civil rights was about, so your black children and grandchildren would be comfortable? And she said, absolutely not. Don't you dare get comfortable. This country is yours. You have to take care of it. And here, I'm going to leave it the visual. Getting comfortable is like coasting, and the physics of coasting is you can never coast up. If If you're going to make progress, you got to put energy into it. And if you're coasting, you're lucky if you come to a standstill. And if a force acts on you, you can go backwards. If we allow Donald Trump to get back in that White House, we are going to go backwards. A loss of rights for one or a loss of rights for all. Let me say this to young people. All the things that you take as your rights can be stripped away with the stroke of a pen. I need you. We need you. We need young people. We need young people. We are counting on you. So please get out and vote. Please get involved and do your research.
Was your hairstylist left speechless after that? Did you just shut her down?
I did. As a matter of fact, I said I'm going to come back and make sure you're registered to vote.
And where can people find you?
People can find me at kansasdems.org, or I'm also on all the social medias at Gina Repass.
kansasdems.org or at Gina Repass on all social medias. Thank you. Please keep changing the minds of hairstylists, because it's one at a time. It's one at a time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we'll chat soon.
Thank you.
See you around. Got some amazing personalities, some amazing interviews on the Midas Touch channel. This is exclusive. Thank you guys for being here for this. The DNC 2024, the energy on the ground is next level. We're good, we're good.
Oh.
It's all good. We're bridging to the next interview. We've got another politician coming up soon, but it's going to take a second. They're currently doing there's currently a politician right over there doing some interviews. We're going to pull her on stream in just 1 second. We're at the blue carpet at the DNC. Who is speaking today? Let's see. The speeches today that we have ahead of us. Let me read this for you guys. I have it pulled up. My Safari. Here's what to expect from day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. We're currently at the United Center for day 2. Brief remarks, or the kickoff day, featured brief remarks from Kamala Harris. Again, like I said, when Kamala Harris started speaking, nobody was expecting it, and everybody ran on stage, or ran to go see her. We currently have somebody joining us on stream right now, a very good friend of mine, somebody that I've become very close with over the past few months. We are joined by Marcus Flowers. How are you doing?
Adam? How's everything going, brother?
Going well. How are you doing at day 2 of the DNC?
Man, let me tell you, I'm still stoked from yesterday. That excitement that was on the floor yesterday, I've never seen anything like it. You know, it's amazing how this race has just turned around and how things are looking. Dems are stoked and they're pumping up, and you can feel it on the floor in the DNC right now. So,
you could also feel it. So you know how VP Harris made a surprise appearance?
Yeah.
We were behind the scenes over here. Everybody started sprinting. Everybody was sprinting up the stairs, sprinting to get a seat. Donald Trump could not mobilize people like that. Donald Trump can't even fill a stadium. And it's interesting. All these people who he says are AI are sprinting up the stairs. So let me ask you, how do you feel about, how do Democrats stop from being put, let me rephrase that. How do Democrats stop themselves from being put on the defense when Donald Trump attacks? Because something that Donald Trump is good at is just throwing stuff at the wall, attacking. And I think something that, let's say, Hillary Clinton's campaign did was always defend. But now we see Kamala Harris unshaken. She's not on defense. In fact, she's on offense, saying that they are weird. So how do you think Democrats can circumvent being put on defense by Donald Trump?
well, look, there's an old saying in politics, if you're explaining, you're losing. We don't have to explain anything. The choice is clear. We know Donald Trump's track record. All he does is lies. You know, the attacks against Tim Walz and Kamala, they're not going to stick. We're going to run our race. We're going to do what we know. We're going to continue fighting for democracy. You got a felon and you got a prosecutor running for president. That's not a choice, in my opinion. Democracy or not democracy. What do you want? So we don't need to explain anything. Trump can do whatever he wants to do. We're going to take this thing.
All you have to do is put the two candidates side by side, and it becomes incredibly obvious which candidate is better. I always say this, but if you sat down Donald Trump and Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, and you quiz them both on Israel-Palestine, or you quiz them on Ukraine and Russia, Kamala Harris, or even 110-year-old President Biden would run circles around Donald Trump because Donald Trump genuinely doesn't have the political knowledge. And I think people need to understand that. How can we explain to Americans, people on the other side of the aisle who are good people, that Donald Trump is a threat to our democracy, that the fake elector scheme, January 6th, these things are antithetical to what America stands for? How do we explain that to somebody who thinks they're a patriot?
Well, I think it starts with a lot of the things that you're doing. One of the things that I do as well is we meet people where they are. We sit down, we have those tough conversations. We talk about the things that matter to us all, the values that we share as Americans. Get all the noise that Donald Trump is talking about, because all he's talking about is revenge and how he lost and the election was stolen. That's not putting food on people's tables. That's not putting roofs on over people's heads. That's not lowering the cost of rent. That's not lowering the cost of a new home. Donald Trump doesn't know anything about policy. That's not helping in Gaza and Israel. None of what he's doing is helping move the needle further. And that's what we need to keep looking at and focusing on. And we have those conversations with people, with an administration that's working hard to get a ceasefire in Israel, lower the cost of prescription drugs, lower the cost of rent, and put money back in people's pockets.
And which congressional district do you reside?
I resign right now, as the map is currently drawn, in Georgia's 3rd congressional district.
3rd or 13th?
3rd.
Georgia's 3rd congressional district. And you debated Marjorie Taylor Greene, sorry to say her name, sorry if you get flashbacks.
She should not be mentioned right now, so we're having too much fun here to talk about.
You absolutely rolled her, and you are the perfect example of how you take down the Republican BS. Marjorie Taylor Greene's entire tactic throughout the debate, I watched it, was to throw stuff at the wall, throw lies at the wall, and this kind of goes back to what we were saying. You didn't let it affect you. You didn't go on the defense. You kept staying strong, which is absolutely great. Can I ask you, if you had a direct line to millions of 21-year-olds, people that were my age, how would you convince them to vote? What would be your elevator pitch? Because a lot of my friends say both sides are the same.
Well, again, at the end of the day, both sides aren't the same. You guys are 21, 22, 23-year-olds, Gen Z. You know what you want for your future. Listen to what the candidates are saying. Who's talking about things that are going to help you in the future, that are going to help you be able to buy a home like your parents did, and are going to help you have a job and stability going forward? And then look at what the other side is talking about. Are they talking about anything that affects your life, that affects your future? No, you're getting revenge and culture wars from that side. You guys are smart, and I love you, but look at our party and look at what we're trying to accomplish.
You're a veteran. How many years did you serve?
9 years in the Army, another 14 years in Defense and Department of State, and a contractor with DOD.
First of all, thank you for your service. Thank you for everything you've done for our country. I really appreciate your voice. Also, how do you feel about Donald Trump's constant attacks? Number one, he made that weird Medal of Honor comment. Cover that.
I mean, it's disgusting. I was at an event today with veterans, and we had a conversation about that, and it got pretty heated. Veterans are not suckers and losers because they swore an oath to the Constitution, something bigger than themselves, fighting for freedom in our country so that you can have a choice. You hear all the time, Republicans will say, or MAGA will say, we want smaller government. Well, if you want smaller government, you should stay out of women's health care. You should stay out of throwing away abortion and get out of people's pockets with giving tax cuts to billionaires and not helping the middle class. You're asking for huge government, in my opinion. So if you want smaller government, we're working on the things that actually matter to you. Republicans are just they're talking the talk, but they're not walking the walk, as Vice President Harris said so eloquently last night.
And what's your message to black Americans that may be affected by Project 2025 or Donald Trump's apocalyptic policies? Because I'll let you answer.
Project 2025.
Let's hear about it.
Just to sum it up, it's anti-freedom. It's anti-your rights that you have. It's anti-democracy. If you look at it, what they're trying to do is implement a dictator. That's what they're trying to do. And we don't want that. As black people, how do you think that's going to affect us? I'd say really just take a look at it and look at who's really looking after your best interests. And that's our party. And that's what we're here to celebrate tonight.
Absolutely. Marcus Flowers, where can people find you, sir?
So right now I'm running a PAC. It's called Hold the Line. So if you go to www.holdtheline, all spelled out, one word, holdtheline.org, you can look up our PAC, help us out. We're helping Democrats up and down the ballot this year. Give us some help. We need to flip the House, we need to keep the Senate, and we need to get work done in the next election.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the chat. I appreciate that. God bless you, and I'll see you around. Let's do it again. That was Marcus Flowers, one of my favorite people. We've gotten really close over the past few months. A great man, served our country. An amazing man, an amazing man. We are live from the blue carpet at the DNC 2024. We have another interview lined up. Give me 1 second. rush, but we're ready for You Are on Midas, but no rush. Sorry, just grabbing the politician. Small team, so we're doing it all live. I'd like to welcome Anderson Clayton. How you doing?
Hey, good to meet you.
Describe who you are to the stream and where you're from.
My name is Anderson Clayton. I'm the state party chair in the great state of North Carolina, and I'm from Roxborough, which is a small town in Person County.
And what's so unique about you being the county chair in North Carolina? What's unique about you?
I'm the youngest state party chair in the country, so I'm the only 26-year-old that we have serving in a role like this right now, but I'm hopefully not the last and not the youngest in the next year.
Gen Z is representing at the DNC. We have some of the highest, some of the best Gen Z people here. I want to ask you, there's been a lot of momentum in North Carolina over the past few weeks, ever since VP Harris entered the race. Have you felt that momentum on the ground in North Carolina, and how can we ride this to Election Day?
Yeah, well, I'll be honest with y'all. We felt it even before the switch up, and I think that's important to note because North Carolina has been facing a Republican oppression for the last 13 years in our General Assembly. They've been taking away public school money from our public schools, a state that built public education in the South and in this country, honestly. North Carolina's backbone is public education, and we've had Republicans in our state legislature ripping that away. We've also had an abortion ban that happened last year in our state legislature, and so I really feel like people were mobilized. What I will say, we had 10,000 new volunteers sign up after Kamala Harris became our nominee, and so I think the ground is feeling it more so than ever, especially for the top of the ticket, and to really get the momentum that we need to keep it rolling towards November.
Do you know where people can sign up to volunteer? Do you have the website?
My God, do I ever, Adam. ncdp.org is where you can go. We're also hiring, though, young people to work on college campuses this year because we believe that young people need to be organizing young folks. And
Say it one more time slower.
ncdp.org.
ncdp.org. Good.
No, thank you, Adam. I'm a little bit too. I'm practicing for the roll call later. I've got 30 seconds to do it. So
You're good. I just want to make sure that people are able to get it. So, how would you talk to somebody in our generation? You're 26 years old. We're both Gen Z. And I think it's really unique to talk to a young Gen Z woman who is living in a state where your rights are genuinely on the ballot in November. How would you talk to let's say a 22-year-old who is pro-choice, believes in climate change, but thinks that both sides are the same? These people exist.
I would say look at what party right now is stripping away those rights. And for a lot of young folks, especially because of silos of news and everything that you're not hearing right now, a lot of young folks just do not know, honestly. And so a lot of times us on college campuses, we got over 600 commit to vote cards this last weekend from college campuses alone from Welcome Weekend of young people that see that. They see that abortion rights are on the line. They see that climate justice is on the line. They see that workers' rights in North Carolina is on the line. Like $7.25 minimum wage is at the federal level and the state level right now. Most young people are working service level jobs. And so I think it's about talking to them, not just about one issue. Young people are not monoliths. They are people that have every issue on the ballot too.
And can I point out the difference between Donald Trump and VP Harris? Donald Trump genuinely has zero policy prescriptions, zero ways. All he does is point out fake problems. He fearmongers. VP Harris just the other day announced a new plan to build 3 million new homes by incentivizing people to build homes for first-time home owners, correct? How do you feel about this plan? Have you read into it?
I have. I'll be honest with you, because I'm not at the homeowner stage of my life yet. I'm at the renter stage of my life. I like the part of her plan the most where she's like, I want to take on the fact that rent caps and actually making it so that local municipalities can do what they need to do to help with the fact that rent in places like Roxborough, where I live right now, is $1,200 a month, and it's the same price that you would find in a place like Durham. And I'm like, that discrepancy should not be there for the difference in the amount of money that people make in those communities. And so I just think giving the autonomy back to the local level, that's a type of policy that I'm really interested in, quite frankly.
And this is the path to making home ownership more accessible for our generation. Donald Trump will stand on stage and he'll fearmonger. He'll point out all of these problems. Meanwhile, VP Harris points out the prescriptions. How do we fix these problems? One more question is, how do we stop Democrats from being on the defense when Donald Trump is constantly attacking us? Something that he's good at is throwing stuff at the wall constantly. Hillary Clinton was on defense a lot. VP Harris is unfazed, right?
No, she is, which is why I'm like, put a prosecutor in, coach. That's what we've done, honestly.
She doesn't care. He can say whatever, and she's not going to bite. She doesn't bite, right?
No, and I think, honestly, she just actually keeps talking about the issues that matter to her the most and that she's heard from young people. And every time she sort of even I think when it comes to issues that maybe people think that Democrats are not the strongest on, I think that Kamala Harris has shown that she can really perform well, especially when it comes to things like immigration, honestly, the economy. This administration is the first one in federal history that's invested into rural economies. Like, the Democratic Party is the one that's revitalizing rural communities right now. And I think she's got the greatest case to make to go out there and say that. $5 million in every county, in every city, or more, depending on where you live right now. Like, you're being invested in as people, and that's what Americans want right now.
Amazing. Thank you for your time. Where can people find you? Shout out the NCDP.
NCDP.
I got it.
No, I love it. You can go to @NCDemParty and follow the North Carolina Dems, and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and everywhere else in between.
And what's your social media accounts?
Breeze Clayton on Twitter, and I'm not going to lie to you, I ain't one of those people. I'm not a politician that's got all of them the same. So on Instagram, we're Andy Breeze. There you go.
All good. Thank you for chatting with us.
Thank you.
We'll see you around.
Also, Adam, you do a great job.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, we have to clear the blue carpet for a bit. Let's head over. Let's go. We are live on Midas Touch. We are live on Adam Mockler. Spam some blue hearts in the chat if you guys appreciate what we're doing. All that I ask is... Wait, 1 second. Excuse me. Sorry about that. All that I ask is that you spam some blue hearts, you leave a like, you check out Adam Mockler on YouTube. I've just opened a new membership feature throughout the DNC. We're about to show you guys the behind the scenes of the Creator Lounge. We might meet some of your favorite creators in there. Yesterday we talked to Hassan Piker. We talked to Chris Mowry. Today we talked to Harry Sisson. All of your favorite creators are here in one place, and it is amazing. We've got some speeches starting soon, but until then, let's give you guys a little quick tour of the ground. I left my water bottle on the blue carpet. Someone's going to enjoy that water bottle. Some great interviews right there. Just to recap, we talked to Marcus Flowers of Georgia's 3rd Congressional District. We talked to Anderson Clayton, the youngest state party chair of the Democratic Party in North Carolina, or in the entire country, but she lives in North Carolina. And this is what Republicans are up against. Normal people. A convention full of normal people. No Kid Rocks, no Hulk Hogans. We're about to head into the Creator Lounge for a bit. See what we can find in there. This is the behind the scenes of the DNC.
Yeah, I know.
Sweet. In the Creator Lounge. Let's see what we can find. It is absolutely packed. What's up? How you doing?
I know.
Excuse me.
Hey, I'm a big fan.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
My name's Julian.
Julian, nice to meet you.
Yeah. Hey, good stuff, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We're always live. You want to talk to us for a second again?
Okay. All right. I'm gonna let you.
Were you going to use this space right here? We're live, just filling up airtime. We are back here with Harry Sisson, Gen Z star. How you doing?
I'm great, man. How's the Midas Mighty? Are they doing well?
They're doing well. How are the Midas Mighty doing? If you're doing well, drop a blue heart in the chat. Leave a like on the stream. You guys know that we love the blue hearts. How have you been feeling over the past few weeks? Were you depressed like I was like 2 months ago? After the debate, I was pretty depressed.
Look, I think the country just felt generally down. I was still hopeful. I'm always hopeful for this country. I think that we, as we mentioned earlier, we're the best country in the world, and I think we have so much potential. But I will be honest, I think like seeing people rally around Trump is saddening. But now, as we talked about earlier, the vibe is just entirely different. There's been a complete shift and flip.
Hey Nate, do we need to flip around? Is that light bad?
Yeah, we gotta keep the passageway.
Okay. We can step out here real quick.
Okay, yeah.
See, this is. Why don't we just do it in front of Fox News?
Look at this, ladies and gents.
We are here with Sean Hannity and Brett Baer in front of Fox News. The communist liberals. No, but this is part of the convention that we're basically our goal is to give an on-the-ground experience, walking around the convention, and part of that is catching the awkward moments. Part of that is catching the failed handshakes or whatever happens, and it's actually beautiful. It's really, really fun. So heading into this election, what do you think the best way to tell people or show people the threat of Donald Trump is, because what I found is that most people don't care about January 6th. They don't care about the threat to democracy. And I guess one way is to find something they truly, really care about. But even then, it's hard to get somebody to bridge that issue, say they care about abortion, to actually going to the polls. So what is your strategy?
Look, for me, in my view, I debate Trump supporters all the time, like virtually every single night. And my strategy was someone who's like, MAGA, but they're not really politically involved. It's just like lay it out in the most simple terms. Like genuinely act as if you're talking to someone who's never talked about politics in their entire life and be like, okay, so you agree with expanding veterans healthcare, you agree with investing in infrastructure, and you also think that like 10-year-old girls should not be forced to give birth.
So you're a liberal.
So the natural conclusion is like Kamala Harris believes in all those things. You know who doesn't believe in those things? Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans. So if you just break it down really simply, you don't have to like bring in all the legal cases, the theories behind them and things like that. I think that goes a long way.
Another good method is Socratic questioning. Just asking simple questions that get to the root cause. And I've done this in MAGA rallies before. They say something to the effect of, I'm like, why do you think Donald Trump could win this election when he lost the last election? Like, the last election was rigged. I'm like, but he lost 62 court cases. They're always like, oh, but the judges were rigged. But Donald Trump appointed those. It's always the same exact dialogue tree, which just blows my mind. Republicans are stuck on this dialogue tree, right?
They will always double down. That's what I find. Like with these folks you're talking about, these crazy MAGA Republicans, no matter what facts you present to them, what truth you propose, it's always, well, Donald Trump said it, so I believe him. I'm like, wait, sorry, the guy that told over 30,000 lies during his presidency, that's the most reliable source for information? According to them, it is. And they just keep doubling down and doubling down. It's crazy, man. And you've seen it firsthand.
Absolutely. 1 second, let me just make sure. Cool, so we are currently live. How is the Midas Mighty doing? I love that you guys are here with us, the DNC 2024. Who are you excited to see speak over the next few days?
Oh, I'm really excited for President Obama tonight and First Lady Michelle Obama. I'm such fans of them. I think they're fantastic, so intelligent, so passionate. So I'm really excited to hear their speeches. But of course, from everybody else, I mean, all these amazing folks that are coming up. And obviously, our amazing Governor Tim Walz and our amazing Vice President Kamala Harris. They're going to be great.
Tim Walz speaks tomorrow?
He does, I believe.
Awesome,
yes, Tim Walz is tomorrow. And I think President Clinton is tomorrow as well.
This is like the Super Bowl for us nerds. We walk around, we met Jessica Tarlov, super cool moment. My friend Pondering Politics was fanning out. He was blushing, kicking his feet, giggling, just because Jessica Tarlov. Yeah, it's just really, yeah, but no, it's really, really sick. I'm really still looking for Charlie Kirk. I'm looking for Benny Johnson is outside. That'd
outside?
Be fun.
Outside the
Benny
convention?
Johnson has been outside the convention, yeah.
Well, if you find Charlie, let him know I'm also looking for him. I want to see where he's at and maybe get involved. Are you going to do an interview of some kind?
We should do a sit down with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, we should, absolutely. Get Gen Z at him. Like, throw us at him. Why not?
He could take us. He should be able to.
Yeah, right.
You know what's funny? Yesterday when he got confronted by Parker, what he was saying is, I'm not here to like fight or anything. He's like, I'm just here to learn. You're not here to learn. You're here to stir stuff
Yeah, by the
up.
way, one of the questions he asked Parker was, what's a woman? He just goes back to these culture wars, crap. It's just ridiculous, man. It's insane.
It's insane.
That's what it's all about.
And even Donald Trump has said something to the effect of, he was at a rally one time and he was saying, every time I talk about trans issues, the entire crowd lights up. Every time I talk about economics, everybody goes quiet. So the Republican Party right now is latched on to these culture war issues online. One of my first ever viral MAGA clips was me talking to a Trump supporter, and I said, what % of Americans do you think are transgender? He said 20%. That means 1 in 5 people you'd walk past would be transgender. That means trans people pass so well that you don't even know that out of those 5 people, 1 is trans. So that's like a pro-trans argument, which, how do we defeat this culture war stuff and move back to actual policy?
Well, look, again, I think that like what you mentioned about the Socratic kind of questioning always reveals what their actual intentions are. So you say like, oh, you actually kind of align with Kamala Harris's politics. She's like, oh, well, no, she's turning my kid gay in school. It's like, okay. So for those people, I'm not sure if there's hope for them. But I do fundamentally believe that a lot of Americans out there really care about the issues. You talk about reproductive rights, you talk about healthcare, you talk about infrastructure. They actually care about that, and they don't care like about the my math teacher is turning me trans. I mean, give me a break,
Harry Sisson, where can people find you?
Thank you. I'm on YouTube, I'm on Twitter, I'm on TikTok, I'm on Instagram, all just under my username Harry J Sisson.
Harry J Sisson on all social media platforms. Check him out. Gen Z is going to dominate. We are going to take over our institutions, and we are not going to cede a single inch to the MAGA movement. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you, sir.
We'll see you around. You too. We're going to continue walking around the DNC 2024. Give me 1 second. We're in front of the Fox News. Is this even legal? Is it legal for us to be standing here? Yeah. Midas Mighty, how is everything doing? How is everybody doing? Wild? Okay, let's keep going. So it's going well? Cool, guys. Something interesting is I have no way to really monitor if everything is, so if chat is liking something or not liking something, I don't know. So right now we're just kind of going on the fly, seeing how everything's, let's see if we can go find a Charlie Kirk or a MAGA Republican of that type. We are currently behind the scenes near the media booths. Show that booth right there, pretty cool stuff. They're doing some interviews. iHeartRadio up there. We've got surrogates and politicians taking pictures. Excuse me, sir. We're going to be setting up an interview with David Hogg very soon here.
Have you seen any in here?
President Barack Obama will be speaking at the DNC tonight. It's going to be powerful. Easily a once-in-a-generation speaker. Barack Obama is like what Donald Trump thinks he is. Barack Obama is the best speaker, who's charismatic, who actually cares about people. Donald Trump has the charisma of a wet sock. How you doing?
How's it going? I'm Matt.
Matt?
Yeah, I think we're mutual. So
You want to talk to us?
No, I'm working right now, but
Cool.
yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah. You want to talk to Midas Touch about Kamala Harris? Sure. Cool. What happened? Are we good?
30 seconds.
Give us 30 seconds. How have you been, sir?
I'm great.
Who am I here with?
Nick Knudsen.
Nick. And when did you come into the DNC? Did you come into Chicago yesterday?
Here on Sunday.
Sunday. How have you liked Chicago so far?
It's one of my favorite cities in the world, so I'm glad that it was here.
One of your favorite cities. So what brings you to the DNC?
I'm here as a creator.
A creator? Where do you create? What platform?
I'm on Twitter and TikTok mainly.
Where can people find you?
At Nick Knudsen US.
Nick Knudsen US.
Yep.
Interesting. So Nick, what issues are most important to you when you think about the 2024 election? What issues do you talk about on your platforms?
I talk a lot about income inequality. It's a major problem in this country. The wealth has been amassed by a tiny number of people, and it's crushing everybody else, and we have to do something about it.
And all of Donald Trump's policies are only conducive to widening the wealth gap in America, which is sickening. Can you explain why Democrats are the ones to fix this wealth gap problem through just redistribution of wealth?
Yeah, I mean, it's what we need to do. So, if Donald Trump wins again, he's just going to double down on his tax cuts from his first term, extend those, make them bigger. That's going to put more money in the pockets of the ultra wealthy. If Kamala Harris wins and we can flip the House and keep the Senate, then Democrats can pass much more progressive taxation legislation.
That is my exact argument. When I'm talking to people who are 21, I say, you don't have to think VP Harris is perfect, but if you vote in this election, you are able to secure our institutions for decades to come. You are making sure that in 2050, we're able to pass massive climate change reform, pass massive education, gun reform. How have you felt about this momentum switch over the past few weeks?
It's been fun. I will say, there are 2008 vibes in this building.
Were you depressed after the debate? Were you like I didn't sleep that night? Were you the same way?
I was very concerned. I was in Baltimore at the Netroots convention, and I was having some drinks with some people, and we were worried. We were very worried. So seeing the uptick in enthusiasm since Kamala Harris has been passed the torch. Thank you very much, Joe Biden. We're feeling a lot better.
Thank you, sir. And I hope you enjoy the convention.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good day. We are live right here. Is everything good on the feed? 1 second. We have somebody. This might be a face that you guys recognize. Is the ingest good, Nate? Should be. Who are we here with?
Hello, I am Lee McGowan, but you probably know me as Politics Girl.
And Lee, what brings you to the DNC in 2024?
Honestly, I was invited, and I love politics, and I've never done this on the ground stuff. It's not normally what I do. I'm in my kitchen all the damn time, and then I'm in the podcast studio. But this kind of live action gives me a sense of I get to do a bigger picture of it, and then relate it to our audience, which I think is kind of the point. If you don't get to come, how would you know?
By the way, I love the stuff you make in your kitchen. I want to ask you, what are the top 3 issues on your head heading into this election? Hold this for 1 second.
Well, obviously, do you want me to hold it?
Yeah, just 1 second.
Obviously, women's rights, women's reproductive freedoms. We cannot stop until we get them back. I think it's ridiculous that we're living in a country right now where they've stripped half of the country of their rights. It doesn't matter if it's only in red states right now. We know that there's going to be a national ban. Right at the top of the list there, my own personal rights, the rights of all the women in America. And then I would say democracy in general. We can see that from Project 2025, what the Republicans are planning for this nation, and what I should say the MAGA Republicans are planning for this nation, is nothing short of a complete government takeover and a top-down authoritarian style government, and we can't have that at all. So that would be my number 2. And then number 3 would probably be workers' rights. I mean, one party is very anti-worker. They would be very happy to round up immigrants, apparently, and put them into camps. And those camps, they're not just going to sit there. They're going to be work camps. There's no way they're not going to be, which is sort of how our prison system works, and I have no interest in that. I think workers' rights, union rights, the rights of people. If anything, you look at the Republican Party right now, and they're trying to roll us back. I keep saying they're trying to stuff us back into a time machine before women's rights, before civil rights, before gay rights, and before workers' rights. And so we have absolutely no interest in that. And those would be my 3 biggest issues. But, I'm a democracy nerd. So at the end of the day, I want it to work. And I want it to work because the people came out and said, we're not having this, and here's where we want to go.
And bringing it back to democracy, not only would democracy at home be at stake because of Donald Trump's constant attempts to entrench his power as the President of the United States, but democracy abroad would be at stake. He would cede land to Russia. He would probably abandon Taiwan. Donald Trump would ruin all of the alliances that we've spent decades building up. Right now, the NATO is stronger than it's been since the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and that is because of Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin is a better advocate for NATO than any American citizen can ever be, than Zelensky can ever be, because of his and the thing is, to bring it back, Donald Trump only emboldens people like Xi Jinping, people like Vladimir Putin, with his authoritarian rhetoric, with this consistent undermining of these unspoken norms across the globe, and it just blows my mind. What would be your message to a woman in America who doesn't think that voting matters, thinks that both sides are the same? And these people exist. I talk to them all the time. Even my friends say both sides are the same. What would you say to them?
Yeah. Well, first of all, both sides, it doesn't exist. There is no both sides. You have to think about, I always say, not paying attention to politics doesn't mean politics doesn't affect you. It means you can't affect it. Saying, I don't really care about politics, I'm not doing anything about politics, it's not my jam, I don't care. The thing is that politics affects every single aspect of your life, from how fast you can drive to whether you live through a pandemic, and recently, if you are a woman in America, if you have the right over your own body. So you have to care about politics, because if you care about politics, you at least have a way to fight back. You're talking about around the world, democracy around the world. Ultimately, people that say, if this goes wrong, I'll just move. I'll go to Spain, I'll go to Portugal, whatever. Where in the world do you think you are safe from an authoritarian America? An America, a country that spends more than the next 9 countries combined on the military. You give that country the power of a dictator, the power of Putin, the power of a Xi, you're not safe anywhere in the world. So you may as well stay here where we are and fix it, because that's what we have to do. And yeah, Donald Trump doesn't want to help our alliances around the world. In fact, what he wants to do is form new alliances with people who think like he does. And that is like a dictator. And we don't need America to be aligned with the dictators of the world. We need America to be the shining beacon of democracy that it's supposed to be.
First of all, I've seen like 4 people walk past and just go, oh my God, it's politics girl. But also, not only would Donald Trump essentially, let me see how I can word this. What were you just talking about Donald Trump? He not only does he undermine,
he aligns himself with the dictators.
That's where I was heading. Yeah. He not only does he align himself with the dictators of the world, but if we think about the way his second term would go, he would put people around him that align with him so perfectly. For example, JD Vance said he would not have certified the results in the same way that Mike Pence did. So when we're talking about the real threat of a second Trump term, it's that he actually learned from his first term. He doesn't learn often, but he learned that if he stuffs loyalists around him, people like JD Vance, people like Rudy Giuliani or Mike Lindell, people that will follow him to the edge of a cliff, that is how he can further this democratic backsliding in America. And my worry is that people think a second Trump term will be like the first Trump term, the guardrails will hold. It won't be like that, right?
No, first of all, I don't think people should look at it like the second Trump term. There will be nothing after the second Trump term. We will never have free and fair elections again the way we think of them. We will have elections like they have in Russia, where we have an election, but we know who's going to win. The thing is, I don't think Donald Trump himself got any smarter. I think that the people around him got smarter. Donald Trump didn't choose those Supreme Court justices, the Federalist Society did. Donald Trump didn't write Project 2025, the Heritage Society, the Heritage Foundation did. Yep. And so he has surrounded himself with people who are smarter than him, have more ambition than him, and he just wants to be Mr. Man in charge, and the worst people in the universe will be running our country. And these are people that are worse than Steve Bannon. These are people that are just out here to, as Steve Bannon said, burn it all down. He's a Leninist. He wants to burn it all down and rise something out of the ashes that we wouldn't even hope to recognize. And I think we need to take that really, really seriously. Because at the end of the day, are you willing to take that risk? That your vote doesn't matter? That we're not going to end up in that world? Because honestly, I'm not. And I'm going to work really hard to make sure other people aren't either.
Now, you name-dropped Project 2025, so I want to end this with talking about Project 2025. Let's pick apart Donald Trump's argument that he has nothing to do with it. I'll start. First of all, Donald Trump has been seen mingling with the president of the Heritage Foundation many times. People around Donald Trump have said the Heritage Foundation provides the guideposts for Republican policy. You know what else?
Yeah, listen, Donald Trump is a liar, period, the end. He's lying about knowing about Project 2025, just like he was lying about knowing about the guy who talked about his policies, saying he's just a coffee boy. Anyone that Donald Trump wants to distance himself from, he suddenly doesn't know anymore. He knows very well who the Project 2025 people are, who the Heritage Foundation people are. We all know that JD Vance is actually probably the placeholder. If I were Donald Trump, quite frankly, I would look out for open windows if I won this election, because they don't need Donald once they won the election. They need JD Vance. He's an empty vessel for them to fill whatever they want from the Heritage Foundation, from the Federalist Society, from every single terrible project you can ever think of in the history of this world. So I think we just have to be really careful.
Midas Touch.
It's serious. I've lost him. This is my show now. Welcome. I should just talk about the kitchen. Listen, I have to tell you guys, since I'm here, this is an amazing organization, and it's very smart that they invited creators here, because we're seeing things in real time in a way that we've never been able to do before.
I'd like to really quickly pull in the former mayor of Los Angeles. How, sir? Who am I speaking to today? Introduce yourself to the live stream.
Antonio Villaraigosa.
You were the mayor of LA.
Mayor of LA, Speaker of the Assembly, Chair of the Democratic Convention in 2012, and I'm running for Governor of California.
You are live on Midas Touch in front of the Midas Mighty. Say hello.
Midas Mighty Touch.
Midas
Mighty Touch listeners and watchers and everything else. We got to vote. Let's vote for democracy. Let's vote for health care. Let's vote for a woman's reproductive freedoms. Let's vote for sensible gun laws. Let's vote to take on climate change. And if you're voting for all of that, vote for Kamala Harris.
Vote Kamala Harris. That is an incredibly powerful message. I want to plug vote.org. Vote.org is where you can go. Make sure you're registered to vote. Make sure your friends and family are registered. And make sure your friends and family have a ride to the polls on November 5th. How have you felt about this momentum shift? Have you felt it over the past few weeks?
Well, my first convention was 1984. And hearing Jesse Jackson and Mario Cuomo speak at that convention was a great and proud moment. And I've been to many conventions, but I'll tell you, not since President Obama in 2008 have I felt the kind of energy I'm feeling right now. And never have we felt that concentrated energy in such a short period of time. To go from mostly losing across the country to mostly winning now, raising $500 million, 22,000 volunteers in Florida. There's a sense that we got the right candidate at the right time to lead our nation forward.
I absolutely 100% agree. What would your message be to somebody my age? I'm 21 years old. A lot of people my age don't want to vote this election cycle. How do you explain to people that if we don't vote, the very institutions that make our country function may not be there for us?
First of all, I understand why young people feel alienated right now, why they feel like neither party represents them sometimes. You know, when it used to be that home ownership, as an example, was part of the American dream. Now just renting an apartment, you know, a couple hours from your job with 3 or 4 roommates is part of that dream. You know, the high cost of education, the fact that, and people feel like they're not getting enough with that investment. I could see why young people feel like, you know, I'm not sure I'm voting, but I'll tell you something. In a democracy, with democracy on the ballot, you need to vote. And then you need to hold us accountable. Hold us accountable to the notion that healthcare ought to be a right, that we got to take on climate change with the gusto that it requires, with a sense of urgency, and treat it like an emergency, that we got to deal with the high cost of a college education and the lack of training programs for good middle-class jobs. I think that's what young people are looking for, and I'll tell you, that's what we better deliver.
The mayor of Los Angeles, thank you, sir. I really appreciate your time. Where can people find you?
People can find me. Where?
AntonioForCalifornia.com.
AntonioForCalifornia.com. He knew it. He was just testing his aid.
I was testing him.
Just testing.
But also, my email is antonio@villaragosa.com. I'll give you my cell number if you want it.
No, do not do that.
But thank you. Thank you for doing what you're doing, exciting young people with the Midas Touch.
Thank you so much. Midas Touch. There you go, Midas Mighty. We are headed to the blue carpet to talk to the good liars. Let's go. Sorry, let me squeeze you through here. Sorry, sir. If you want to watch the live stream.
Thank you.
Cameraman Nate. Big shout out to cameraman Nate and Ben. Ben, thank you so much. We have cameraman Nate and escort Ben. Ben is escorting us around the place. Cameraman Nate is making sure that all of the... My bad, sir. Making sure that all the technical equipment is good.
Everybody in the chat, don't worry. We're going to have Politics Girl back on again.
Everybody in chat. Politics Girl is coming back on. Don't be too angry. Please don't be angry. Excuse me. We're not done with Politics Girl, guys. We still have 2 more days of the convention, and we will talk to her again tonight. We've passed her like 4 times. On to the blue carpet. Let's see if we're able to squeeze on here. Are we able to get through?
I think we gotta wait till 5:30.
You want to do it in front of that board over there real quick?
Yeah, is this live?
Yeah, we're live. It'll take 1 second. Fuck it, we'll do it live. We'll do it live.
La-di-da.
I just want to chat with
If you could recite the Bill O'Reilly.
How old do you think I am, man?
Everyone has YouTube.
Yeah, true.
If you could recite the Bill O'Reilly Inside Edition, whole tantrum right now.
What do I get?
I will give you $5 out of my wallet. $5.
What does it start? So he starts off, he's mad at the teleprompter's not working.
To make sure
he's mad the teleprompter's not working, and he says something to the effect of, I don't know. He's like, get the screen going. After a few seconds, he's like, F it, we're doing it live. We're doing it live.
F it. No, you have to say it verbatim.
On Midas Touch, they won't like that.
You can't say the F-U-C-K. You can't.
You absolutely can. You
okay.
can.
Okay.
But
right.
can I ask you?
Yes.
We've been to, how many MAGA rallies have you been to? Have you lost track?
I don't know. I don't know. The first one we went to was in January of 2016.
Wow.
And it was in a small, I think it was a funeral home.
Wow.
Actually a funeral home in Windsor, New Hampshire, or something like that. And then we ended up, now he's doing them, in huge arenas and also in these giant outdoor venues. It's wild. It was big from the beginning, but now it's like you've seen. You go there, it's still tens of thousands.
So
of
you've
people
watched
going
the
there.
movement grow and grow.
Yes, yeah.
So I want to talk to you about some journey that I've been on through MAGA rallies. Do you ever feel a level of empathy for the people that have been misled into voting against their own interests? I think it's really easy when we go on Twitter to think that everybody on the other side is evil or whatever, but then when you talk to these people in person, it's like my aunt or my uncle who has just been misled into voting against their own interests. For example, we were at a Trump rally a few weeks back. This lady needed health care for her son who was autistic. That's all she needed. Her son needed health care, and when I explained to her that Democrats are the ones who want to provide the bare minimum level of health care, she said that's communism. So do you ever feel empathy? Like, what is your thought process on the field?
Well, obviously, you can't.
Empathy. You don't feel empathy.
Yeah, I mean, you can't go to all these rallies and meet all these people. And Trump says the same thing. It's like I like a lot of the people we talk to. Like some people I don't like who are saying really terrible things, horrible racist things, homophobic things, things like that. But a lot of the people you talk to, you're like, I like this person. I actually like this person. And yes, of course you have to have empathy. At the end of the day, I think after Butler, were you in Butler?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. We left before the shooting, but after, when we heard about it, like our immediate impulse was like, I hope everybody that we talk to is okay.
That's like, fucked up.
I do not want anyone, like, the last thing you want is for anyone to be hurt or anything like that. So, of course, feel empathy for the people going out there. All these MAGA rallies. I know some of the vendors now. Brian Glenn, if you're watching, Brian and I are buddies now. I pranked him last year or something, but now we're buddies.
It would have been funny if you're like, I'm a sociopath. I don't really care about these people.
I'm a mass murderer, actually.
But yeah, it does feel like the MAGA rallies, there is a change in vibes over the past few months or years. I feel like the movement is beginning to die out. People are beginning to realize that it's not sustainable.
I don't know. I feel like you just said it before. You're younger than I am. I'm not going to count Donald Trump out of this because I think if we've learned anything in the past 9 years, it's you count him out and he comes back. I thought after January 6th, we were there on January 6th, I thought it was over. And I think all the politicians denouncing him, or soft denouncing him, I thought it was over then, but it's not over. So I'm not counting any chickens before they
Now he's got the Supreme Court on his side. He's got Congress wrapped around his finger. Thank you. I want to let you get back to DeVrom. Is that how you say DeVrom Stifler? I got it right.
You got the last name wrong. DeVrom Stiefler.
Stiefler, my bad.
Right.
Jason Selvig?
Yeah.
Jason Selvig on the stream. The Good Liars, one half of the Good Liars. Thank you, man.
Hey, tell everybody at Midas I said hi.
Hey, to the Midas brothers. They love all of you. Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah,
they all love you. Ben, Brett, Jordy. Yeah, they all love you.
Yeah.
Salty, Jeremy, Hayden. Call Jason. He misses you. See you, man.
We're taking 45 off air.
45-minute break?
Seconds.
Please welcome Democratic National Committee Chair Jamie Harrison and Democratic National Convention Co-Chair Mayor Mitch Landrieu.
Democrats, to chair today's session, I'm proud to pass the gavel to Co-Chair Mayor Mitch Landrieu.
Hello, America.
Yeah, there you go. You want me to do it again? The second in-person session of the 49th Quadrennial National Convention of the Democratic Party will now come to order.
Please stand if you are able for this evening's invocation, offered by Rabbi Sharon Browse and Imam Dr. Talib Sharif.
We have gathered together this week to craft a redemption story for America. My faith is sustained by a redemption story. A people beleaguered and bereft, traversing the desert on a journey from degradation to dignity, from darkness to light. Holy One, help us write America's redemption story, a story of ceaseless striving toward a true multiracial democracy, rooted in equal justice, where every person is treated as unique, mighty, and worthy of love. In this story, politics is not a vehicle for repression, bigotry, or personal profit, but a call to service. This story counters extremism with capaciousness and compassion. It rejects the inevitability of war, affirming that every one of us, Muslim and Jew, Christian, Black, White, Latino, AAPI, queer and straight, Israeli and Palestinian, deserves to live in dignity and in peace. Some say that this story is impossible, but we know that the God of redemption specializes in the impossible, and so must we. May we be guided by hope, joy, and a fierce moral imagination. Amen.
Greetings of peace. We pray that Almighty God, Allah, will bless this historic convention. Tonight, we build upon our pledge, one nation under God, indivisible, from Adam, created without racial, ethnic, or national identity, but the first identity, human. Bless us to embrace our shared identity and diverse expressions of life that contribute to the beauty and strength of our nation of nations, made up of people coming together from every land. E pluribus unum. In moving forward with a bold vision for the future, we pray it will reflect our nation's diversity and intrinsic nature to live together intelligently. Bless our leaders with wisdom to do the right thing, consistent with God's ways, to stand firm against inhumane acts, to treat all humans as the sacred creation of the Almighty. And may we remember the inalienable rights service members sacrifice to protect. That is the America we vote for. Amen.
Please welcome Joshua Davis from Virginia to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please welcome Aristotle Garcia Byrne to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see
the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Aris. Folks, give it up for Aris one more time. I'd like you to pause with me for a minute. 2 years ago, my dad died, the late Moon Landrieu. He was a great leader. He was a great mayor, secretary of HUD. He lived his life for others. We have lost so many patriots since the last convention. So before we go any further tonight, let's take a moment and join with me and let's remember them all.
I
Please welcome the chair of the Carter Center and grandson of President Jimmy Carter, Jason Carter.
Hello, I'm Jason Carter. My grandfather, President Carter, will have his 100th birthday in October. I call him Pawpaw, and I can tell you that he wishes he could be here tonight. He and my grandmother led their lives with an unwavering faith in God, a respect for human dignity, honesty, and a commitment to loving their neighbors as themselves. Those principles guided them throughout their lives, including during their 4 years in the White House and the 4 decades since. For my grandfather, it was never about fame, recognition, accolades, or awards. His legacy is measured by the lives he has touched and the good he has done. Kamala Harris carries my grandfather's legacy. She knows what is right, and she fights for it. She understands that leadership is about service, not selfishness, that you can show strength and demonstrate decency, and that you can get a whole lot more done with a smile than with a scowl. Pawpaw's holding on. He's hopeful. And though his body may be weak tonight, his spirit is as strong as ever. My grandfather can't wait to vote for Kamala Harris. She reminds us all that the promise of America remains unchanged. We are one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And my grandfather knows that with her as our next president, we will keep that promise. Thank you.
Please welcome delegate from New York and grandson of President John F. Kennedy, Jack Schlossberg.
Hi, I'm Jack Schlossberg. President John F. Kennedy is my grandfather, and he's my hero. JFK was the youngest person ever elected president and the first Catholic. He sent a man to the moon, fought for civil rights, and navigated the Cuban Missile Crisis peacefully. Most of all, he inspired a new generation to ask what they could do for our country. Tonight, JFK's call to action is now ours to answer, because once again, the torch has been passed to a new generation, to a leader who shares my grandfather's energy, vision, and optimism for our future. That leader is Vice President Kamala Harris. Like President Kennedy, Vice President Harris has dedicated her life to public service. She believes in America, like my grandfather did, that we do things not because they're easy, but because they are hard. As president, she will fight for working families. She will expand investments in clean energy so that my generation will have clean air and good jobs. She will defend our freedoms, the freedom for women anywhere in America to make their own healthcare choices, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to vote easily and without fear. The choice is ours to make, and history is watching to see what we will do. Now, let's elect Kamala Harris the next President of the United States. Thank you.
All right, America, how y'all doing? We about to have a fired up, ready to go, yes we can night. Y'all ready? Well, as you can see, the torch has been passed to a new generation. So let's start off the night by talking about what's at the heart of the Harris-Walz agenda. Defending our freedoms, advancing opportunity, protecting our democracy. But the other guys, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, They want to rip away our rights, crush the middle class, and destroy our democracy. Their version of freedom is the government creeping creepily closer to every part of our lives. They're coming for our books, they're coming for our marriages, they're coming for our bodies, they're even coming for women who don't have kids. But this just isn't about what we stand against. It's about what we stand for. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have a bold vision for America's future, where every American has a fair shot at the American dream. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will build a future that belongs to all of us, because we are one nation, not two. Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, not some. We are part of one nation, pledging allegiance to one flag, and that is the flag of the United States of America. Hear this: America is great because of who we are, and more importantly, who we strive to be. My friends, our best days are ahead if we stick together. My friends, say it with me. Let them hear it to the rooftops. We are not going back. So now please help me welcome. Please help me welcome from the great state of Pennsylvania, the great Representative Malcolm Kenyatta.
My fellow Americans, my name is Malcolm Kenyatta, a proud son of Pennsylvania. And as you saw, I brought back Trump's Project 2025, all 900 pages of it. And it's interesting because usually Republicans want to ban books, but now they're trying to shove this down our throats. It is a radical plan to drag us backwards, bankrupt the middle class, and raise prices on working families like yours and mine. Under Project 2025, a family making just $75,000 a year with just 2 kids would pay $1,800 more in federal taxes. No, but there's more. Because on page 465, Project 2025 would stop Medicare from negotiating to lower the price of prescription drugs and capping out-of-pocket costs. And on page 587, Project 2025 would cut overtime pay for hard-working Americans. But my friend, these bad ideas aren't new. As long as we have been fighting to make America work for working families, there have been greedy corporate interests trying to take us back. In 2019, my grandma, a civil rights warrior, called me, her voice cracking, and she said, "I'm so sorry, baby. I'm so sorry. I thought my generation had fixed this. And here you are, fighting the same battles." But I want to tell you tonight, my friends, what I said to my grandma. I said, "It's okay, Grandma. It's just our turn. It's just our turn to stand up for working people and to stand up for our nation's promise. It's just our turn to defend our rights and to ensure that democracy doesn't die on our watch. It's our turn to make history, my friends, by electing Kamala Harris as the next President of the United States of America. God bless you. May God protect our troops.
Don't know why, but I feel like
I've seen how the Biden-Harris focus on making healthcare affordable for middle-class Americans has benefited so many of my patients.
I support Kamala Harris because she fights for the working family and she thinks about the future of our country. Trump tried to take our country backward.
She has taken action to make sure childcare and home care are accessible and affordable.
I am a type 1 diabetic since the age of 10, and having my insulin is not an option.
My name is Anne from Wisconsin, and this is my daughter, Isla. Isla qualifies for a type of Medicaid based on a level of care for children with disabilities. Donald Trump attempted to cut Medicaid every single year he was in office.
Kamala Harris is the only candidate on the ticket this year that will actually continue to fight to get caps on insulin, and we need her in office.
I am all in for Harris 2024.
Hailing from the south side of Chicago, please welcome Oscar and Grammy Award-winning artist, author, and longtime activist, Common, featuring Grammy Award-winning gospel singer, Jonathan McReynolds.
I thank God for this moment in time where Kamala Harris will change the world for the better with love, hope, and grace. We fortunate. I'm fortunate to be alive. Can't explain how I got here, but we've arrived. The deliverance and diligence for which we strive. It's the feeling, there's no silliness when we rise. Fortunate to have friends who don't synthesize. I keep good company, we enterprise. Had a strong gaze since infant eyes. I guess I can see the power in the prize. Incentivized by the streets I identified. Other people's struggles I don't minimize. Fortunate to be born and raised in the shy. Salt of the earth, people with the bravest eye. They say your God is the truth, I wasn't raised to lie. Fortunate to be so que sera. Every day that I get up, I trace the sky. Draw with the most high on the place that I am. And that's fortunate, you can feel it in the air. Hey yo, it's love out there. Hey, the feeling is free. Yo, Shot-Town at the DNC. Jonathan, what you say?
May your struggles keep you near the cross, and may your troubles show that you need God, and may your battles end the way they should, and may your bad days prove that God is good, and may your triumphs keep you humble and high, and may your endings be worthy of every start. Hey, let's take this message to every hood, that your whole life will prove that God is good, and we are fortunate.
You can feel it in the air. Hey, yo, it's love out there. Hey, the feeling is free. Yo, we live at the DNC. Fortunate, I was raised by my Uncle Steve and my Uncle Charles. They both told me believe the seeds of a revolutionary. Evolution's very necessary to become fruits and berries of our labor. Told to search for a savior. Fortunate, I had a chance to raise her. In the days of the unknown, I'm fortunate to come home to blocks we fought and swung on. Fortunate the Lord put me on the path to use the microphone for a ride and a staff. Fortunate, yo, we got to go to Paris. We fortunate, y'all, for Kamala Harris. Yo, we fortunate. Yo, the love is in the air. Yo, can you feel it out there? Hey, yo, the feeling is free. Shot-Town, we live at the DNC.
We are fortunate.
Thank you, God.
Don't know why, but I feel like freedom.
My name is Chuck. I voted for Trump in 2016.
My name is Tom. I'm from Michigan, and I'm a former Trump voter.
I'm Joanna. I live in Florida. I'm a former Trump voter.
I just cannot vote for the man, and it can go from just being dishonest, from a criminal and an insurrectionist.
He has no respect for Americans. He has no respect for the Constitution.
I believe if Trump gets a second term, he's not leaving, he's staying.
He broke the law. He doesn't believe they apply to him.
The President of the United States exists to serve the people of the United States.
In 2024, I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
Please welcome Kyle Sweetser from Alabama.
I voted for Trump not once, not twice, but 3 times. You see, I work in construction. I work with my hands. He told us he'd look out for blue-collar workers. So I made my first ever political donation to Trump, and I donated to him many times throughout his presidency. But then I started to see Trump's tariff policy in action. Costs for construction workers like me were starting to soar. I realized Trump wasn't for me. He was for lining his own pockets. Now, I'm not left-wing, period. But I believe our leaders should bring out the best in us, not the worst. That's why I'm voting for Kamala Harris. She's tough. She's going to tackle inflation. Trump will make it worse. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she'll make us proud to be American again.
Nobody's ever called me weird. I'm a lot of things, but weird I'm not. The late, great Hannibal Lecter is a wonderful man. You know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time. Bing, 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 bing. She said Kamala has one big advantage. She's a very beautiful woman. I'm a better looking person than Kamala. He says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, no, no. Other than day one. I'd like to congratulate Vladimir Putin for having made yet another great deal. Kim Jong-un I had a good relationship with. He's a tough, smart guy. Now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath. Well, they're the weird ones. JD is not at all.
The people who are most deranged and most psychotic are people who don't have kids at home.
Let's give votes to all children in this country, but let's give control over those votes to the parents of those children.
In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote.
Please welcome Stephanie Grisham.
I wasn't just a Trump supporter, I was a true believer. I was one of his closest advisors. The Trump family became my family. I spent Easter, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's all at Mar-a-Lago. I saw him when the cameras were off. Behind closed doors, Trump mocks his supporters. He calls them basement dwellers. On a hospital visit one time when people were dying in the ICU, he was mad that the cameras were not watching him. He has no empathy, no morals, and no fidelity to the truth. He used to tell me, it doesn't matter what you say, Stephanie. Say it enough and people will believe you. But it does matter. What you says matter, and what you don't say matters. On January 6th, I asked Melania if we could at least tweet that while peaceful protest is the right of every American, there's no place for lawlessness or violence. She replied with one word, no. I became the first senior staffer to resign that day. I couldn't be part of the insanity any longer. When I was press secretary, I got skewered for never holding a White House briefing. It's because, unlike my boss, I never wanted to stand at that podium and lie. Now here I am, behind a podium, advocating for a Democrat. And that's because I love my country more than my party. Kamala Harris tells the truth. She respects the American people, and she has my vote. Thank you.
Don't know why, but I feel like freedom.
At our 12-week ultrasound, our worst nightmares came true. The baby had stopped growing, but my body had not let go. I was told I was not eligible for any treatment at that point. The Dobbs decision was official and abortion was banned.
In 2021, I needed an abortion. After an ectopic pregnancy, I was able to access life-saving medical care when I needed it, and now I'm turning to IVF to build my family.
I'm supporting Kamala Harris because I'm an IVF mom.
It's not just the headline-making stories that these bans impact. It impacts people trying to build families, just like me.
All Americans deserve the right to build their families in the way they know is best for them.
We need to band together and elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
Please welcome Nabella Noor.
What calls me here tonight is hope. As a woman who has struggled with fertility, I have not always been hopeful, but today I am. I'd always dreamt of motherhood, and coming from a large Bangladeshi American family, I imagined it'd be easy. It wasn't. My husband and I tried to conceive. We failed. We tried and failed again and again and again for 6 long years. Finally, I got pregnant. We were overjoyed, but then I miscarried. I was devastated. It was only after sharing my story online and hearing from women about their experiences with IVF that I felt a tiny glimmer of hope. So I started the IVF process. But just a few weeks before my egg retrieval, I learned I was pregnant. Today, we have 2 beautiful daughters. But this is not everyone's ending. For many women, IVF is the only choice. That choice and more is at stake in November. The freedom to plan your family, the hope of having a family at all. I'm here to stand with everyone fighting for our reproductive freedoms, because my daughters and yours deserve every option, every hope, every possible future. To anyone listening who is struggling to start a family, you are not alone. We will not let you lose hope. Because when we come together to raise our voices with love, we win. Thank you.
Please welcome Michigan Senator Gary Peters.
In Michigan, we believe we have to build an economy that grows the middle class. And we know that when unions succeed, all workers win. I was raised in a union household. My father was a teacher, and my mother a nurse's aide. And they gave me and my sisters what every parent wants to provide for their children, an opportunity to pursue their dreams. I went to public school, I worked odd jobs, became an Eagle Scout. And Kamala Harris and Tim Walz grew up just like me. And I know they will fight for all of us. They will make it easier to raise our families and to retire with dignity. Just look at the record. As Vice President, Kamala Harris helped pass legislation that finally allowed Medicare to negotiate and lower the cost of prescription drugs. She brought manufacturing jobs back to the United States of America. And as governor, Tim Walz signed the largest infrastructure investment in Minnesota history. And on the other hand, we have Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. And let's be clear, if they win, working people like my friends here from the Teamsters will pay the price. Their Project 2025 agenda is the same old, gut overtime pay, cut healthcare programs, and give billions in tax breaks to billionaires. We cannot let that happen, and we will not let that happen. And now I want to introduce some retired Teamsters and pension warriors, led by Ken Stribling, president of the National United Committee to Protect Pensions.
I am Kenneth Stribling, a proud retired Teamster from Local 200 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I hope you don't mind, but I brought some friends. Pension warriors from the NUCPP. I found out in 2025 my monthly pension benefit was going to be reduced in half. Not long after that, my wife, Beverly, was diagnosed with terminal cancer. I didn't know how we were going to make it. So I went to a retirees meeting in the basement of a small church. At that moment, I knew we were not going to go down without a fight. Beverly made me promise never to quit until we made this right. So we organized a nationwide grassroots movement. For 6 years, we fought hard. And finally, we had a breakthrough. After 50 days in office, the Biden-Harris administration passed the American Rescue Plan, including the Butch-Lewis Act, to save our pensions and secure our retirement. They got it done without one single Republican vote in Congress. They saved over 1 million pensions, including 33,000 from my state, Wisconsin, 52,000 from Pennsylvania, 61,000 from Michigan. As president, I know Kamala Harris will have our backs. She will fight for our retirement, Social Security, and Medicare. Beverly passed away in 2019, but I kept my promise, because a promise is a promise is a promise. Thank you.
For years, Big Pharma has often inflated the price of life-saving medications, and millions of Americans have suffered as a result. Those costs got passed on to our seniors, but not anymore.
It was because of them that we had insulin for $35 compared to $687.
What a gift. This $35 is life-changing for us.
The beauty of it is it's fixed. Everything else goes up, but it stays the same. I have more discretionary income, 20, 30 bucks a month more. His wife and I can go to the pub and have a burger and fries.
I can afford my rent. I can afford to feed my children. I can afford my insulin.
It's saving me a couple $1,000s a year, which is several trips to visit the grandkids.
I am looking forward to that lifestyle where I can travel and be able to enjoy my grandchildren and maybe great-grandchildren.
It meant I could enjoy life.
President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris will be in Maryland this afternoon to unveil a new plan cutting prescription drug costs. 10 popular drugs are affected by this, including cancer, diabetes, heart disease, and blood clot medications.
Seniors will save roughly $1.5 billion in out-of-pocket costs next year.
With Kamala Harris, I feel so hopeful. I feel the future of America will be good.
As president, I'll lower the cost of insulin and prescription drugs for everyone.
I am so excited. I can't hardly stand it. We're going to only go forward. We can't go back.
Let's have another hand for our brothers and sisters from Teamsters and all of our brothers and sisters from the unions across America who are rebuilding it, brick by brick. I mean, after that, what do you talk about? Kamala Harris wants to throw a little bit of dirt. So here we go. After years of dead ends and broken promises, President Biden and Vice President Harris brought Republicans and Democrats together to actually get something done. Trump promised Infrastructure Week but never built anything. But this time, the Biden-Harris administration is actually breaking ground, and we're starting to turn dirt, ushering in an infrastructure decade. All I see is possibilities ahead. You see, the foundation of a strong economy is literally a country's infrastructure. It's the cornerstone upon which all rest. We finally got a president and a vice president who puts their money where their mouth is. Already, $460 billion out the door, $1 trillion of private sector investment building roads and bridges and airports and ports and water systems so that kids don't have to drink dirty water out of lead pipes and little girls don't have to sit on the back of their mama's car trying to do their homework so they can have a better future for us. We're building a clean energy economy. All of it is moving out of the door. And we're touching every part of the country, from the Pakiak, Alaska, all the way down to Lowndes County. We have over, hear me now, 60,000 projects all across this country with funding already underway. We're hitting the ground running, and it's right in everybody's backyards. 2 years ago, after President Biden and Vice President Harris passed the biggest infrastructure investment since President Eisenhower, he called on me and others to help carry out that vision as we rebuild America. As a senior advisor to the president, we pushed out funding for the roads and the bridges. We're literally building bridges to the future. High-speed internet and the clean energy economy. With these projects, we're ushering in a brighter future, a future in which everyone has clean air to breathe, everyone has clean water to drink, a future in which everyone has the opportunity to build generational wealth, a future in which the most vulnerable communities aren't forced to bear the brunt of progress. And we have made historic progress towards that vision. Let's take a look with what progress is being made in communities across the country with products that are being made right here in the USA.
Since passing the bipartisan infrastructure law
and the American Rescue Plan,
the Biden-Harris administration
is putting billions of dollars into
cities and counties
across the country over the next 5 years.
I want to particularly thank the mayors of America. You make things work.
Thanks to the Biden-Harris administration, the city of Phoenix has a much greener bus fleet.
In San Antonio, we're building the airport of the future in the heart of our city.
Until 1970, Scranton and New York were connected by passenger rail. And within 5 years, finally, we're getting that connection back.
Our vision is to create a truly multimodal city, a city where people can walk, ride public transportation, or ride a bike to get to their destination.
Our city is able to create over 2,000 jobs and move our transit system into the future.
We are investing over $50 million to take vacant buildings just like this one to turn them into shovel-ready job sites in the heart of our city.
We were able to use American Rescue Plan funding for safe, affordable housing for our neighbors.
When a dilapidated apartment complex was condemned, we were able to swiftly relocate these tenants.
In Tucson, we have planted or distributed over 100,000 drought-tolerant trees to combat extreme heat.
In the great city of Baltimore, Maryland, we're opening brand new rec centers that are closing in our city, and many, many, many more investments thanks to President Biden and Vice President Harris.
All right, everybody, what a way to start. But you ain't seen nothing yet. We got a great night planned, and it all starts off, all of you get to participate in this, in the roll call. It starts off with something unlike anything you've ever seen. So look, stick around. We're gonna be right back at you.
Showtime, guess who's back again? Oh, they don't know, I bet they know as soon as we walk in. Wearing Cuban links, designer minks, Inglewood's finest shoes. Don't look too hard, might hurt yourself. Known to keep a bit of red, the blue. Woo! I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket, keep up. So many pretty girls around me and they're breaking up the rocket, keep up. Don't be mad, fix your face, take my father, y'all be talking, keep up. Players only. Put your pinky, put your finger. Girls, what y'all trying to do? 24 karat magic in the air. It's all so bad. Second base for the hustlers, gangsters, and your little friends. Can I preach? I gotta show them how I'm built, get it in first. Do your dip, spend your money like money ain't. Woo, woo. Gotta blame it on Jesus. Hashtag praise y'all ready for me. I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket. Keep up. So many pretty girls around me and they're waking up the rocket. Keep up. Don't be mad, fix your face, and my mother y'all be talking. Keep up. Players only, come on, put your pinky, put your finger. Cut. 24 karat magic in the air. It's all so bad. Everywhere I go, they be like. Everywhere I go, they be like. Everywhere I go, they be like. Don't fight the feeling, invite the feeling. Just put your pinky finger to the. What's that sound? Come on now. The feeling, invite the feeling. Put your pinky finger to the. Girls, what y'all trying to do? 24 karat magic in the air. It's all so bad. Girls, what y'all trying to do? 24 karat magic in the air. It's all so bad.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to take the official 2024 National Committee panoramic photograph. At this time, we would ask all of the delegates and guests to take their seats and get ready for this historic photo. During the photo, there should not be any movement in the hall. If anyone moves, anyone behind them will be blurred. There will be one digital rotation. There will be one photo taken with a 110-year-old film camera by Abbas Shir Mohammadi, fourth-generation photographer who has captured all of the past Democratic and past 10 swearing ceremonies. The camera is ready. Please listen to Abbas, who is located in the center blue press stand in the center of the hall.
There's some movement, please stay right there. Right there, sis, please put your hands down. I appreciate that. This is your photo. I'm moving, damn it! Do not move. It's an extremely sensitive camera. Thank you. Please hold. You can see this photograph at democraticphotos.com. 48 hours. I congratulate all of you. Thank you for your patience.
Delegates and guests, please put on your wristbands at your seats.
Hey everybody, just wanted to pop in and say hello. I didn't want to interrupt the proceedings that were taking place. I know you generally like it to be uninterrupted without really analysis until the end, but I don't know about you, but I'm very excited for the rest of day 2 at the convention. I just wanted to pop in and say hello to everyone. I'm excited to hear former President Obama speak. I'm excited to hear Michelle Obama, the former First Lady, speak. You know, I thought the DNC's done a great job with some of those, short videos that they've been doing, highlighting the former Trump voters, highlighting Donald Trump's weirdness. That video they put together looked like a Midas video, where they said he's weird and dangerous. That was pretty cool. Want to give a shout out to Adam Mockler. He's doing a great job interviewing everyone. What's up there, Adam Mockler, right there, saying hello right there to him. Adam Mockler on the blue carpet. Why don't we check in with Mockler for a second, hear him in his interview, shall we, folks? While as soon as the speaker comes back on, I'll make sure we cut to the speaker. But again, I saw lots of people in the chat saying, where am I? I'm here. I'm with you, Midas Mighty. I'm watching it with you. Let's go to Adam Mockler for a second, huh?
We play, then we get serious again. We cry. Like, I don't know about y'all, but last night I cried when Joe Biden came out, right? And he was hugging Ashley, and I was just like, damn.
It was really good.
It was good.
Even cameraman Nate was telling me, wow, President Biden absolutely killed it.
Did you cry? Did he cry?
He was bawling his eyes out. Cameraman Nate's really sensitive. People don't know that about him. He's a big guy.
I know Nate, but he's so sweet.
He's so sweet and sensitive. He's apolitical, but no, on a real note, largely apolitical. Today we were talking, he was saying, that was a good speech. It was a decent speech. I think President Biden had the energy that he needed. I think that it was a good exit from his 50 years. No, it was the beginning of the end, it feels like, of his 50-year service in American politics. What was your takeaway?
My take was the fact of how much he's done for all communities, but he's done more. That's the president. He has done more for my community than any other president. And when you're talking about small businesses, when you're talking about abortion rights, when you're talking about cleaning lead pipes, removing lead pipes, insulin, sickle cell research, that's what I look at.
Make sure you guys tell Politics Sis that she is killing it right now. The Midas Mighty, tell Politics Sis that she is killing it. Let me ask you.
Okay.
You said that reproductive rights and fighting for women of color, those are some of the most important issues to you, correct?
Yes.
What is at stake for women all across America? Tell the Midas Mighty on Midas Touch, what is at stake for women across America?
When it comes to our reproductive rights,
yeah,
our life. That's it, our life. Because our life depends on voting. If we don't get out and vote, more and more women will die. That's what I say. I said abortion, when it comes to abortion, like when you're going to the emergency room, when you have sepsis, anything like that, they're turning you away. Look, if you have an abortion because of them, you can not have a baby again. You can severely hurt yourself. So many things can happen, and you can die, but people are already dying.
And why are MAGA Republicans, why is Donald Trump attacking VP Harris on her identity and her race rather than going after policy? I want to hear what you think about that.
We know he's racist.
Oh yeah.
But he does not like to see a black woman who's more smarter than him, who's more intelligent than him. That's what it is. And I'm scared. I don't know about y'all when the debate starts. I'm a little nervous about that because either he's going to say a bad word or he may do something crazy. But what I do know is that she's not Hillary Clinton. He's not going to be able to walk behind her like he did Hillary Clinton. And there's no disrespect to Hillary. I love her.
Kamala takes no BS. We were talking about this earlier, but Donald Trump successfully put Hillary Clinton on her back foot throughout the entire campaign. Hillary Clinton was always on the defense. I didn't do this. This is false. This is not true. Kamala Harris is not letting anything get to her. Everything bounces off her. She doesn't even react. And that is, to build on your point, Kamala Harris is not Hillary Clinton. She is not reacting. She's not biting, which is amazing.
Look, Kamala is a prime example of black women in the workforce or in the political arena, how we deal with things. We have tough skin. And sometimes we lose our friends, we lose our family, and we lose our jobs because of being hated. And for her, she's a woman, she's black, right? And she's Indian. Those three things alone, it makes her tough.
Yep. Thank you for talking to us, Politics Sis. Again, in 5 minutes, we're going to be like, hey, let's hop on for one more segment. So we are live on the blue carpet right now. We have politicians and surrogates about to walk past, about to be doing some amazing interviews. Make sure you guys are supporting Midas Touch. Make sure you guys are looking up at we're close to 400,000 subscribers on YouTube. I would love if we could hit 400,000 subscribers soon. Give us 1 second. Shout out to everybody that's been helping. Shout out to the Mycelis brothers. Shout out to cameraman Nate, cameraman Ben. Everybody's killing it. Everybody's killing it.
Adam Mockler, everybody, with Politics Sis. She's crushing it as well. A great interview. We're going to bring you more coverage of the DNC as soon as we get the next speaker. I was seeing a lot of people in the comments asking where I was. I wanted to be very respectful of your viewing experience. You see a whole lot of me throughout the day, maybe slightly even too much of me, according to perhaps my wife and some others. So I wanted you to be able to watch what's going on without my analysis. I like to give my analysis after the fact, but while we have a break here, I figured I would check. And also we have our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski's in the chat room right now. He's taking questions. And by the way, let's give a hat tip to Filipkowski and that editorial team. I mean, is there any more powerful team right now getting out the clips and the stories in the entire country at this point, right? From Filipkowski to ASIN to the Patriot Takes account. They are breaking story after story. So a special thanks to them. I saw a lot of people in the chat saying, I'm excited to see a proper Barack Obama speech. We haven't seen one of them in a while, and we're going to see one tonight. I can tell you, I may be a little bit biased, but that's what I'm most excited about tonight. But Michelle's speech, I know, is going to probably be just as good and great. I'm looking forward to all of the speakers. And, you know, we have a packed house here in Chicago, and actually we're also going to be seeing Vice President Kamala Harris give a speech in Milwaukee. So in Milwaukee, the stadium there is packed. The same stadium where the RNC was held. It looks like this stadium that you're seeing here in Chicago, if not more people, even in Milwaukee. And so I think this is maybe the first time this has happened where a candidate is filling two massive stadiums at the exact same time. So Vice President Kamala Harris will give that speech. Of course, we will be having that coverage here. I want to remind everybody as well that our coverage continues throughout the evening, and we're going to try something a little bit different today as well, which is after one of the speakers or the key speakers give their speech, we're then going to take that speech and give the full speech on the main Midas YouTube feed as well. So if you missed any portion of a big speaker, we'll post that live. We're going to post the Jared Moskowitz interview with Adam Mockler shortly. I know you're going to be hearing in the background my dogs barking. They are very, very excited. And by the way, you don't get that with corporate media. You don't hear their puppies and dogs barking in the background, but you get that here on the Midas Touch Network. And one of the themes that I'm loving here, wonder if you're loving it as well, is reclaiming patriotism, right? There's a reason that I have the American flag behind me. There's a reason that we talk about patriots here on the Midas Touch Network. There's a reason we talk about our love for the country, our love for the Constitution. MAGA has perverted that. And it's actually great to see. Let's go right there. We have Adam Mockler speaking to the Commerce Secretary. Let's check this out.
It doesn't work. These are his ideas. He wants to put a 10 to 20% tariff on everything. That's like a new 20% sales tax on everything. That's terrible. He wants to give a tax cut to the rich and hope it, trickles down to everyone else. That doesn't work. When he was in office, we lost jobs and he exploded the deficit. It's like magic beans. Everyone knows it doesn't work. My 20-year-old kid can see through it. Americans will see through it.
So, how have you felt about Project 2025? Have you read up on it, and what is at stake for people in America if it's passed?
I have read up on it. It's really scary. It is like downright scary. Takes away our rights, destroys and dismantles our government, wants to get into the business of making our healthcare decisions and our most private decisions. It's really anti-America. It's anti-democracy, anti-courts, anti-America.
The scariest part is that Donald Trump has already tried to do the Schedule F executive order his first term, and that Schedule F executive order said that he could appoint tens of thousands of loyalists in the government. So if Donald Trump gets back into office, he won't make the mistake of having Mike Pence. He'll have J.D. Vance, which is also a mistake. So what do you think about Republicans attacking Kamala Harris on her identity, her race, her sex, rather than policy?
It's racist, it's sexist, it's wrong-headed, and if that's all they have, then we're going to win.
Absolutely. Thank you. Where can people find you?
People can find me, at Gina Raimondo.
She knew it. She was just testing her aid to make sure.
Yeah, well, there's all these Hatch Act rules. I don't want to get in trouble.
Okay.
So you can find me at Gina Raimondo.
Great chatting with you, and have a great rest of the convention. One interview knocked out. We have more coming up. Amazing people walking past.
I love that, Adam Mockler. Where can we find, I'm going to tease Adam Mockler for a second. Where could we find Gina Raimondo at the Commerce Secretary? Adam Mockler just doing a stellar job. How lucky are we to have our Gen Z reporter, Adam Mockler, right there on the blue carpet? I'm sorry, I'm one of three brothers, so occasionally we're going to do some light teasing of right there, funny stuff. I am excited, though, for the rest of the speakers this evening. And as I was saying before,
National Convention Secretary Jason Ray.
Well, good evening, delegates. My name is Jason Ray, and I'm honored to serve as the secretary of both the Democratic National Committee and the Democratic National Convention. I remember watching my very first convention on television when I was just 10 years old. It was the 1996 convention right here at the United Center. Now, nearly 3 decades later, I could not be more thrilled to join you in making history as we nominate Vice President Kamala Harris. Pursuant to our convention rules, we will now proceed with the celebratory roll call vote for the Democratic Party's candidate for the 47th President of the United States of America. As a reminder, our nomination was made official on August 6th upon the certification of the virtual roll call. This roll call will reflect those results. The chair of each delegation or their designee will report its delegation's voting results for the presidential nomination. Pursuant to the rules, the roll call will follow the alphabetical order of the states, with the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico, the territories, and Democrats abroad treated as states for the purposes of the alphabetical roll call. Delegates, are you ready? Let me hear you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy, and I'd like to welcome you all to the Democratic National Convention roll call. Now we're gonna pass the mic from state to state so that all our voices are heard all around the nation. But first, let me pass it back to Secretary Ray to get the celebration started.
Alabama, how do you cast your votes? Alabama passes. Delaware, how do you cast your votes?
On behalf of the great state of Delaware, home of our beloved 46th President of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr.,
it is our honor to unanimously cast our 34 votes for the next President of the United States, Vice President Kamala Harris!
Thank you, Delaware. Alabama, how do you cast your votes?
In a letter from the Birmingham jail, Dr. King wrote that progress is not inevitable. We have to fight for it. We have to win it. Kamala Harris will protect the legacy and the progress that we've made by our forefathers and our foremothers, and she will advance it. She will safeguard our freedom to vote by passing the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. She will fight for freedom and opportunity and build an economy that works for everyone. So, from Huntsville to Mobile, from the Black Belt to the Wiregrass, from the historic civil rights cities of Birmingham, Montgomery, and my hometown of Selma, from the people who brought us the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, the proud, great state of Alabama proudly cast 56 votes for the first Black woman President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris, and the next Vice President, Tim Walz.
Alaska, how do you cast your votes?
Alaska's motto is North to the Future, and that's exactly where Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are going to take us. A future full of opportunity for everyone. As a teacher, a union member, and a proud Black woman, it is my honor to cast Alaska's 19 delegates for the next President of these United States, Kamala Harris.
American Samoa, how do you cast your vote?
Talofalava. Here in American Samoa, faith, service, and community are everything. That's why we cast 10 votes for our next president, Kamala Harris.
Now, once again, my name is DJ Cassidy, and this is the DNC roll call. So let's pass the mic around the nation.
Arizona, how do you cast your votes?
Buenas tardes from the Grand Canyon state of Arizona, the future of the Democratic Party, where we've been bringing the heat since 2020, electing Democrats up and down the ballot. Our diverse coalition is proud to cast our 85 votes for Kamala Harris.
Arkansas, how do you cast your vote?
On behalf of the great state of Arkansas, home of American legends Johnny Cash and Sister Rosetta Tharpe, home of the trailblazing civil rights leaders Daisy Bates and the Little Rock Nine, and home of the birthplace of President William Jefferson Clinton, who inspired all of us in a place called Hope. Arkansas casts our votes for Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz.
California, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of California passes at this time.
California passes. Colorado, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, in Colorado, we know how to climb mountains, and we're going to make sure Kamala Harris and Tim Walz reach the summit and win this election. Colorado proudly casts its votes for Kamala Harris. Giddy up!
Connecticut, how do you cast your vote?
Connecticut, the Constitution state, home of the submarine, home of the jet engine, home of the Yukon Huskies slam dunk, home of Keith Richards lead guitar. We vote.
Tonight, we cast 73 votes and one president for the first female president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris!
Now we're passing the mic all around the world tonight. So let's join together. Here we go, here we go, here we go, let's go!
Democrats abroad, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, Democrats Abroad represents millions of Americans who live abroad and vote back home in all 50 states and in D.C. U.S. citizens can go to votefromabroad.org to register and request a ballot. On behalf of our large, diverse community, we joyfully cast 21 votes for Kamala Harris!
The District of Columbia, how do you cast your vote?
We are Washington, D.C., home to 700,000 Americans, where millions have marched for jobs and justice, where Dr. King had a dream and Obama had hope, and where in January 2025, we will host the inauguration of President Kamala Harris. Washington, D.C., the 51st state. The District of Columbia is proud to cast its 51 votes for the next president of the United
Florida, how do you cast your vote?
Florida is worth fighting for. That's why we're fighting back against Project 2025 and Republican extremism. We won't go back. We won't back down. I cast 4 votes present and 243 votes from the great state of Florida for the first president, first female president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Georgia, how do you cast your votes?
Yeah! Ladies and gentlemen, we are here tonight to officially nominate Kamala Harris for president. Five, get loud, another round of shots. DNC, turn out for what? Turn out for what? Hey, turn out for what? Yeah! Turn out for what? Let's go, let's go! Turn out for what? Hey, everybody get your hands up! Hey, everybody get your hands up! Hey, everybody get your hands up! Now, say, we're not going back! We're not going back! We're not going back! We're not going back! JB Harris! Coming to Walz! JB Harris! Giving the wall! Hey!
Mr. Secretary, the South's got something to say. I'm Congresswoman Nikema Williams, chairwoman of the Democratic Party of Georgia. Georgia, the home of President Jimmy Carter, the cradle of the civil rights movement, where we fight for our freedom. Extremists in Georgia are trying to silence our voices by kicking Georgians off of the rolls and making it harder to vote. But y'all, when we send Kamala Harris to the White House, she'll fight for our freedom to vote, our reproductive freedoms, and our freedom to thrive. In the spirit of good trouble, Georgia cast 123 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Guam, how do you cast your vote?
Hafide todo centro. I am Governor Luhan Guerrero, the first female governor of our beautiful island of Guam. The home of the indigenous Chamorro people. And where America's day begins. And we proudly cast our 12 votes to the next first female president of the United States of America. Viva Kamala! Viva Kamala! Viva Kamala!
Aloha, Hawaii, how do you cast your vote?
America, thank you all for loving Hawaii. The spirit of aloha means acting with love and kindness. Our Hawaii was the first state to legalize abortion. Our state was the first to ratify the ERA. Our state was the first to pass universal health care for all and target 100% renewable energy. Our state is the birthplace of Barack Obama. Our Our state shares the values of Kamala Harris, and we cast 6 votes present and 23 votes for Kamala Harris. First woman president.
Idaho, how do you cast your vote?
Republicans ripped away our reproductive freedoms. The Idaho Democrats are mounting our comeback. For the first time in decades, we're running in every legislative district. We are not going back. Idaho cast 27 votes for Kamala Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is a celebration of democracy, a celebration of freedom, a celebration of future. Chicago, are you ready?
Our convention host, Illinois, how do you cast your vote?
Secretary, Illinois Democrats are doing the work to win in November, and I am proud to introduce my partner in the fight, my governor, JB Pritzker!
The great state of Illinois, the prairie state, home of 4 presidents, including President Barack Obama. The birthplace of skyscrapers and the adopted home of Superman. The cornerstone of the Midwest Blue Wall. The first state to ratify the 13th Amendment ending slavery. And the 19th Amendment granting women the right to vote. Illinois casts 1 vote present and 176 votes for the next president of the United States, future Madam President Kamala Harris.
Indiana, how do you cast your vote?
Indiana welcomed me into its heart. Indiana welcomed me into its heart as soon as I married Christine Harrell from Rolling Prairie. And that's before I lived in Hawkins or played the littlest player with the biggest heart at the University of Notre Dame, Rudy. I want what's best for Indiana, and that means electing Kamala Harris, the first woman president of the United States of America.
On behalf of the great Hoosier State, home of the largest single sporting day event in the world, the Indy 500, home of Michael Jackson, home of Babyface, home of David Letterman, Indiana delivered just 86 delegates to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president.
Iowa, how do you cast your vote?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The tall corn state of Iowa,
the state that launched Barack Obama on his way to the presidency, the state that put education on its state quarter, and the state that feeds and fuels the world casts one vote absent and 45 votes for the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
I can't hear. Hello, delegates from the center of America, the Sunflower State, Kansas, where our farmers feed America, where we elect strong women who govern from the middle. As the first ever black chair of Kansas, I am proud to cast our 39 votes for the first black woman president, Kamala Harris!
The Commonwealth of Kentucky. How do you cast your vote?
Since 2021, the Biden-Harris administration has shown up for the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and today we're showing up for Vice President Harris. With this administration, we've broken every record for private sector investment, exports, tourism, wages, and new jobs. Together, we're building the 2 largest battery plants on planet Earth, and we opened the cleanest, greenest recycled paper mill the world has ever seen. We are proud to cast 56 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Louisiana, how do you cast your votes?
Greetings from Louisiana. Mr. Secretary, my name is Wendell Pierce, and I'm a proud son of Louisiana. And Louisiana is about family, and I'm surrounded by my family of the delegates of Louisiana. And our great Congressman, Troy Carter.
Louisiana casts its votes in support of our democracy, and we stand in line for a more perfect union.
And born out of that democracy from the Big Easy, the northernmost Caribbean city, the last Bohemia was jazz. And nothing can be more emblematic of jazz and democracy than what we swing with in the Big Easy. And it's because of that that I am here to cast my personal votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. And now, the leader of our party, Mr. Randall Gaines.
The great state of Louisiana, a state that embodies the principles and spirit of hope and resilience, and so does Kamala Harris. The great state of Louisiana cast its 1 vote present, and our 47 votes for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're halfway there. Are you ready? Here we go, here we go. Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Next up is Maine. Maine, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Chair,
great state of Maine, home of environmental climate activists and champions like Edmund S. Muskie and George Mitchell. Happy birthday today, George. The state where the sun rises first on the nation over our bold and rocky coast, bringing with it today a new day for the brave and open-hearted people of this country. We have improved lives, restored rights, and preserved our environment in Maine for future generations. Maine leads, and as Maine goes, so will go the nation.
Maryland, how do you cast your vote?
We are Maryland! And we represent Marylanders past and present who have contributed to America's greatness. We are the birthplace of Harriet Tubman. We are the birthplace of Thurgood Marshall. We are the birthplace of Frederick Douglass. We are the place where soldiers defended our freedoms in Baltimore and also in Antietam, and the home of thousands of veterans who call Maryland home. And this community of patriots is proud to cast our votes for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris!
The Commonwealth of Massachusetts, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the people of Massachusetts know something about making history. The first Thanksgiving in Plymouth, the first public school, the first public library where we don't ban books. Health care for all, and the first shots fired at our revolution. And we are proud, as the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, to make history once again. Mr. Secretary, Massachusetts counts 116 votes, all of our votes, for Kamala D. Harris for the office of President of the United States.
Michigan, how do you cast your votes?
Good evening from the Great Lakes State. I'm Michigan Democratic Party Chair Lavora Barnes. Michigan has an incredible story. We put the world on wheels and we built the middle class.
And I'm Senator now. We are getting things done in Michigan in 2022. We flipped our state House of Representatives for the first time in 40 years. We're getting it done in Michigan.
And I'm Governor Gretchen Whitmer. We cut taxes. We protected freedoms. We brought manufacturing home, and we know how to win. This November, we're working together. Michigan cast three president
25 votes for
our next president, Kamala Harris.
Minnesota, how do you cast your votes?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Minnesota, home of Vice President Hubert Humphrey, Vice President Walter Mondale, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. We pass.
Minnesota passes. Mississippi, how do you cast your votes?
Mr. Secretary, I'm State Chair Shaq Taylor from the home of magnolias and mockingbirds, from the great state of Mississippi, from the red clay hills to the Mississippi River. To our Gulf Coast, we're proud of our heroes such as Fannie Lou Hamer and our special guest, Mr. January 6th, the Honorable Benny T. Thompson. With great joy, Mississippi delivers 40 votes for our future president, Ms. Kamala Harris.
Now tonight is a celebration of love, a celebration of life. So let the celebration continue.
Missouri, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, I'm Russ Carnahan, Chairman of Missouri Democrats. We're home to Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. We are home to common sense leaders like President Truman, Senators Eagleton, Carnahan, McCaskill, and we will fire Josh Hawley and hire Marine veteran Lucas Coons. Our voters will reclaim reproductive freedom. Kamala Harris has sent a lightning bolt of energy and hope across this country, and we proudly cast 2 votes present and 68 votes for Kamala Harris and our Midwestern friend, Tim Walz.
Montana, how do you cast your vote?
We, the delegates of the proud state of Montana, on behalf of Big Sky Country, the last best place in these United States, I'm grateful for the beauty of our land and determined to protect it for future generations.
We who sent the first woman to Congress proudly cast our 24 delegate votes to send the first woman to the White House, Kamala
Harris. Nebraska, how do you cast your vote?
Nebraska, home of 4 tribal nations today, and icons Malcolm X, Standing Bear, and Willa Cather, and our homegrown homeboy, Tim Walz.
And the quality of life capital of the country, Lincoln, capital of Husker Nation, where the Biden-Harris team and unions are rebuilding the heartland.
In Omaha, now affectionately known as Kamaha, but we will protect the blue dot.
We are ready for it. Nebraska proudly casts our 34 votes for Kamala Harris and Coach Tim Walz.
Nevada, how do you cast your vote?
As a survivor of the largest mass shooting in modern American history, I'm voting for Kamala Harris because America is done running from gun violence. No more pretending books are more dangerous to second graders than assault rifles. No more stolen lives, no more silent streams, no more shattered families. As
As vice president, she helped pass the nation's first significant gun safety law in 30 years. Nevada is the battle-born state, and Kamala Harris was born for this battle! Now our chair, Danielle Moreno.
Nevada is the most diverse battleground state in the country, home of the late, great Senator Harry Reid, the only Latina ever to serve in the U.S. Senate, Catherine Cortez Masto, and we are the first and only women-majority state legislature. As Nevada's first black woman chair, I proudly deliver the Silver State's 48 votes for the next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
New Hampshire, how do you cast your votes?
Good evening. My name is Joanne Dowdell from the great state home of the nation's first primary, New Hampshire, where we stand granite strong. We are so proud of the many women throughout our state committed to building a future of opportunity and trailblazing the way for all of us. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our youngest delegate, Aliana Manzour.
The great Live Free or Die state of New Hampshire casts all 34 of our votes for our next black woman and first South Asian president, Kamala Harris.
Today we come together as one nation, under one groove. Nothing can stop us now. So no matter who you are, no matter where you are, represent your state with pride as we unite for the future.
New Jersey, how do you cast your vote?
Everybody, I'm Governor Phil Murphy. We're from Jersey, baby, and you're not. In the Great Garden State, we care about protecting women's rights and lifting up vulnerable communities. That's what we mean when we say the Great Garden State.
My name is Dr. Joey Perella, pronouns she, her, hers. I'm a proud resident of the Garden State. I'm proud to stand with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz because they stand with the LGBTQ community. It's time to turn the page on Trump. Thank you.
I'm Leroy Jones, the chairman of the New Jersey State Committee, the home of the late, great Whitney Houston. And New Jersey and these amazing delegates cast 2 votes present and 142 votes for Kamala Harris, President of the United States of America. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win.
New Mexico, how do you cast your vote?
Buenas noches! Chair Jessica Velasquez here with our delegates from the land of enchantment, the great state of New Mexico, where we
New York, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, my name is Henry Garrido. I am from the great state of New York. Unions not only built the Empire State, they built a strong middle class across this country. That is why I'm so proud to introduce the governor of the greatest labor state of the country, Governor Kathy Hochul.
As governor of the greatest state that ever existed. Hey, we're New Yorkers, get used to it. From Seneca Falls, the birthplace of the women's rights movement, to Stonewall, the birthplace of the LGBTQ movement, to Stone King Mountain, the birthplace of the environmental justice movement, and the birthplace of the labor movement. We are also not just the birthplace of great progressive movements, we are the birthplace of Shirley Chisholm. We are the birthplace of Geraldine Ferraro. And we are the home of Hillary Clinton. And that's why, as the first woman governor of New York, I am so proud to cast 298 votes to make Kamala Harris the first female president of the United States of America.
North Carolina, how do you cast your votes?
My name is Anderson Clayton. I have the honor of serving as the youngest state party chair in this country. And North Carolina is the home of folks like Anthony Hamilton. Yeah, Governor Jim Hunt, Dr. Reverend William Barber, Nina Simone. We represent a new South. And we are proud to be that again this year by electing Josh Stein, Allison Riggs, Wesley Harris, Anita Earls, and everyone else that's on our ballot this year. We are going to make sure that we put Democrats on the ballot and in people's hearts and minds. North Carolina gives 131 votes to the phenomenal Kamala Harris.
North Dakota, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, the Democrats of North Dakota, the Peace Garden State, are proud to cast our 17 votes for Vice President Kamala Harris and the best neighbor you could ever hope to have, Governor Tim Walz, for President and Vice President of the United States of America. Let's go!
So now, ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy. This is the DNC Roll Call, and tonight, your voice is the future.
Northern Mariana Islands, how do you cast your votes?
Half a day, Tiro, and hello, everyone. We are the Northern Mariana Islands, where our customs, our culture, our land, and our oceans breathe life into our people. The earth is not red or blue. The earth is sick, and we must protect it. Home to some of the living legends in celestial navigation and to some of the friendliest people in the Pacific. We are the blue waves of the Pacific, and we are proud to cast all 11 votes for our MVP, Kamala Harris. Viva Marianas!
cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, Ohioans know how to make history. We put a man on the moon, and we are the founding home of the AFL-CIO. We enshrined abortion rights in our state constitution by 13 points, and we are going to send Sherrod Brown back to the U.S. Senate. As the first woman to lead Ohio Democrats, I am proud to cast our ballots for the first woman to be president of the United States. Mr. Secretary, we cast 1 vote present and 142 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Oklahoma, how do you cast your vote?
Hello from Oklahoma, where we fight for the future for all Oklahomans can be proud of. The future where working families thrive, our diversity is our strength, and our values like freedom, equality, and opportunity puts us ahead and makes Oklahoma proud. We cast our 36 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Oregon, how do you cast your vote?
From the first state in the nation to hold a presidential election with all mail-in voting, Oregon is proud to protect voting rights in America.
And Haley, from the heart of the beautiful Pacific Northwest, Oregon protects our planet and fights for LGBTQ equality.
And where we believe that reproductive rights are human rights, Oregon cast 78 votes for Kamala Harris.
Party people in the place to be. We're now passing the mic at the DNC. It goes 1, 2, 3, let's go!
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, how do you cast your vote?
Let's go, Pennsylvania, let's go! My name is Mayor DeJuan Walker from the great city of Aliquippa, Beaver County. My city is a city of legends, the only high school in America with 3 Hall of Famers. I took this seat in 2009 when my sister was murdered. I wanted to do better. 15 years she's been gone. 12 years this city has been under my watch. I'm grateful for the opportunity to lead my city. I'm grateful for the state of Pennsylvania. God bless everyone in this room. I love this state, thank you.
I'm Governor Josh Shapiro. The proud governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the birthplace of democracy, the birthplace of freedom, the greatest Commonwealth of all. And together, Pennsylvania cast 178 votes for the next Madam President of the United States, Kamala Harris, and Vice President Tim Walz.
Puerto Rico, how do you cast your votes?
Buenas noches. Puerto Rico, a U.S. territory known as the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, and the next state of the... It's 60 votes para la primera mujer afroamericana de ascendencia asiática y caribeña que será presidenta de los Estados Unidos, Kamala Harris. ¡Viva Kamala!
DNC, let's go! Roll call, keep it coming now. Roll call, keep it coming now. Roll call, keep it coming now. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, let's go!
Rhode Island, how do you cast your vote?
I am Joe Shikachi, Speaker of the Rhode Island House. We are the smallest state, but we have the biggest ideas. Home to the nation's first wind farm and a historic act on climate, we continue leading the way on sustainability and housing. The deep blue ocean state is proud to cast 1 vote present and 34 ballots for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
South Carolina, how do you cast your vote?
I'm Crystal Spain. I'm Crystal Spain, chair of the South Carolina Democratic Party. Hello from the great state of South Carolina, where we pick presidents. The home of the DNC chair, Jamie Harrison. The home of the first Black Panther, Chadwick Boseman. The home of the national basketball champions, the mighty Lady Gamecocks.
I'm Senator Margie Bright Matthews, one of the sister senators, and John F. Kennedy Profiles and Courage Award winner. We stopped the total abortion ban in South Carolina. Like us, Kamala has proven that she has the courage to fight and will fight for all Americans. South Carolina is not going back. We're going forward on reproductive rights. We're going forward on voting rights. We're going forward against hate crimes. Forward with a prosecutor and not a crook. That's why we are proud to cast our 65 delegates for Kamala Harris.
South Dakota, how do you cast your vote?
How mitakiapi, chante washte na bechuzapalo. In my beautiful Lakota language, that means hello, my relatives. I shake your hand with a happy heart. That is the spirit of my beloved South Dakota. My name is Chante Redis, and I want to say that my people, the Ocheti Shakoan, are still here. The 7 council fires are still here. Let me tell you what a Kamala Harris presidency will mean for me, my friends, and my community. More importantly, more opportunities, more good-paying jobs, better access to health care, and a quality education. That is the future we deserve, and it is the future we will win on November 5th when we elect Kamala Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The state of South Dakota is proud to be part of such a historic moment in our country's history. We are a land that is proud of our hardworking farmers and ranchers, that celebrates 9 tribal nations and their incredible cultures, where natural beauty can be seen from the Big Sioux River to Mount Rushmore. South Dakota is honored to cast all 20 of our votes for Vice President Kamala Harris, who will soon be known as Madam President.
Tennessee, how do you cast your votes?
Mr. Secretary, the great state of Tennessee, birthplace of rock and roll, hometown to the blues, the home of 7 HBCUs, and the state that gave women the right to vote.
From the bluffs of Memphis to the peaks of Mountain City, the movement for justice rooted in love in Tennessee is still strong. It is a movement where kids are free from gun violence, a movement where women have the right to choose, a movement where working people get access to economic opportunity, a movement where those who have been pushed to the periphery are brought to the center, a movement where those who have been pushed down are lifted up. It is alive in Tennessee because we believe that justice will roll down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream, which is why we are so proud to have been the first state in the union to have pledged all of our delegates to Kamala D. Harris.
We cast 72 votes for the first woman and next president of the United States, Kamala D. Harris.
Party people, come on. TNC, party people, come on. Roll call, party people, come on. TNC, party people, come on.
Texas, how do you cast your votes?
Hello, Chicago! I'm Eva Longoria from Corpus Christi, Texas, home of Selena Quintanilla, and I'm here to introduce native Texan Cecile Richards.
I'm proud to be here tonight representing a tradition in Texas of progressivism and my late mother, Ann Richards, the governor of Texas, and passing it on to another great Texas heroine, Kate Cox.
I'm Kate Cox, and I love being a mom. I have two beautiful children, and my husband and I have always wanted a third. But when I got pregnant, doctors told us our baby would never survive. And if I didn't get an abortion, it would put a future pregnancy at risk. But Trump didn't care. And because of his abortion bans, I had to flee my home. There's nothing pro-family about abortion bans. There's nothing pro-life about letting women suffer and even die. Today, because I found a way to access abortion care, I am pregnant again. Thank you. And my baby is due in January, just in time to see Kamala Harris sworn in as President of the United States.
Mr. Secretary, my name is Gilberto Hinojosa, chair of the Texas Democratic Party, and as the nation's biggest battleground state with 40 electoral votes on behalf of 30 million Americans. Texas cast 3 votes present and 263 votes for freedom, for the future, for the first woman to serve as the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Utah, how do you cast your vote?
Utah, home of 8 tribal nations, the crossroads of the West, the Beehive State, the host of the 2034 Winter Olympics, the youngest and fastest growing state in the nation, and the next battleground state. Mr. Secretary, we proudly cast 34 votes for Vice President Kamala Harris!
How do you cast your vote?
Vermont knows the value of public education. We even have a teacher as our congresswoman. And in 1777, we were the first state to place public education in our Constitution. As someone with significant learning disabilities, I know the value of investing in every single child. We are proud to call Vermont home, and we are proud to cast our 24 votes for Kamala Harris because we are not going back.
The U.S. Virgin Islands. How do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, we are proud to call the Virgin Islands of the United States our home, a place of resistance and freedom, home of Alexander Hamilton, the first slave rebellion in the Western Hemisphere, the fire-burned queens. We are proud to celebrate a nominee of Caribbean heritage.
From America's Caribbean, the place where the sun rises first in America, from the place of great liberty and the vacation home of President Joe Biden, the Virgin Islanders are strong, resilient, and committed to and passionate to vote for the next President of the United States. All 13 votes to Kamala Harris!
The Commonwealth of Virginia. How do you cast your votes?
Mr. Secretary, the Commonwealth of Virginia is proudly represented by Senator Mark Warner and Senator Tim Kaine, majorities in the House of Representatives, with 6 hardworking Congress members and majorities in the General Assembly. We also are proud to be represented by 25,000 hardworking, mostly union workers who build freedom by building aircraft carriers and submarines. Senator Warner.
Virginia, where this year we're going to return Tim Kaine to the United States Senate. Our Commonwealth of Virginia is proud to cast all 119 votes for the next President, Kamala Harris.
Washington. How do you cast your vote?
From the amber waves of grain and verdant origins of eastern Washington to the iconic waters of the Salish Sea, Washington stands proud as a part of the blue Walz. I, the first South Asian woman leading a state party, am honored to pledge 9 votes present and a lucky 101 votes for Vice President Kamala
West Virginia. How do you cast your votes?
My name is Jean Evansmore, and I'm 83 years old. And as such, I am the oldest of the delegates in West Virginia. Most 83-year-olds that I know are spending time with their grandchildren or traveling. But I'm here, suited up and ready to battle. Because I will not, I repeat, I will not let everything I've fought for be taken away by Donald Trump.
My name is Catherine Prather. I am 18 years old, and I am the youngest delegate from West Virginia. I'm suited up and ready for battle because I will not let my freedoms and my future be taken away by Donald Trump. That's why we're proud to cast West Virginia's 24 delegates for the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris!
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is DJ Cassidy. Now, are you ready?
My home state of Wisconsin, how do you cast your vote?
Thank you, Banter, Jason Ray, for all your good work. As a proud governor of the great state of Wisconsin, we're home of the Green Bay Packers. We're home of the Wisconsin Badgers. We're home of the Milwaukee Brewers. And the Milwaukee Bucks, as well as U.S. Senator, our best U.S. Senator, Tammy Baldwin. And our great congressional folks, Gwen Moore and Mark Pocan. I'm here because I'm jazzed as hell to announce that Wisconsin cast 1 vote present and 94 votes who are we at? Got me going here. Former Wisconsinite, former state, oh my God.
We love you, Jody! We love you, Jody!
94 votes for. I'll get there, Jason, I'll get there. 94 votes for former Wisconsinite, Vice President, and our next President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Wyoming, how do you cast your vote?
Mr. Secretary, delegates, my name's Joe Barbudo, and these folks around me, we are honored to be representing the great state of Wyoming. Both the first state and territory in this nation to recognize a woman's right to vote, and the state that 100 years ago elected Democrat Nellie Taylor Ross, our nation's first female governor. With that legacy in mind and heart, the Equality State cast all of our votes for the woman who will be the first woman president of the United States. Say it with me now, Kamala Harris! All right. Good job.
The great state of Minnesota, how do you cast your vote?
Hello, Minnesota! My name is Hans Storvik, and Tim Walz was my neighbor, coach, and favorite teacher. We were excited to go to his classroom every day, and if you've ever been in high school, you know that can be rare. He opened our eyes to the world. He taught us how to talk about global issues with respect, curiosity, and kindness, even and especially when we disagreed. But he wasn't just a great teacher. He was also a great neighbor and friend. In fact, when he was in the midst of a budget battle as governor of our state, he still found time to attend my brother's funeral. Mr. Walz means the world to my family. He's always been there for us, and that's how I know he'll always be there for you as vice president.
Thank you, Hans. Minnesota, let me hear you. There you go. 14 years in the National Football League taught me a lot about leadership. A good leader cannot be selfish. He has to look out for his team. Coach Walz is as unselfish as they come. He has led Minnesota with honesty and integrity. And in November, Minnesota is going to send Tim Walz and Kamala Harris to the White House. Let's go!
I'm Amy Klobuchar, the senator from the great state of Minnesota, where nearly everyone votes and purple reigns.
And I'm Tina Smith from the great state of Minnesota, the home of the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. Minnesota, we cast 10 votes present, and we deliver 81 votes for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
The great state of California. How do you cast your vote?
My name's Governor Gavin Newsom. From the great state of Nancy Pelosi. I come from a state, like our nation, of dreamers, of doers, of entrepreneurs, of innovators, that prides itself on being on the leading and cutting edge of new ideas. California is the most diverse state in the world's most diverse democracy. And we pride ourselves on our ability to live together and advance together and prosper together across every conceivable and imaginable difference. But the thing we pride ourselves most on is that we believe the future happens in California first. And Democrats, I've had the privilege for over 20 years to see that future taking shape with a star in Alameda courtroom by the name of Kamala Harris. I saw that star fighting for criminal justice, racial justice, economic justice, social justice. I saw that star get even brighter as Attorney General of California, as a United States Senator, and as Vice President of the United States of America. Kamala Harris has always done the right thing. A champion for voting rights, civil rights, LGBTQ rights, the rights for women and girls. So Democrats and independents, it's time for us to do the right thing, and that is to elect Kamala Harris as the next President of the United States of America. California, we proudly cast our 482 votes for the next President, Kamala Harris.
Thank you to everyone who participated in our celebratory roll call. Delegates, please know how critical you are to this process, both now and earlier this month when we conducted our virtual roll call. I am thrilled to reaffirm Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee for President of the United States. Pursuant to the convention rules of procedure, Vice President Kamala Harris has been invited to make an acceptance speech, which she will give on Thursday, August 22nd. But now, a special surprise. It's my pleasure to introduce our party's official nominee for President of the United States, live from my home state of Wisconsin, Vice President Kamala Harris.
From exciting Chicago. The delegates at the Democratic National Convention, well, they just completed their roll call. And they have nominated Coach Walz and me to be the next Vice President and President of the United States of America. And I thank everyone there and here for believing in what we can do together. We are so honored to be your nominees. This is a people-powered campaign, and together we will chart a new way forward. A future for freedom, opportunity, of optimism and faith. So to everyone in Chicago and across America, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And you're gonna hear from our wonderful second gentleman shortly. I'll see you in 2 days, Chicago.
Please welcome TV personality, loud and proud Latina, Ana Navarro.
Buenas noches, Chicago. So tell me, are you excited? Wow, what energy, what a moment. I have to tell you, I will never stop being the little refugee girl who came to this country at the age of 8. Thank you for inviting me to be here. Welcome to the second night of the Democratic National Convention. Let me tell you about the Kamala Harris I know. She is legitimately a joyful, optimistic leader. She cares about policy, yes, but she also cares about people and how that policy affects real people, not just the members of Mar-a-Lago. And you know what else? Kamala Harris, she likes dogs. And my dog, Cha-Cha, likes her. Dogs are good judges of character. So are cats. We cannot elect a president who does not like dogs or hangs around with people who shoot them. Now, let's be serious. Donald Trump and his minions call Kamala a communist. I know communism. I fled communism from Nicaragua when I was 8 years old. I don't take it lightly. And let me tell you what communist dictators do. And it's never just for one day. They attack the free press. They call them the enemy of the people, like Ortega does in Nicaragua. They put their unqualified relatives in cushy government jobs so they can get rich of their positions, like the Castros do in Cuba.
and they refuse to accept legitimate elections when they lose and call for violence to stay in power, like Maduro is doing right now in Venezuela. Now, you tell me something. Do any of those things sound familiar? Is there anybody running for president who reminds you of that? And I know one thing, it's not Kamala Harris. That is not the America we love. It's not the land of freedom we treasure. Last night, we heard President Biden say that he loves his job, but he loves his country more. Every American needs to love our country more. Every American has the duty to put our country first. Country first before party. Country first before political ambition. Country first before habit. And in this election, putting country first means one thing and one thing only: voting for Kamala Harris. And that is what this night is about. That is what we're going to talk about tonight. So you know what? Let's get it started. Let's get this fiesta going.
The ayes are 50, the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the nomination is confirmed. And the concurrent resolution as amended is adopted. The Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the motion to proceed is agreed to. On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the bill as amended is passed.
It is my honor to present the Golden Gavel to Vice President Harris, 32 tie-breaking votes.
Please welcome Senate Majority Leader and New York Senator Chuck Schumer.
Everybody, wasn't that a great roll call? Now just let me hear you if you're ready for President Kamala Harris. Friends, we're here to talk about one thing: tomorrow, and building a better tomorrow for all Americans. This November, we can choose a brighter, a fairer, a freer future, or we can relive the dark night of Trump's American carnage. Only one candidate will move America forward: Kamala Harris. Vice President Harris has been the best partner Senate Democrats could ever have asked for. Under her and President Biden's leadership, Senate Democrats lowered prescription drug prices and created millions of good-paying American jobs. I worked with Kamala Harris when she was Senator Harris. I saw a leader who was fearless, who stood up for middle-class families like the one she was raised in, who focused on things that really mattered: helping parents raise their kids, safe neighborhoods, safe schools, and building an opportunity economy that gives everyone a shot at the American dream. She will lead America forward into a brighter future, but she can't do it alone. She needs a Democratic majority in the Senate of the United States. Now, my friends, 2 years ago, the naysayers said Senate Democrats stood no chance in the midterms. I told them, just you wait. We're going to keep the Senate and maybe pick up a seat or two, and that's exactly what happened. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my good friends at this convention, I am telling all of you now, we're going to hold the Senate again, and we're poised to pick up seats. A Democratic majority to create good-paying jobs and lower costs, to defend a woman's right to choose, to deliver for communities back home. Our senators are doing it, like Jackie Rosen, delivering high-speed rail for Nevada. John Tester, bringing high-tech jobs to Montana. And Bobby Casey and Sherrod Brown and Tammy Baldwin and Martin Heinrich fixing bridges in Pennsylvania and Ohio and Wisconsin and New Mexico. We also have amazing candidates. Ruben Gallego, Angela Alsobrooks, Andy Kim, Alyssa Slotkin, Lisa Blunt, Rochester, Colin Allred, Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. And folks, listen to this. More than half of our candidates are candidates of color. We're making the Senate look like America. Now let's compare that with Senate Republicans. Senate Republicans pretend to care about middle-class families, but they voted no on expanding the child tax credit, and J.D. Vance didn't even show up to vote. Senate Republicans pretend to care about the border, but they voted no on the strongest border bill in a decade. Republicans tend to care about freedom, but they voted no on a woman's right to choose. No to safeguard IVF. No to birth control. That is just a taste of their extreme agenda. Is that what we want for America? Do we want a Republican Senate that assaults reproductive freedoms? Do we want a Republican Senate that cuts taxes for the rich, rigs the game for big oil and big pharma? Well, folks, the choice is ours. Now, let me close on a personal note. As the highest-ranking Jewish elected official in American history, I want my grandkids and all grandkids to never, never face discrimination because of who they are. But Donald Trump, this is a guy who peddles anti-Semitic stereotypes. He even invited a white supremacist to Mar-a-Lago. And unfortunately, his prejudice goes in all directions. He fuels Islamophobia and issued a Muslim ban as president. Tonight, folks, I am wearing this blue square to stand up to anti-Semitism, to stand up to all hate. Our children, our grandchildren, no matter their race, no matter their creed, their gender or family, deserve better than Donald Trump's American carnage. So, are you ready to make sure Donald Trump never, ever gets near the White House again? So let's elect Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and a Democratic majority in the Senate and keep the torch of freedom burning bright for generations to come. On to victory in November.
Together, we will build what I call an opportunity economy. I will take on the high costs that matter most to most Americans. Compare my plan with what Donald Trump intends to do. He wants to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax on everyday products and basic necessities that we import from other countries. It will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. He wants to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which 45 million Americans rely on for health care. He plans to give billionaires massive tax cuts year after year. And he plans to cut corporate taxes by over $1 trillion. That if you want to know who someone cares about, look who they fight for. We capped the price of insulin at $35 a month and the total cost of prescription drugs at $2,000 a year for seniors. And just yesterday, we announced that we are lowering the price for 10 more life-saving drugs. As president, I will work to build the housing we need, and by the end of my first term, we will end America's housing shortage by building 3 million new homes and rentals that are affordable for the middle class. More than 100 million Americans will get a tax cut by restoring the Earned Income Tax Credit and the Child Tax Credit, through which millions of Americans with children got to keep more of their hard-earned income. We will provide $6,000 in tax relief to families during the first year of a child's life. Now is the time to chart a new way forward. I will fight to give money back to working and middle-class Americans. Increase the security and stability financially of your family and expand opportunity for working and middle-class Americans.
Please welcome Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders.
Thank you. Thank you. My fellow Americans, it is an honor. It is an honor to be with you tonight because we're laying the groundwork for Kamala Harris to become our next president. And let me tell you why that is so important. I want you all to remember where we were 3.5 years ago. We were in the midst of the worst public health crisis in 100 years and the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. 3,000 Americans were dying every day, and our hospitals were overwhelmed with COVID patients. All across the country, businesses were shutting down. Unemployment was soaring. Workers were losing their health insurance. Schools were closing. State and city budgets were running out of money. People were being evicted from their homes. Children in America were going hungry. That was the reality the Biden-Harris administration faced as they entered the Oval Office. A nation suffering, a nation frightened, and people looking to their government for support. And within 2 months of taking office, our government did respond. We passed the American Rescue Plan, which provided $1,400 for every man, woman, and child in the working class. We extended and expanded benefits for the unemployed. We provided emergency assistance for small businesses to stay open. We guaranteed health care coverage to tens of millions of Americans through one of the largest expansions of Medicaid in history. We provided rent relief and mortgage assistance, which prevented tenants and homeowners from being evicted. We established emergency food programs for hungry children and the elderly, and protected the pensions of millions of union workers and retirees from being slashed by up to 65%. Oh, and by the way, we cut childhood poverty by over 40% through an expanded child tax credit. Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, Vice President Harris. Thank you, Democratic Congress. Now, I say all of this not to relive that difficult moment, but to make one simple point. When the political will is there, government can effectively deliver for the people of our country. And now we need to summon that will again, because too many of our fellow Americans are struggling every day to just get by, to put food on the table, to pay the rent, and to get the health care they need. Brothers and sisters, bottom line, we need an economy that works for all of us, not just the billionaire class. My fellow Americans, when 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck, the top 1% have never, ever had it so good. And these oligarchs tell us we shouldn't tax the rich. The oligarchs tell us we shouldn't take on price gouging. We shouldn't expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision. And we shouldn't increase Social Security benefits for struggling seniors. Well, I've got some bad news for them. That is precisely what we are going to do. And we're going to win this struggle because this is precisely what the American people want from their government. And my friends, at the very top of that to-do list is the need to get big money out of our political process. Billionaires in both parties should not be able to buy elections, including primary elections. For the sake of our democracy, we must overturn the disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision and move toward public funding of elections. And let me tell you what else we must do. We need to join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care to all people as a human right, not a privilege. We need to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. We need to pass the PRO Act so that workers can organize in unions and gain the decent pay and benefits they deserve. We need to strengthen public education, raise teachers' salaries, and make sure that every American, regardless of income, receives the higher education he or she needs. We need to take on Big Pharma and cut our prescription drug cost in half so that we no longer pay any more than other countries. Joe and Kamala made sure that no senior in America pays over $35 a month for insulin. We need to make sure that reality is true for every American. I look forward to working with Kamala and Tim to pass this agenda. And let us be very clear. This is not a radical agenda. But let me tell you what a radical agenda is. And that is Trump's Project 2025. At a time of massive income and wealth inequality, giving more tax breaks to billionaires is radical. Putting forth budgets to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid is radical. Letting polluters destroy our planet is radical. And my friends, we won't let that happen. Fellow Americans, in the last 3.5 years, working together, we have accomplished more than any government since FDR. But much, much more remains to be done. We must summon the courage to stand up to wealth and power and deliver justice for people at home and abroad. Abroad, we must end this horrific war in Gaza. Bring home the hostages and demand an immediate ceasefire. At home right here, we must take on Big Pharma, Big Oil, Big Ag, Big Tech, and all the other corporate monopolists whose greed is denying progress for working people. On November 5th, let us elect Kamala Harris as our president, and let us go forward to create the nation we know we can become. Thank you all very much.
Please welcome Illinois Governor JB Pritzker.
Fellow Democrats, welcome to Chicago. We're a great American city in a proud blue state. Our patriotism was formed in frost and in fire, and in the steel we forged to survive both. Our love of country has been a tapestry of faith that weaves from Abraham Lincoln reuniting a house divided to Barack Obama declaring blue states and red states make one United States. Now, Illinois' presidential pedigree is unmatched. And given that Vice President Kamala Harris spent some of her early life right here, I speak for the entire Illinois delegation when I say, we claim her too. Now, one president we will never claim is the con artist the Republicans nominated in Milwaukee last month. Donald Trump once called Chicago embarrassing. To quote a great Chicagoan who won 6 world championships on these very grounds, we take that personally. I had to govern for 2 years while Trump was president. Let me tell you what's embarrassing. In Illinois, we passed a massive bill to fix our roads and bridges. When Donald Trump proposed his own plan, he turned right around and called it stupid. We eliminated the grocery tax. Donald hasn't been in a grocery store since his first bankruptcy. Illinois invested in clean energy and the jobs it brings. Donald claimed that windmills in the ocean made the whales a little batty. During COVID, we supported small businesses and jobs. And Donald, well, Donald told us to inject bleach. Donald Trump thinks that we should trust him on the economy because he claims to be very rich. But take it from an actual billionaire. Trump is rich in only one thing: stupidity. Now, I meet with business leaders all the time, and there's one universal thing they all need: people. They need more workers to fill all the jobs they have. But the anti-freedom, anti-family policies of MAGA Republicans are driving workers away. Here's the thing. Americans don't want to be forced to drive 100 miles to deliver a baby because a draconian abortion law shut down the maternity ward. Americans want the hope of giving birth through IVF, not the fear that it might be taken away. Americans with LGBTQ kids don't want them facing discrimination at school because the state sanctioned it. Americans want to go to their neighborhood grocery store and not have to worry about some random guy open carrying an AR-15. Americans don't want their kids to be taught in history class that slavery was a jobs program. And if Americans are black or brown, they want to get promoted at work without being derided as a DEI hire for the sin of being successful while not white. Let's be clear. It's not woke that limits economic growth. It's weird. And these guys aren't just weird, they're dangerous. Democrats are for lower taxes and higher wages, less inflation and more business growth. We just think it's wrong to craft those policies for Elon Musk and not for everyday working people. That includes a secure retirement and good health care. We think the government should help you prosper, not police who you're sleeping with. More than anything, Democrats want economic policies that are kind, not cruel. But Trump chooses cruelty every time. After all, everything he's achieved in his own life has been by hurting someone else. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, well, they've spent their lives lifting people up, not pushing them down. They know that a White House that leads with kindness looks at someone who is struggling and sees not what they might cost society, but what they might create for it. Americans want policies that give every American a chance to make it to the middle class. They want to grow small businesses, and Democrats want to cut taxes for everyday people. More than anything, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want a country where we can all live with a little serenity. The serenity that comes with a balanced checkbook, an affordable grocery bill, and a housing market that has room for everyone. And if there's one thing I know about Donald Trump, he's not bringing anyone any kind of serenity. We have a choice, America, between the man who left our country a total mess and the woman who has spent 4 years cleaning it up. And I think it's time we stop expecting women to clean up messes without the authority and the title to match the job. Vice President was a good title for Kamala Harris, but you know an even better one? President of the United States of America. Let's go get 'em!
Please welcome former chair and CEO of American Express and current chair and managing director of General Catalyst, Ken Chenault.
My fellow Americans, for 17 years, I ran American Express, one of the greatest companies in this country. America has thousands of great companies, more than any other nation in the world. And that's not by accident. The United States is the best place in the world to do business because of the values on which our country was built. Democracy, the rule of law, free and fair elections, the peaceful transfer of power. As a business leader, I have seen firsthand why democracy is so important. Democracy provides the foundation upon which American business and our economy depend. Character and values matter. In business, nothing is more important than trust. In America, we have to trust our president will protect democracy. We have to be certain they'll follow the law and serve the nation, not themselves. Business requires stability and certainty that our democracy will endure. Our economy and democracy are tightly linked. Both only grow stronger when Americans, despite our differences, are willing to work together. At this moment, when our politics pits one group against another, that's what's remarkable about Kamala Harris. She is for all Americans. She understands it's possible, in fact necessary, for a president to be both pro-business and pro-worker. Kamala Harris understands that government must work in partnership with the business community. She knows that a market-based economy needs a strong and effective government. Kamala Harris understands that we need to help entrepreneurs turn good ideas into thriving companies, that we can create good-paying jobs by helping manufacturers expand. Kamala Harris believes in growing the economic pie for the benefit of current and future generations. Unlike her opponent, she knows the way not to build an advanced economy is a broad tariff that would only raise prices, hurt consumers and businesses, and cost jobs. She knows the way not to do it is to give people like me a tax cut when that money should be invested to grow the middle class. If you want to lead, you have to be willing to serve. Kamala Harris's vision for the economy serves us all. She has demonstrated throughout her career that she wants to serve all people and wants all Americans to have the opportunity to work to achieve their own share of the American dream. Our economy goes up and down, but the reason America is the strongest nation in the world is because of her commitment to something bigger than ourselves, our commitment to each other, to democracy. That's what this election is about. It's more than a choice between two parties or sets of policies. It's a choice about who we're going to be as a country. In his words and actions, Kamala Harris's opponent has shown us that he does not believe in our democratic values, and he will seek only to serve himself and his desire for vindication and vengeance. Kamala Harris will face the facts. She will navigate this country, the greatest country in the world, through the inevitable challenges, while also leading with the hope and values that America was founded on. Kamala Harris understands that the role of a leader is to instill hope, to repudiate the merchants of fear, and focus on ensuring that the best days are ahead of us. She believes in America, its principles, the hopes and dreams of our people, and the promise of our future. That is why I believe Kamala Harris should be the next president of the United States of America. God bless America.
repeal Obamacare.
Donald Trump over the weekend again threatened to repeal Obamacare.
This would lead to Americans having their health insurance taken away.
There are about 19 million people with coverage through Medicaid expansion, another 16 million enrolled through the ACA's health insurance marketplaces, and we'd probably be talking about many millions of people becoming uninsured.
Biggest worries, losing the safety net of pre-existing conditions coverage.
What happens if you lose this insurance?
Our son would die.
What makes you think this isn't just a hollow threat?
This is one of the few campaign promises that he actually tried very hard to keep. So we better believe him when he says he's coming after this.
Even if you have insurance from your employer, you will be affected because your premiums would be going up.
We're looking at a lot of people who could lose their health insurance.
Please welcome New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham.
Good evening, America. I'm Michelle Lujan Grisham, governor of the great state of New Mexico. And in my state, we like things spicy, a little chili on everything, a little kick in our campaigns. And let me tell you, we are feeling en fuego right now. We are fired up to elect Kamala Harris President of the United States. This election is about protecting our democracy and securing our freedoms, including the right to affordable, quality health care. Now, this issue is personal to Vice President Harris, whose mom passed away after a battle with colon cancer. And it's personal to me. At 2 years old, my sister was diagnosed with a tumor that was incurable and made her uninsurable by the time she was 3. And it's personal to Americans across the country who know what it's like when someone they love gets sick. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance want to dismantle our healthcare system, repeal the Affordable Care Act, and eliminate protections for pre-existing conditions. Either these guys don't get it, or they just don't care. You know who gets it? Kamala Harris gets it, and she cares. As Attorney General, she took on drug companies that jacked up prices and hospitals that overcharged patients. And when Republicans tried to kill the Affordable Care Act, she stood up in the Senate, voting not just no, but hell no. And Kamala Harris hasn't just stopped Republicans from making our healthcare system worse. She fights every day to make it better. And I know, I spent 20 years working to get Medicare the ability to negotiate lower drug prices. As Vice President, Kamala Harris delivered it. You know what Donald Trump delivered? Junk plans, higher premiums, and abortion bans. And if you don't think a second term would be worse, then I've got a box of Trump steaks to sell you. We have not just a better choice. America, we have the best choice. Yes, we do. Kamala Harris will protect your right to care. She'll cap drug costs. She'll go after corporate price gougers and ensure every woman who needs it can access reproductive health care. That's the president I want. And that's the president America needs. And with your help, that's the next president of the United States. President Kamala Harris.
I love you too. Y en español, los quiero. So, my mom, like Kamala's mom, got sick. When my mom died in 2021, Kamala called me. She had lost her mother to cancer in 2009. Kamala helped me navigate my grief. She said that heartbreak and loss are the price for having loved and having been loved. How I wish our mothers could be here to see this moment. In the next 4 years, America will invariably have moments of great sadness and pain in our country. Some will be natural disasters. Some will be man-made disasters. We need a president who can not only be commander-in-chief, but also consoler-in-chief. We need a president with empathy, capable of lifting us up when we are down. We need a president who is capable of holding us in a big, great hug when we need it. That is Kamala Harris. Donald Trump is only capable of holding two things, a grudge and a golf club.
I remember when Kamala was first running for district attorney and people were like, oh, I don't know if she's tough enough. And I just had to laugh because I'm like, you don't know my sister.
Kamala had been a hard and tough prosecutor in Alameda County, prosecuting men who were pimping young girls and rapists.
Kamala wanted to make sure that murderers and child abusers face meaningful accountability and consequences for those actions.
One of the cases that she had early in her career was where a man had scalped his girlfriend. And she ended up getting a conviction, getting justice for that woman.
She came to San Francisco to protect victims, and she was elected to be district attorney of San Francisco. Kamala knew that we needed to be smart on crime, and if hell, no one else was gonna do it, that she was gonna do it.
If I'm gonna keep my promise to you to keep you safe, I better talk with you about what I'm doing in terms of crime prevention. Investing in people coming out of prisons is the smart thing to do for law enforcement. Forget that it's just the right thing to do.
That was a young Kamala Harris. She's only gotten more fierce. I've never seen her back down from a fight, and when she fights, she wins.
When Kamala became Attorney General, she wanted to protect people, but also to fundamentally pursue justice.
Being smart on crime starts with being tough on violent crime.
From a statewide perspective, I think we were concerned about the rise of gang violence.
In San Joaquin County, we saw this tremendous change in our community, and it hit us like a wave. We saw an increase in human trafficking, narcotics, and guns.
Let it be clear to anyone who administers this state with violence, to those who prey on the weak and the vulnerable, justice will be swift and certain in the state of California.
She was always hunting the kingpins. but we didn't have partnerships with DOJ or FBI or DEA or any of those law enforcement agencies. Now, we all work collaboratively to help all the counties in California. Because of her, we destabilized organized crime, disrupt these flows of guns, human beings, and narcotics.
We are here this afternoon to announce the shutting down of one of the biggest and most organized threats to the safety of the Central Valley.
I really think of her as fearless, as a fighter.
Kamala just perseveres, and mommy would say it's too hard is never an excuse. Making excuses is a failure to not only take responsibility, but to take action. If you have the will, the desire, the passion, the commitment, there is no challenge that is insurmountable.
Please welcome the Democratic nominee for Senate in Maryland, Angela Alsobrooks.
Good evening, America, and hello, Maryland. People like me, thank you. People like me, stories like mine don't usually make it to the United States Senate, but they should. I'm the proud granddaughter of a housekeeper, Sarah Daisy, who raised her 3 children in a 1-bedroom apartment. It was her dream to work in government to help people. That meant taking a typing test. But she didn't know how to type, and she couldn't afford a typewriter. So she put a white piece of paper on the refrigerator and drew a keyboard on it. And every night, she stood in front of that refrigerator and taught herself to type. She took the test, passed it, and got the job she dreamed of. I am her legacy. And tonight, I am a candidate for United States Senate from the great state of Maryland. I've always been inspired by women like my grandmother, women who imagine a better future and then have the grit to make it a reality. One of those women is a friend, a mentor, and a role model. That woman is Kamala Harris. Let me tell you about the Kamala I've known for 14 years. I first heard about her in 2009 when I was running for state's attorney in Prince George's County, Maryland. I read a story in Essence magazine about a district attorney in San Francisco using new ideas to keep her community safe. Few had a better record prosecuting violent crime. She put rapists, child molesters, and murderers behind bars. But what she knew was that violent crime accounts for about 30% of all crimes. For the 70% that are nonviolent, she created a first-of-its-kind program called Back on Track. After serving time and pleading guilty, these low-level offenders would get the job training, GED help, and apprenticeships they needed to find a job. The result? The recidivism rate plummeted. Now, after reading about this super bad district attorney, I talked nonstop about her on the campaign trail. 2 days after I won the election, my phone rings. It's Kamala Harris calling to congratulate me and ask how she could help. She helped me bring Back on Track to Maryland. And wouldn't you know it, crime went down and economic growth went up. Back on Track is now a national model. Now Donald Trump says if Kamala Harris is elected, tough guys will treat her like a play toy. Do you know who else thought that? The drug cartels she busted, the big oil companies she made pay for polluting, the big banks that she made pay $20 billion to homeowners they ripped off. Getting justice for others isn't a power trip for her. It's a sacred calling. And hear me, Kamala Harris knows how to keep criminals off the streets. And come November, with your help, she'll keep one out of the Oval Office. Ever since Donald Trump rode down that ridiculous escalator, we as a nation have felt trapped. Every national decision has been made in reaction to this one man and his extremist MAGA movement. We are still frozen by the fear that Donald Trump might once again come to power. And it's not just our politics that have been trapped, it's our imagination. And then Kamala came along. Kamala has reminded us that we don't need to fear anything, not the future, and certainly not that man. This is our moment to leave Donald Trump where he belongs, in America's past. We stand with Kamala Harris because we as a country are not going back. For the ancestors who sat at lunch counters and made sure that we all had the right to vote, we are not going back. For the mamas and grandmamas who marched to make sure that women could control our own bodies, we are not going back. For the parents who work from can't see in the morning until can't see at night, not so that they will have a better future, but so that their children will have a better life. We are not going back. When facing an obstacle, my father has often said to me, your faith is stronger than your fears. Tonight, our faith is stronger than our fears. Faith in the promise of America. Faith in the American idea, in the American values that we share. Faith that we, the people, can choose a new leader, a better future for the people. Faith that as dark as our days and challenges have sometimes felt, it's always darkest before the dawn. We know that we can endure for a night because joy cometh in the morning. Morning is coming. Morning is coming. And that joy will be led by Kamala Harris. Thank you so much.
Please welcome Mesa, Arizona Mayor John Giles.
Good evening. I have a confession to make. I'm a lifelong Republican. So I feel a little out of place tonight, but I feel more at home here than in today's Republican Party. The grand old party has been kidnapped by extremists and devolved into a cult, the cult of Donald Trump. Trump doesn't know the first thing about public service. Like a child, he acts purely out of self-interest. We all need an adult in the White House, and we've seen what happens when we don't have one. Trump made a lot of lofty promises: unlimited economic growth, American manufacturing reborn, a secure border. Turns out Donald Trump was all talk. He wanted our votes, but he couldn't deliver a thing. But these days, my city of Mesa, Arizona is on the move. I'm going to ribbon cuttings every single week, all because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris reached across the aisle and they delivered for my conservative community and countless more across the country. My hero, John McCain, taught us to put country over party. And that's how Vice President Harris and Governor Walz will lead too. I have an urgent message for the majority of Americans who, like me, are in the political middle. John McCain's Republican Party is gone, and we don't owe a damn thing to what's been left behind. So let's turn the page. Let's put country first. Let's put adults in the room where our country deserves. Thank you.
It's our dream to have a large family.
Being a parent, it's the most important thing in my life.
For decades, Americans have turned to the miracle of IVF treatments.
She felt like a dream come true.
The fact that she was able to build a family, that's why I do what I do.
Without IVF, I don't know how this would have been possible.
IVF treatment gives many patients an opportunity to have a family.
I love that I get to help people every day become parents.
But a party that pretends to be pro-family wants to put a stop to this. They are attacking the right to expand and start a family.
It's unthinkable.
They may never have the family that they've dreamt of.
In the U.S. Senate,
Republicans blocked a Democratic bill that would have established protections for in vitro fertilization.
Mr. Vance, no.
If Republicans actually cared as much about protecting IVF, this would have been a simple yes vote.
Family means support.
To me, family is your whole world. It's the life that you build.
IVF made my family.
It made my heart whole.
It made my life full.
It made my life full.
And it made my life full.
And we will always fight for you, for your family, for your freedoms, and for your future.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz honor the freedoms of all families to make decisions about what is right for them, for this generation and generations to come.
Please welcome Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth.
Hello, Chicago! Hello, Chicago! You know, I went to war to protect America's rights and freedoms. So I take it personally when a five-time draft-dodging coward like Donald Trump tries to take away my rights and freedoms in return, especially when it concerns my daughters. My girls, gamer girl Abigail and queen of the monkey bars, Miley, are everything to me. But they would never have been born without access to reproductive care. Because after 10 years of struggling with infertility, I was only able to have them through the miracle of IVF. But now, Trump's anti-woman crusade has put other Americans' right to have their own families at risk. Because if they win, Republicans will not stop at banning abortion. They will come for IVF next. They'll prosecute doctors. They will shame and spy on women. And if you think that's far-fetched, just look up what happened in Alabama last year. So let me say to every would-be parent, I see you, I'm with you. And together, in November, we'll send a message to old Cadet Bone Spurs. Stay out of our doctors' offices, and when you're at it, out of the Oval Office too. Look, my struggle with infertility was more painful than any wound I earned on the battlefield. So how dare a convicted felon like Donald Trump treat women seeking health care like they're the ones breaking the law? How dare J.D. Vance criticize childless women on cable news, then vote against legislation that would have actually helped Americans to start families? How dare the GOP endanger the dreams of countless veterans whose combat wounds prevent them from having kids without IVF, punishing our heroes for their willingness to serve? It's simple. Every American deserves the right to be called mommy or daddy without being treated like a criminal. Kamala Harris believes that. So let's make some history and elect her in November. God bless America.
This is my dad, Doug. He was raised in Jersey and moved to LA when he was 16. These are his parents, Barb and Mike. They think he walks on water. This is what he wore to his bar mitzvah. And here's him at summer camp. They voted him most athletic, so he says. This is a photo McDonald's used when he was Employee of the Month. It hung on our wall for years. My dad is a lawyer, a really good one. My mom called him the crisis guy because he was everyone's first call. My parents split when I was in middle school, and that wasn't easy. That's not easy for any kid. But it helped that my parents stayed friends, and we all kept hanging together. We grew closer than ever. And then he met Kamala, the blind date that would dramatically change all of our lives forever. It was my senior year of high school. Ella and I would laugh watching them fall in love, acting like teenagers. In 2014, Kamala became Mamala. She took over Sunday night dinners and taught Doug how to actually cook. Our blended family wasn't used to politics or the spotlight, but when Kamala became senator, we were all excited to step up, especially my dad. Then Kamala became vice president. It felt like Doug was a bit out of place on Capitol Hill. I thought, what is my goofy dad doing here? But he embraced it. He left his practice after being a lawyer for 30 years. That was tough. I was so proud to watch him do it, to stand by her side, an example of true partnership. I just got married myself, and he's inspired me as a new husband. Anyone who really gets close to him knows he's kind, loving, and fiercely protective. I mean, just look at this face. This is my dad, the first second gentleman in the history of this nation. He's found his voice around the issues that matter to him.
You have no choice but to speak up and speak out.
There is an epidemic of hate, including a crisis of anti-Semitism in our country and around the world.
What they are doing on reproductive freedom and freedom in general is just outrageous.
And next, he's gonna make history again as the first gentleman. I can't wait for everyone to get to know why we all love him. He's the glue that keeps this family together. We might not look like other families in the White House, but we are ready to represent all families in America.
Please welcome my dad, the second gentleman of the United States, Doug Emhoff.
He didn't want me to give this speech. He just... Thank you so much. Hello. Thank you. Hello to my big, beautiful, blended family up there. I love you so much. Aren't you proud of Cole? Wow. And a special shout out to my mother. I see you. My mother is the only person in the whole world who thinks Kamala is the lucky one for marrying me. And to Kamala, who, well, we just saw where she is. She's out on the trail listening to and talking with voters. Honey, I can't wait for you to come back to Chicago because we're having a great time here. I love you so much. I'm so proud of how you're stepping up for all of us. But that's who she is. Wherever she's needed, however she's needed, Kamala rises to the occasion. And she did it for me and our family. And now that the country needs her, she's showing you what we already know. She's ready to lead. She brings both joy and toughness to this task, and she will be a great president we will all be proud of. Now, I'm the son of two Brooklynites, Mike and Barb. They've been together almost 70 years. My dad worked in the shoe business in Manhattan, and he moved our family out to New Jersey. Where's New Jersey? I see you out there. When I was a little kid. And in a lot of ways, I had a typical Jersey suburban childhood. I biked around the neighborhood. I took the bus to Hebrew school. And I rode to Little League practice in the way back of my coach's wood-paneled station wagon. And if we did well, we got to have a Slurpee after. In my neighborhood, everyone left their garage door open. Wherever you ended up at dinner time, that's the family that fed you. Everyone took care of everyone else. And the guys I grew up with are still my best friends. The group chat is active every day, and it's probably blowing up right now, guys. When my dad had to get a new job, we moved across the country to LA. Money was tight. Hey, California. Money was tight, So I worked at McDonald's in high school for some extra cash. Not only was I Employee of the Month, but I still have the framed picture, which you just saw, and there was a ring, golden arches and all. And then I waited tables, parked cars. I was working full-time so I could afford to go to college part-time. And thanks to partial scholarships, student loans, and a little help from my dad, I got myself through law school. And I got my first job as a lawyer, which is also where I met the guys in my fantasy football league. And a lot has changed in our lives since the early 90s, but my team name is still Nirvana. Yes, after the band. I worked hard, and I love being a lawyer. And by the way, I still get to be part of the profession by teaching students at Georgetown Law School. I got married, became a dad to Cohen and Ella. Unfortunately, I went through a divorce, but eventually started worrying about how I would make it all work. And that's when something unexpected happened. In 2013, I walked into a contentious client meeting. We worked through the issue, and by the end of the meeting, the now happy client offered to set me up on a blind date, which is how I ended up with Kamala Harris's phone number. Now, for generations, people have debated when to call the person you're being set up with. And never in history has anyone suggested 8:30 a.m. And yet, that's when I dialed. I got Kamala's voicemail, and I just started rambling. Hey, it's Doug. I'm on my way to an early meeting. Again, it's Doug. I remember I was trying to grab the words out of the air and just put them back in my mouth. And for what seemed like far too many minutes, I hung up. By the way, Kamala saved that voicemail, and she makes me listen to it on every anniversary. But that message wasn't the only unusual thing about that day. Now, Kamala, who normally would have been working hard at her office, just happened to be waiting at her apartment for a contractor to do some work on her kitchen. I was eating at my desk, which was not a regular occurrence for a busy lawyer like me who appreciated a good business lunch. But that's when she called me back. And we talked for an hour, and we laughed. Well, you know that laugh. I love that laugh. And maybe that counted as our first date. Or maybe it was that Saturday night when I picked her up and told her, buckle up, I'm a really bad driver. Because you can't hide anything from Kamala Harris, so you might as well own it. And as I got to know her better and just fell in love fast, I learned what drives Kamala. And it's what you've seen over these past 4 years, and especially these past 4 weeks. She finds joy in pursuing justice. She stands up to bullies just like my parents taught me to. And she likes to see people do well, but hates when they're treated unfairly. She believes this work requires a basic curiosity in just how people are doing. Her empathy is her strength. Over the past decade, Kamala has connected me more deeply to my faith, even though it's not the same as hers. She comes to synagogue with me for high holiday services, and I go to church with her for Easter. I get to enjoy her mom's chili relleno recipe every Christmas, and she makes a mean brisket for Passover. It brings me right back to my grandmother's apartment in Brooklyn, you know, the one with the plastic-covered couches. But Kamala has fought against anti-Semitism and all forms of hate her whole career. She's the one who encouraged me as second gentleman to take up that fight, which is so personal to me. And those of you who belong to blended families know that they can be a little complicated. But as soon as our kids started calling her Mamala, I knew we'd be okay. Ella calls us a three-headed parenting machine. Kamala and Kirsten, thank you both. Thank you both for always putting your family and the kids first. Now, Cole and Ella's friends knew that when they'd come over for Sunday dinner with Mamala, it was going to be real talk. In between taking cooking instructions, they'd have to answer questions about what problem they wanted to solve in the world. They learned that you've always got to be prepared because Kamala is going to prosecute the case. And in the same breath that Cole and Greenlee told us that they were engaged, they asked Kamala to officiate their wedding. And in the same way that she always steps up when it matters, Kamala put so much time into those remarks, and she bound them in a book that matched her dark red dress, and then turned that into a gift for the happy couple. A few days ago, during this incredible time we're going through, there was a brief window when Kamala was back at home. And I saw her sitting on her favorite chair, and in the middle of a wild month, I just hoped that she was having a quiet moment to herself. But then I realized she was on the phone. And of course, my mind went to all the potential crises that the vice president could be dealing with. Was it domestic? Was it foreign? Was it campaign? I could see she was focused, and all I knew was that it must be something important. And it turns out it was. Ella had called her. That's Kamala. That's Kamala. Those kids are her priorities, and that scene was a perfect map of her heart. She's always been there for our children, and I know she'll always be there for yours too. Kamala is a joyful warrior. It's doing for her country what she has always done for the people that she loves. Her passion will benefit all of us when she's our president. And here's the thing about joyful warriors. They're still warriors. And Kamala is as tough as it comes. Just ask the criminals, the global gangsters, and the witnesses before the Senate Judiciary Committee. She never runs from a fight. And she knows the best way to deal with a coward is to take him head on. Because we all know cowards are weak, and Kamala Harris can smell weakness. She doesn't tolerate any BS. You've all seen that look, and you know that look I'm talking about. That look is not just a meme. It reflects her true belief in honest and direct leadership. And it's also why she will not be distracted by nonsense. Kamala knows that in order to win, we cannot lose focus. America, in this election, you have to decide who to trust with your family's future. I trusted Kamala with our family's future. It was the best decision I ever made. This Thursday will be our 10th wedding anniversary, which I know it means I'm about to hear that embarrassing voicemail again. However, that's not all I'll be hearing. That same night, I'll be hearing my wife, Kamala Harris, accept your nomination for President of the United States. And with your help, she will lead with joy and toughness, with that laugh and that look, with compassion and conviction. She'll lead from the belief that wherever we come from, whatever we look like, we're strongest when we fight for what we believe in, not just against what we fear. Kamala Harris was exactly the right person for me at an important moment in my life. And at this moment in our nation's history, she is exactly the right president. Thank you so much.
Please welcome former First Lady Michelle Obama.
Something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah. You know, we're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback. Yeah. But to be honest, I am realizing that until recently, I have mourned the dimming of that hope. And maybe you've experienced the same feelings, that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future. And for me, that mourning has also been mixed with my own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother, the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, I still feel her loss so profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, But my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory and to remind us all not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future. You see, my mom, in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, "Don't sit around and complain about things, do something." So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. And she is one of the most dignified. A tribute to her mother, to my mother, and to your mother too. The embodiment of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life. Look, Kamala knows, like we do, that regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, we all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued. Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one. has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth. If we bankrupt a business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. No. We put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light. It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great. Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth. My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hard-working, highly educated, successful people who happen to be Black. Wait. I want to know. Who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those Black jobs? Look, it's his same old con. His same old con. Doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our health care, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love, look, that doesn't make anybody's life better. Instead, it only makes us small. And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy, and quite frankly, it's unpresidential. So, why would any of us accept this from anyone seeking our highest office? Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America, our parents taught us better than that, and we deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect 2 of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice. But as we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right. And we cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected. Kamala and Tim, they have lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human. They are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But luckily, y'all, this is not just on them. No, this is up to us, all of us, to be the solution that we seek. It's up to all of us to be the antidote to the darkness and division. Look, I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right. To stand up, not just for our basic freedoms, but for decency and humanity, for basic respect, dignity, and empathy, for the values at the very foundation of this democracy. It's up to us to remember what Kamala's mother told her. Don't just sit around and complain, do something. So, if they lie about her, and they will, we've got to do something. If we see a bad poll, and we will, we got to put down that phone and do something. If we start feeling tired, if we start feeling that dread creeping back in, we got to pick ourselves up, throw water on our face, and what? Do something. We only have 2.5 months, y'all, to get this done. Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a voting plan. So, we cannot afford for anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called. Don't complain if no one from the campaign has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support. There is simply no time for that kind of foolishness. You know what you need to do. So, consider this to be your official ask. Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something. Because you all, this election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful, listen to me, a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So we need to vote in numbers that erase any doubt. We need to overwhelm any effort to suppress us. Our fate is in our hands. In 77 days, we have the power to turn our country away from the fear, division, and smallness of the past. We have the power to marry our hope with our action. We have the power to pay forward the love, sweat, and sacrifice of our mothers and fathers and all those who came before us. We did it before y'all, and we sure can do it again. Let us work like our lives depend on it. And let us keep moving our country forward and go higher, yes, always higher than we've ever gone before as we elect the next president and vice president of the United States, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you all. God bless. Now, before I go, I have one more job tonight. Yeah, one more job. You all, thank you for all the love, but it is now my honor to introduce somebody who knows a whole lot about hope. Someone who has spent his life strengthening our democracy, and let me tell you, as someone who lives with him, he wakes up every day, and thinks about what's best for this country. Please welcome America's 44th president and the love of my life, Barack Obama.
Hello, Chicago! Oh. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. That's enough. Thank you. Chicago! It's good to be home. It is good to be home, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fired up. I am feeling ready to go. Even if I am the only person stupid enough to speak after Michelle Obama. I am feeling hopeful because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible. Because we have a chance to elect someone who has spent her entire life trying to give people the same chances America gave her. Someone who sees you and hears you and will get up every single day and fight for you. The next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. It's been 16 years since I had the honor of accepting this party's nomination for president. And I know that's hard to believe because I have not aged a bit. But it's true. And looking back, I can say without question that my first big decision as your nominee turned out to be one of my best. And that was asking Joe Biden to serve by my side as vice president. Other than some common Irish blood, Joe and I come from different backgrounds. But we became brothers. And as we worked together for 8, sometimes pretty tough years, what I came to admire most about Joe wasn't just his smarts, his experience. It was his empathy and his decency and his hard-earned resilience, his unshakable belief that everyone in this country deserves a fair shot. And over the last 4 years, those are the values America has needed most. At a time when millions of our fellow citizens were sick and dying, we needed a leader with the character to put politics aside and do what was right. At a time when our economy was reeling, we needed a leader with the determination to drive what would become the world's strongest recovery. 15 million jobs, higher wages, lower health care costs. At a time when the other party had turned into a cult of personality, we needed a leader who was steady and brought people together and was selfless enough to do the rarest thing there is in politics, putting his own ambition aside for the sake of the country. History will remember Joe Biden as an outstanding president who defended democracy at a moment of great danger. And I am proud to call him my president, but I am even prouder to call him my friend. Now, the torch has been passed. Now it is up to all of us to fight for the America we believe in. And make no mistake, it will be a fight. For all the incredible energy we've been able to generate over the last few weeks, for all the rallies and the memes, this will still be a tight race in a closely divided country. A country where too many Americans are still struggling. Where a lot of Americans don't believe government can help. And as we gather here tonight, the people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future, about my children's future, about our future together? One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. The other day I heard someone compare Trump to the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day. Now, from a neighbor, that's exhausting. From a president, it's just dangerous. The truth is, Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his rich friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress that would have helped secure our southern border because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign. He doesn't. Do not boo. Vote. He doesn't seem to care if more women lose their reproductive freedom since it won't affect his life. And most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the real Americans, who of course support him, and the outsiders who don't. And he wants you to think that you'll be richer and safer if you will just give him the power to put those other people back in their place. It is one of the oldest tricks in politics from a guy whose act has, let's face it, gotten pretty stale. We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse. America's ready for a new chapter. America's ready for a better story. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris is ready for the job. This is a person who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a champion. As you heard from Michelle, Kamala was not born into privilege. She had to work for what she's got. And she actually cares about what other people are going through. She's not the neighbor running the leaf blower. She's the neighbor rushing over to help when you need a hand. As a prosecutor, Kamala stood up for children who had been victims of sexual abuse. As an attorney general of the most populous state in the country, she fought big banks and for-profit colleges, securing billions of dollars for the people they had scammed. After the home mortgage crisis, she pushed me and my administration hard to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. Didn't matter that I was a Democrat. Didn't matter that she had knocked on doors for my campaign in Iowa. She was going to fight to get as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it. As vice president, she helped take on the drug companies to cap the cost of insulin, lower the cost of health care, give families with kids a tax cut. And she is running for president with real plans to lower costs even more and protect Medicare and Medicaid and sign a law to guarantee every woman's right to make her own health care decisions. In other words, Kamala Harris won't be focused on her problems. She'll be focused on yours. As president, she won't just cater to her own supporters and punish those who refuse to kiss the ring or bend the knee. She'll work on behalf of every American. That's who Kamala is. And in the White House, she will have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I love this guy. Tim is the kind of person who should be in politics. Born in a small town, served his country, taught kids, coached football, took care of his neighbors. He knows who he is, and he knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some political consultant. They come from his closet, and they have been through some stuff. They have been through some stuff. That's right. Together, Kamala and Tim have kept faith with America's central story. A story that says we are all created equal. All of us endowed with certain inalienable rights, that everyone deserves a chance, that even when we don't agree with each other, we can find a way to live with each other. That's Kamala's vision. That's Tim's vision. That's the Democratic Party's vision. And our job over the next 11 weeks is to convince as many people as possible to vote for that vision. Now, it won't be easy. The other side knows it's easier to play on people's fears and cynicism, always has been. They will tell you that government is inherently corrupt, that sacrifice and generosity are for suckers. And since the game is rigged, it's okay to take what you want and just look after your own. That's the easy path. We have a different task. Our job is to convince people that democracy can actually deliver. And in doing that, we can't just point to what we've already accomplished. We can't just rely on the ideas of the past. We need to chart a new way forward to meet the challenges of today. And Kamala understands this. She knows, for example, that if we want to make it easier for more young people to buy a home, We need to build more units and clear away some of the outdated laws and regulations that made it harder to build homes for working people in this country. That is a priority, and she's put out a bold new plan to do just that. On health care, we should all be proud of the enormous progress that we've made through the Affordable Care Act, providing millions of people access to affordable coverage, protecting millions more from unscrupulous insurance practices. I noticed, by the way, that since it's become popular, they don't call it Obamacare no more. But Kamala knows we can't stop there, which is why she'll keep working to limit out-of-pocket costs. Kamala knows that if we want to help people get ahead, we need to put a college degree within reach of more Americans. But she also knows college shouldn't be the only ticket to the middle class. We need to follow the lead of governors like Tim Walz, who said, if you've got the skills and the drive, you shouldn't need a degree to work for state government. And in this new economy, we need a president who actually cares about the millions of people all across this country who wake up every single day to do the essential, often thankless work, to care for our sick, to clean our streets, to deliver our packages. We need a president who will stand up for their right to bargain for better wages and working conditions. And Kamala will be that president. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. A Harris-Walz administration can help us move past some of the tired old debates that keep stifling progress. Because at their core, Kamala and Tim understand that when everybody gets a fair shot, we are all better off. They understand that when every child gets a good education, the whole economy gets stronger. When women are paid the same as men for doing the same job, all families benefit. They understand that we can secure our borders without tearing kids away from their parents, just like we can keep our streets safe while also building trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve and eliminating bias. That will make it better for everybody. Donald Trump and his well-heeled donors, they don't see the world that way. For them, one group's gains is necessarily another group's loss. For them, freedom means that the powerful can do pretty much what they please, whether it's fire workers trying to organize a union, or put poison in our rivers, or avoid paying taxes like everybody else has to do. Well, we have a broader idea of freedom. We believe in the freedom to provide for your family if you're willing to work hard. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and send your kids to school without worrying if they'll come home. We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life, how we worship, what our family looks like, how many kids we have, who we marry. And we believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make choices that are different than ours. That's okay. That's the America Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in. An America where we, the people, includes everyone. Because that's the only way this American experiment works. And despite what our politics might suggest, I think most Americans understand that. Democracy isn't just a bunch of abstract principles and dusty laws in some book somewhere. It's the values we live by. It's the way we treat each other, including those who don't look like us, or pray like us, or see the world exactly like we do. That sense of mutual respect has to be part of our message. Our politics have become so polarized these days that all of us across the political spectrum seem so quick to assume the worst in others, unless they agree with us on every single issue. We start thinking that the only way to win is to scold and shame and out-yell the other side. And after a while, regular folks just tune out, or they don't bother to vote. Now, that approach may work for the politicians who just want attention and thrive on division, but it won't work for us. To make progress on the things we care about, the things that really affect people's lives, we need to remember that we've all got our blind spots and contradictions and prejudices, and that if we want to win over those who aren't yet ready to support our candidates, we need to listen to their concerns and maybe learn something in the process. After all, if a parent or grandparent occasionally says something that makes us cringe, we don't automatically assume they're bad people. We recognize that the world is moving fast, that they need time and maybe a little encouragement to catch up. Our fellow citizens deserve the same grace we hope they'll extend to us. That's how we can build a true democratic majority, one that can get things done. And by the way, that does not just matter to the people in this country. The rest of the world is watching to see if we can actually pull this off. No nation, no society has ever tried to build a democracy as big and as diverse as ours before. One that includes people that over decades have come from every corner of the globe. One where our allegiances and our community are defined not by race or blood, but by a common creed. And that's why when we uphold our values, the world's a little brighter. When we don't, the world's a little dimmer, and dictators and autocrats feel emboldened. And over time, we become less safe. We shouldn't be the world's policemen, and we can't eradicate every cruelty and injustice in the world. But America can be and must be a force for good, discouraging conflict, fighting disease, promoting human rights, protecting the planet from climate change, defending freedom, brokering peace. That's what Kamala Harris believes, and so do most Americans. Now, I know these ideas can feel pretty naive right now. We live in a time of such confusion and rancor, with a culture that puts a premium on things that don't last. Money, fame, status, likes. We chase the approval of strangers on our phones. We build all manner of walls and fences around ourselves, and then we wonder why we feel so alone. We don't trust each other as much because we don't take the time to know each other. And in that space between us, politicians and algorithms teach us to caricature each other and troll each other and fear each other. But here's the good news, Chicago. All across America, in big cities and small towns, away from all the noise, the ties that bind us together are still there. We still coach Little League and look out for our elderly neighbors. We still feed the hungry in churches and mosques and synagogues and temples. We share the same pride when our Olympic athletes compete for the gold. Because the vast majority of us do not want to live in a country that's bitter and divided. We want something better. We want to be better. And the joy and the excitement that we're seeing around this campaign tells us we're not alone. You know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about these past few months because, as Michelle mentioned, this summer we lost her mom, Ms. Marion Robinson. And I don't know that anybody has ever loved their mother-in-law any more than I love mine. Mostly it's because she was funny and wise and the least pretentious person I knew. That, and she always defended me with Michelle when I messed up. I'd hide behind her. But I also think one of the reasons Mary and I became so close was she reminded me of my grandmother, the woman who helped raise me as a child. And on the surface, the two of them did not have a lot in common. One was a black woman from right here, south side of Chicago, right down the way. Went to Englewood High School. The other was a little old white lady born in a tiny town called Peru, Kansas. Now, I know there aren't that many people from Peru. And yet they shared a basic outlook on life. They were strong, smart, resourceful women, full of common sense, who, regardless of the barriers they encountered, and women growing up in the 40s and 50s and 60s, they encountered barriers. They still went about their business without fuss or complaint and provided an unshakable foundation of love for their children and their grandchildren. In that sense, they both represented an entire generation of working people who, through war and depression, discrimination and limited opportunity, helped build this country. A lot of them toiled every day at jobs that were often too small for them and didn't pay a lot. They willingly went without just to keep a roof over their families' heads, just to give their children something better. But they knew what was true. They knew what mattered. Things like honesty and integrity, kindness and hard work. They weren't impressed with braggarts or bullies. They didn't think putting other people down lifted you up or made you strong. They didn't spend a lot of time obsessing about what they didn't have. Instead, they appreciated what they did. They found pleasure in simple things. A card game with friends, a good meal, and laughter around the kitchen table. Helping others. And most of all, seeing their children do things and go places that they would have never imagined for themselves. Whether you are a Democrat or a Republican or somewhere in between, we have all had people like that in our lives. People like Kamala's parents, who crossed oceans because they believed in the promise of America. People like Tim's parents, who taught him about the importance of service. Good, hard-working people who weren't famous or powerful, but who managed in countless ways to leave this country just a little bit better than they found it. As much as any policy or program, I believe that's what we yearn for. A return to an America where we work together and look out for each other. A restoration of what Lincoln called, on the eve of Civil War, our bonds of affection. An America that taps what he called the better angels of our nature. That is what this election is about. And I believe that's why if we each do our part over the next 77 days, if we knock on doors, if we make phone calls, if we talk to our friends, if we listen to our neighbors, if we work like we've never worked before, if we hold firm to our convictions, we will elect Kamala Harris as the next President of the United States, and Tim Walz as the next Vice President of the United States. We will elect leaders up and down the ballot who will fight for the hopeful, forward-looking America we all believe in, and together we too will build a country that is more secure and more just, more equal, and more free. So let's get to work. God bless you, and God bless the United States.
Please stand if you are able for this evening's benediction, offered by Bishop Samuel L. Green Sr. and His Eminence Archbishop Alpidophoros of the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of America.
God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, Thou who hast brought us thus far along the way, You are the one who brews over the days of our lives, and without You, we would be nothing. So we lift our hopes and hearts to thee, and we pause tonight to say thank you. Thank you for loving us. Thank you for not giving up on us. Thank you for giving this nation the benefits of your mercy, because all of us can feel that something enthusiastic is rising in the soul of America. And all of us can tell that the tyranny of resentment has finally met its match. The candidacy of Kamala Harris has ignited an era of joy across America. Tonight, we thank you that even in the darkest of our pessimistic nights,
has
love
met its
has not
match.
failed us.
Day 2 of the DNC is in the books, folks. What did you think about day 2? President Obama's speech, Michelle Obama's speech. You had Doug Emhoff's speech. Incredible day 2. I'm still even trying to process that Obama speech. I'm going to do a hot take on it in a moment where I will recap everything that went down. So just keep on checking the Midas Touch YouTube feed, because I'm going to load that in just a little bit. I'm going to record that. But, you know, I think it was the perfect balance of roasting Donald Trump, really only the way Obama can roast him. He goes, what's Trump's infatuation with this with the crowd size thing? It was pitch perfect. But then he brought it, again, as only Obama can, to the message of hope and a positive vision of the future, where a leader, Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Walz, will focus on policies, get this, that actually benefits we the people. They're not focused on how to further enrich themselves or to increase the memberships at Mar-a-Lago or Bedminster or steal our nuclear secrets, we the people, but to actually focus on common sense policy that benefits Americans. Tyranny of resentment has its match in a joyous and hopeful campaign by Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Walz and everybody who you saw in that room in Chicago and in Milwaukee, everybody you see in this chat, all of the Midas Mighty, people around the country and around the world saying, we're not going back. We're not going back. We're moving to the future together, where we could unite. The tyranny of resentment has met its match. And that tyranny of resentment embodied in this MAGA movement, which I've always said, not a political, should not be viewed as a political thing. We should be talking about basic humanity. And what I loved about day 2 was how it featured all of these Republican leaders, whether it was John Giles, the mayor of Mesa, Arizona, a very conservative city, Mesa, Arizona, 36th or 37th largest city in the United States. I litigated some cases in Mesa, Arizona. I can tell you how conservative it is, but John Giles, a very well-respected mayor, says, I am putting country over party. And you know, for the past 3 years here on the Midas Touch Network, we've been highlighting people who will put country over party. And it was so incredibly rewarding to see that become the main theme of the DNC, of day 2, putting country over party. And I've heard from so many mainstream Republicans, independents, people who have never focused on politics before, even, and of course, liberals and progressives, who says, let's come together, let's unite, and we have to call out this MAGA plague, this MAGA virus, this Trumpism, this mutation of the Republican Party, that should serve no place in these United States of America. And I think that was showcased wonderfully today in day two. Of course, I wanted to give you limited commentary. That's what we do here at the Midas Touch Network. I want you to form your opinions yourself by watching all of these speakers. It's why we give it to you uninterrupted. We don't have the talking heads going back and forth. At the end, you get one talking head, you get me, and I'll tell you how I feel. But feel free to disagree with me. It's all good. But I wanted you to have the opportunity to watch the whole thing uninterrupted and form your own opinions about it. And to me, I think it only lands you in the same place that I'm at right now, which is this pro-democracy community that you are a part of, that Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Walz and former President Obama and Michelle Obama and all of the incredible speakers today represents. The tyranny of resentment has met its match. The tyranny of resentment has met its match. And here on the Midas Touch Network, we have the American flag behind it. We love that flag. We love our Constitution. We love our country. And the way we show it, though, is not just through the symbolism, although I like the symbolism. It's through our actions each and every day, supporting our democracy and just doing our best to be good people, to show empathy, to show compassion, to help our neighbors, to love our country, to treat all people with equality and dignity, not to punch down at marginalized communities, to lift up together. That is what we've always fought for here at the Midas Touch Network. That is why I was really just so impressed with what went down at day two. I'd love to hear your comments, see your comments below. I want to thank you, Midas Mighty, because I think you are all a major part of this. Really do. You've been spreading this message. I think it's been a little bit under the radar, right? I don't really care that the corporate media doesn't really know how big this community is, right? I mean, you think about it. What are we doing now? 28 million views? Don't tell anybody. 28 million, 29 million views every 48 hours on this network, where we don't spread hate, we spread joy and love and messages of pro-democracy. It must be resonating across the country and across this world, spreading joy like that. So it's incredible to watch those messages and to see it there on day two. Champions of those messages. I'm so grateful for all of you, Midas Mighty. I really am. This community stood up and said, we're not going back. Also, we're not going back to the failed corporate media. We're not going back to that crap where they both sides the issues, where they maybe talk about an issue for 10 seconds, then have talking heads on a split screen yell at each other. I don't even know what's going on. We're data-driven. We're fact-driven. Do we always get it right? No. We're human. Do we make mistakes? Yeah. Do we do our best each and every day to protect and defend and support our democracy? Do we wake up each day and try to put a smile on our face and support this country and be better citizens of this country and the world? That's what we do here each and every day on the Midas Touch Network. Make sure you hit subscribe. We're on our way to 3 million subscribers. I want to try to get there this week. You think we can hit 3 million subscribers this week? We got a shot. If you want to support the growth of this network, we don't have outside investors. You can support this network at patreon.com/MeidasTouch, patreon.com/MeidasTouch. Another way to support this network, you see it right there, grow.MeidasTouch.com. You see it right there, grow.MeidasTouch.com. Go there. You could become a recurring contributor if you want to, no pressure. The best thing you can do is just share this network. Tell friends, family, coworkers, neighbors, whoever about it. But you can go to grow.midas.com, grow.midas.com. One more time, grow.midas.com, store.MeidasTouch.com. Have you checked out some of this pro-democracy gear that my younger brother Jordy has been making? Got some great stuff at store.MeidasTouch.com. 100% union made. 100% made in the USA. You see the Kamala green brat shirt right there. Got a bunch of bracelets and other cool stuff. Store.MeidasTouch.com. Store.MeidasTouch.com. You could also go to growmidas.com. Growmidas.com. Getting a lot of websites. Grow Midas. Salty, is it growmidas.com? How come I was saying something different? Is it growmidas.com? Well, people want to grow it. All right. We've been broadcasting for a long time. It's growmidas.com. GROWMEIDAS. My brothers are going to give me a lot of crap for that. They should say, Ben, can't ask for people to contribute and not know your own website. Guys, it's, happens when you do this for 7 hours straight. Growmidas.com, GROWMEIDAS.com, growmidas.com, store.MeidasTouch.com. You got those emojis? Got those emojis? Become a member of the YouTube channel. Like an interesting business model we got here. Emojis. Store.MeidasTouch.com, growmidas.com, patreon.com/MeidasTouch.com, patreon.com/MeidasTouch, rather. And guess what? We're beating Fox. We're beating Fox and MSNBC and CNN right here on YouTube. And when I say we, you, together, we're doing this. We were sick and tired of the corporate media, and you and we and this community built this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you to all the incredible speakers at day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. Thank you to Salty and Sydney and Jeremy and Hayden, Adam Mockler, all of our correspondents and producers who work very hard behind the scenes. A lot of sleepless nights going on here to deliver this pro-democracy news. But I've never felt prouder to do this in my life. It's an honor to be doing this each and every day with all of you. So from the bottom of our heart, thank you. We'll see you tomorrow for day 3. I hope you're enjoying our coverage here. The Midas Touch Network of the Democratic National Convention. As my younger brother would say, shout out to the Midas Mighty. And as I would say, drop the beat.
So this is really who Donald Trump chose as his running mate?
Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him.
The mind.
sides to treason. There's no two sides to hate. We will look for the silver lining in the darkest clouds. But remember, truth is golden. So come on and sing it loud. The Midas might is standing strong against the fascists. We sing our song. We will get it right whenever they go wrong. The Midas might is standing strong. The radicals won't stand a chance. We'll just shout it down. Inspire a generation to rise up and vote them out. We will look for the silver lining in the darkest clouds. But remember, truth is golden. So come on and sing it loud. The Midas might is standing strong. The Midas might is standing strong. We will get it right whenever they go wrong. The Midas might is standing strong. The Midas might is standing strong. The Midas might is standing strong.